Part 1, A New Way to Work. Chapter 1, Less is More. The modern workplace standard is more, bigger, and faster. Information available to us is greater than ever before. Transaction speeds are increasing exponentially, creating a sense of urgency, endlessness, and much distraction. We have more customers to satisfy, more emails to answer, more calls waiting, more tasks to complete, more meetings to attend, more places to go, and the feeling of having to work longer hours just to keep from falling behind. Instant communication technologies are ubiquitous, available anytime, accelerating decision-making, driving work efficiency, and fueling a truly global market. But too much of a good thing makes everything worse. Unmanaged and uncontrolled, these technologies threaten to bury us. The relentless culture of urgency in most businesses undermines creativity, quality, engagement, careful consideration, productivity, and ultimately, performance. No matter how much value we create today, whether measured in money, sales volume, or goods, it's never enough. We are more responsive, more far-reaching, working longer and staying later. We are busy trying not to fall behind, but are inadvertently caught in a vicious cycle of chaos, confusion, and exhaustion. All this frantic activity leaves a trail of subtle consequences: reduced concentration, less time for assigned tasks, fewer opportunities for careful, long-term thinking, and when we finally get home after a long day, we no longer have enough energy for our families, no stamina to relax, and less time for sleep. Each morning, we go to work feeling unrested, unable to dedicate our full energy to tasks, and with poorer concentration. It becomes a relentless, draining cycle. Even for those who manage to work at high efficiency, the price they pay is their own satisfaction and fulfillment. The more, bigger, faster culture creates narrow, shallow, and short-term values. More, conversely, becomes less. A global human resources study by consulting firm Tower Perrin highlighted this issue. Conducted in 2007-2008, before the global economic recession, the study surveyed 90,000 employees from 18 different countries. Only just over 20% felt truly engaged with their work. They went above and beyond company requirements because they felt a sense of purpose and passion for what they were doing. 40% merely showed up. They had the ability but lacked commitment. The remaining 38% were dissatisfied or unwilling to work. These factors directly impacted company performance. Companies with more engaged employees reported 19% higher revenue and 28% growth in shareholder profits. Companies with less engaged employees saw their business results decline by 32% and profits drop by over 11%. In companies where most employees were highly engaged, 90% had no plans to leave. In companies with disengaged employees, 50% considered quitting. Hundreds of studies have shown the link between employee engagement and organizational performance. Reflect for a moment on your own experiences at work. What are you losing with your current working style? How engaged are you with your work? How do these things affect those who work for you and those you love? What is the cost if you continue to make similar choices for the next 10 years? The way we are currently working is not effective for our personal lives, for those we lead and manage, or for the organizations we work for. We are misled by a deadly assumption that the best way to achieve more is to spend more time working and to work continuously. But the more and longer we work without rest, the less able we are to fulfill our responsibilities, becoming less flexible. This leads to behaviors that reduce work effectiveness, such as losing temper, irritation, distraction, and apathy. Not only that, it also has dangerous consequences for others. We live in a gray area, constantly moving from one task to another, but rarely fully committed to any of them or completely indifferent to them. The result is that we accept the mediocre outcomes of what we could have truly achieved. The rhythm of performance. In 1993, Anders Ericsson, a leading researcher in expertise and a professor at Florida State University, conducted an unusual study to explore the impact of deliberate practice on violinists. For years, many authors, including Malcolm Gladwell, cited Ericsson's research as evidence that innate talent might be overestimated. Gladwell wrote, "The people at the top don't just work harder than everyone else, they work much, much harder every day." But that conclusion doesn't fully describe the complexity of Ericsson's findings. Along with two colleagues, he He divided 30 young violinists at the Berlin Academy of Music into 3 groups, based on evaluations from their instructors. The best group consisted of those certain to become professional soloists. The good group included those likely to play in orchestras. The third group was drawn from the Academy's music education department, comprising those destined to become music teachers. Members of all 3 groups had started playing the violin around age 8. A massive amount of data was collected on each participant, primarily from daily logs of their hourly and weekly activities. They were asked to rate each hour of their day on 3 different criteria, using a 1 to 10 scale. The first criterion was how important the activity was to improving their violin playing. The second was how difficult they found the activity. And the third was how enjoyable they truly found it. The first 2 groups, both aspiring professionals, practiced an average of about 24 hours per week. The future music teachers spent just over 9 hours, about 1/3 of the time of the first 2 groups. This was a significant difference and showed the impact of practice intensity. But Erickson discovered another, equally interesting point: the relationship between high-intensity practice and rest. All violinists agreed that practice had a significant impact on improving their skills. Almost all agreed that practice was the most difficult activity and the least enjoyable. The first 2 groups, who practiced an average of 3.5 hours per day, typically divided their practice into 3 sessions, each no longer than 90 minutes. This usually occurred in the morning when they were well-rested and least distracted. They took breaks between each session. The lowest-rated group practiced an average of 1.4 hours per day. They had no specific schedule, but often practiced in the afternoon, indicating they had procrastinated. All 3 groups rated sleep as the second most important activity for improving violin playing. On average, the artists in the top 2 groups slept about 8.6 hours per day, almost 1 hour more than the music teacher group, who slept an average of 7 to 8 hours per day. In contrast, the average American sleeps about 6.5 hours per day. The top 2 groups also took more naps, totaling almost 3 hours per week compared to less than 1 hour per week for the music teachers. Erickson's research showed that top performers work more intensely than most of us, but they also rest more deeply. High-concentration practice is very draining. The most excellent violinists intuitively realized that they achieved their best results by working at high, sustained intensity for no more than 90 minutes per session and no more than 4 hours per day. They also recognized the importance of dividing their rest time into small segments for decompression and recovery. For many fields, from sports to chess, researchers have found that 4 hours per day is the maximum amount of deliberate practice the best performers can sustain. Erickson concluded that these numbers might represent a more general limit on the maximum volume of deliberate practice that can be maintained over a long period without burnout. Because it's easy to count hours, organizations often pay employees based on the number of hours they sit at their desks rather than on their level of focus and the value they deliver. Many people complain about working long hours, but in reality, they work at a moderate intensity for extended periods with less pressure, rather than at very high intensity for short periods. If more of us could focus on high-intensity work for specific periods, like the best violinists, high performance wouldn't be as rare as it is now. Another truth is that if you don't practice to get better in your field, you are likely to decline, no matter how much you initially practiced. As Jeff Colvin pointed out in his fascinating book, talent is overrated. Simply working for a long time doesn't mean you'll do it well, let alone improve. Colvin wrote, across industries, when it comes to key skills like stockbrokers selling stocks, parole officers predicting recidivism, or college admissions officers assessing applicants, many with extensive experience don't necessarily perform better than those with less experience. In many cases, people actually lose skills over time. Colvin noted that more and more experienced doctors scored lower on medical knowledge tests than less experienced doctors. General practitioners also lost their ability to diagnose heart rhythms and interpret X-rays. Auditors lost skills in processing certain types of evaluations. In some cases, this decline in ability is due to not keeping up with technological advancements in their field. Another reason is that most of us tend to stick to routines and ruts, even when they are not optimal. 4 core human needs. Maintaining high performance not only requires a harmonious blend of rest and practice, but also depends on how we utilize multiple energy sources. A computer only needs to be plugged in to run smoothly. Humans are different. We have a combination of 4 elements: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual to perform at our best. By harmoniously combining activities and rest in all 4 of these elements, we can satisfy corresponding needs: sustainability, security, self-expression, and a special sense of meaning. In the process, we gradually build the capacity to create more value over time. The problem is that very few people proactively address these daily needs, and organizations often overlook them. When we provide our bodies with a diet lacking essential nutrients, it's no surprise that we become malnourished and cannot consistently perform at our best. Value is a multifaceted word. The ultimate measure of work performance is the value we create. The ultimate measure of satisfaction is the value we perceive. The ultimate measure of our dignity is the value we demonstrate. The basic exchange of value between employer and employee today is time for money. This is a fragile, one-way transaction. Each party tries to extract as many resources as possible from the other, but neither side truly gets what it wants. No matter how much an employer pays for our time, it's not enough to satisfy all our multidimensional needs. Only when employers encourage and support us in fulfilling these multidimensional needs can we cultivate the energy, engagement, focus, and passion that ignite work performance. For better or worse, we contribute to creating our work environment. Ironically, our mistakes begin with how we treat ourselves. We accept disconnection in our own lives, even in areas where we have influence. We are too irresponsible in addressing essential needs and waste too much energy blaming, complaining, and pointing fingers at others. We fail to take care of ourselves, even though the consequence is the destruction of our health, happiness, and productivity. We don't spend enough quality time we are truly dedicated to with those we love most and who love us most, even though we feel guilty for not spending time with them. And surely, if we did spend time with them, we would return to work with more energy. We find ourselves irritable, annoyed, and anxious when pressure mounts, even though our instincts tell us that negative emotions hinder thought, muddle decisions, and demoralize those we lead and manage. We allow ourselves to be distracted by floods of emails and trivial tasks, instead of focusing wholeheartedly on the highest priorities or dedicating maximum time to creative, strategic, and long-term thinking. We are too busy trying to get things done, but rarely pause to think about what we truly want or what we should invest our time and energy in to achieve those goals. Of course, we cannot satisfy all needs and build capacity alone. Most organizations condone our unscientific behaviors and even encourage them through policies, practices, reward systems, and corporate culture messages that gradually deplete our energy and harm us. When time is exchanged for money, we become more easily replaceable, just like exchanging one unit for another. Organizations tend to pay lip service when proclaiming that people are our most valuable asset. Try searching for this phrase on Google, you'll find millions of results. But even in companies that most vehemently declare people as their greatest asset, most relegate human resource care to the HR department, rarely garnering executive attention. As a result, employee needs are often marginalized, and employees are viewed as returns from programs like leadership skill development, work-life balance, wellness, flexibility, and engagement. In reality, these are often just keywords for unimportant functions. These programs are organized during prosperous times, but are the first to be cut when costs need to be reduced. Most organizations fail to connect employee need satisfaction with their performance. The core principles of this book developed from a rich body of research across various fields, from nutrition to cognition, physical strength training to endurance enhancement, emotional management to the role of the right brain, and extrinsic to intrinsic motivation. The results gathered by experts remain disparate. Our mission in the Energy Project is to synthesize these research findings to better understand how our individual choices affect each other. We also learned a lot from studying outstanding individuals in various fields. In the business world, we worked with numerous senior leaders at companies like Ritz-Carlton, Apple, Sony, Pfizer, Google, Ford, Grey Advertising, and Royal Dutch Shell. Simultaneously, we also worked with cardiovascular surgeons and ICU nurses at Cleveland Clinic, police officers at the Los Angeles Police Department, and high school students in the Bronx. When we published articles on our research in the Harvard Business Review in the fall of 2007 and 2010, we received countless inquiries from companies and individuals in dozens of countries around the world, including Singapore, Colombia, Russia, China, South Korea, Germany, Austria, Italy, Thailand, Denmark, India, and Australia. In every culture and all walks of life, people shared a silent belief that their way of working was not effective, and they passionately yearned for a future where they could live and work more fulfilling, effective, and sustainable lives. More important than survival, our needs begin at the physical level with sustainability. The 4 key elements are nutrition, physical activity, sleep, and rest. These are active or passive recovery methods. Our physical capacity is fundamental because all other energy sources depend on it. At an individual level, our primary challenge is to create a proper rhythm of activity and rest. The left side of the chart on page 30 of the book illustrates ineffective ways to create and recover energy. Optimal methods lie in the middle of the upper and lower right corners of the chart. Even so, focusing too much on one activity while neglecting others is not optimal. Physically, most of us tend to be insufficiently active, lower left. Conversely, physical activity, upper right, increases our heart rate and thus our physical capacity. At the same time, movement is also a form of mental and emotional recovery, revitalizing the mind and stabilizing emotions. That's why moving during the workday, especially after a period of intense work, can be an effective recovery method. However, too much and too continuous movement, also known as overtraining, can lead to exhaustion and burnout. The best violinists in Erickson's study not only slept more to recover their strength, but also took more naps. They also ate more energy-rich foods more frequently, at least every 3 hours, which is an effective way to maintain blood sugar. Many people try to eat less and exercise more, but then overeat to compensate. Eating too little deprives the body of essential nutrients to function at its best, while eating too much makes the body sluggish. At the organizational level, we work with leaders to build policies, practices, and a company culture that allows employees to work more moderately. When we presented our research to senior officers at the Los Angeles Police Department, it quickly became clear that sleep deprivation and exhaustion were major issues for many members of Chief William Bratton's team. Until we addressed this fundamental problem, none of the methods we introduced were effective. The result of the workshop was that Bratton and his team agreed to change 9 regulations, including restricting after-hours, night calls for commanding officers to improve their sleep quality and duration, changing the timing of important meetings to ensure they were held when participants were at their best. Simultaneously, they also changed a series of regulations aimed at giving commanding officers more rest time during the day. 1 year after our visit and intervention, Bratton reported that everyone felt fresher coming to work. They were more focused, clearer in their thinking, and calmer in facing the operational situations we confront daily. The essential emotional need is security. A sense of happiness largely depends on feeling accepted and valued. Our emotions greatly influence our ability to work. Feeling devalued pushes us into the survival zone, shown in the upper left of the chart on the following page. At this point, our fear increases, causing us to lose focus, drain energy, and gradually lose the value we could create. The optimal state, according to the chart, is at the midpoint of the performance zone, where you feel positive energy, and the renewal zone, where you restore your emotions. The more you renew your emotions, the better you will feel and the more resilient you will become when facing life's challenges and pressures. Before working with cardiovascular surgeons and ICU nurses at Cleveland Clinic, some members of the Energy Project spent 24 hours observing 3 shifts of nurses in the cardiac ICU. During that time, we asked each nurse what they found most dissatisfying about their job. Their answers consistently pointed to their contributions not being recognized by the surgeons. We are the ones who keep patients alive every day, but doctors never consult or ask for our opinions on treatment, one nurse explained, and many others agreed. They treat us like servants. It makes us feel belittled and very uncomfortable. We then had the opportunity to ask the same question of over 6 surgeons working in the same department. They almost all gave similar answers. They were not recognized by hospital leadership. It seems no basic human need is ignored as much as the need for respect in the workplace. Recognizing that something is wrong or that what you're doing isn't working is a fundamental part of our survival instinct. Expressing recognition for others requires more attention. Feeling recognized is as important to us as food. The need for perceived value exists from birth and never disappears. Failure to thrive is a syndrome where infants fail to gain enough weight for normal development. One of the main reasons research has pointed to is a lack of attention, interaction, and contact from primary caregivers. Without love and care, infants become depressed and withdrawn. Soon, these children will refuse to eat and avoid contact with others. They will also have underdeveloped brains, be more susceptible to illness, and in severe cases, it can lead to death. Adults are more resilient, but the deep need for connection and appreciation stays with us throughout life and significantly affects our work performance. The most important factor determining whether employees stay, according to research by the Gallup organization, is the employee's relationship with their direct managers. Gallup identified 12 factors that determine employee engagement, productivity, and focus. Half of these factors relate to feeling valued, including regular recognition and praise for good work. Employees need managers or colleagues who care about them, a best friend at work, and someone who supports their development. Fortunately, we can actually control our emotions better than we think, regardless of what happens, even ordinary events. The first challenge is to become more aware of our emotions at any given moment. The more we pay attention to our emotions, the easier it is to choose how to respond to them. The second challenge is to learn how to proactively and consistently use positive emotions to help us achieve work effectiveness. The natural reaction to feeling threatened depletes our positive energy. The more value and happiness we achieve, the less our emotions are affected by the daily challenges we face. The ability to recover quickly from emotional problems depends less on what happens in any given circumstance, and more on the story we tell ourselves about what happened compared to what we tell ourselves in that situation. Although we instinctively react to threats and dangers, we can systematically train ourselves to be more clearly aware of what is truly valuable in life and actively seek out people and activities that make us feel happier. Let's proactively cultivate positive awareness to fuel our emotional reservoir. The essential psychological need is self-expression, the freedom to use our unique skills and talents in life. Self-expression is driven by our ability to control where we place our focus and our ability to concentrate fully on one thing at a time. The optimal activity at this level lies in the middle of deductive, analytical thinking, focusing on and completing a specific task, the tactical zone, and a broader, more open approach that encourages creativity and strategic thinking, the big picture zone. We live in a world with endless distractions and constant demands. Many people try to juggle many tasks at once and cannot focus on anything for long. A lack of complete focus affects the depth and quality of anything we do, and it is also an ineffective way of working that prolongs task completion times. At the individual level, self-expression begins with the realization that our minds also have their own minds. To tame them, we must systematically build our capacity for focus. The better we control our focus, the freer we are to make deliberate decisions about where to place our attention and for how long. This is what the excellent violinists in Ericsson's study achieved by setting aside undisturbed periods for their most difficult tasks. In the process, they not only developed their musical skills, but also their deep focus skills. Gradually, they discovered that 90 minutes was the longest they could maintain intense concentration. From a young age, we are all taught a form of tactical focus that we use for deduction and logical problem solving, working step by step to achieve desired results. To do this, we rely heavily on the left hemisphere of the brain, which stores language information. To think more creatively, imaginatively, and strategically, we need to practice focusing more on intuition and metaphor. This primarily happens in the right hemisphere of the brain. By learning to freely and flexibly switch between using the left and right brain, the upper right and lower right parts of the diagram, we can utilize the full capacity of our brains and achieve the highest, richest levels of thinking. Simultaneously, the challenge for leaders and organizations is to create a free work environment that encourages deep, undisturbed focus. One of the clearest ways is to encourage regular breaks. At EY, we implemented 2 pilot programs in which different groups of employees had the opportunity to take regular breaks right in the middle of the busy tax season. Young accountants at EY often worked 12 to 14 hours a day during the busiest months from January to April, 6 to 7 days a week. Such intensity often led to demoralization and burnout. We showed the accountants at EY how to work more focused and effectively by dividing their work time into 90-minute intervals with a break in between each. We also encouraged them to take regular breaks during the day. Many began spending an hour in the afternoon at a nearby gym, an unthinkable notion before our pilot program. When they returned to work around 4 to 5 p.m., a time when work performance usually starts to decline, they regularly reported feeling energized and able to focus better. Because they accomplished more in the late afternoon, they could go home earlier in the evening. As a result, they had more time to relax at home and more time to sleep. This allowed them to return to work the next day feeling energized and better able to engage. Encouraging employees to take quiet time for creative, strategic, and long-term thinking is often absent from the culture of many organizations. They typically focus only on immediate results and urgent deadlines. Google is a company that places particular emphasis on encouraging creative thinking among its employees. Google engineers have long been allowed to invest about 20% of their time in any project they wish, based on personal interest. However, even with this, many still experience intense, urgent pressure from daily responsibilities, making it difficult to start their own projects. The spiritual need is to be significant in our work, an innate expression of the desire to find meaning in life. We call this spiritual energy, and it is driven by connection. Optimal activity for this part lies in the middle of nurturing, lower right of the chart, and expressing those values through action, upper right of the chart. Values are aspirations, and they come to life through our behaviors. Meaning and significance may seem luxurious, but they are a unique source of energy that ignites passion, focus, and perseverance. Harnessing spiritual energy begins with defining what we stand for amidst the pressures that push against us. At his trial, Watergate co-conspirator Jeb Stuart Magruder told the judge, "Somewhere between my ambition and my ideals, I lost my ethics." Our deep-seated values help us stand firm against the winds of change around us. Values provide an internal compass for our behavior. Unlike Magruder, most of us don't cross legal boundaries, but we constantly face the choice of whether or not to cut corners for our own benefit, rationalizing those actions after the fact. The antidote is to spend time reflecting on what will make us feel best in the future, rather than focusing on what makes us want to stay put. Unlike the previous 3 charts, the spiritual chart has no adjectives describing it. The reason is that the qualities that drive spiritual energy are more subjective than the other 3 parts. You can choose these adjectives for yourself after reading Chapter 18. The main purpose is the outward expression of what we aspire to and advocate for. Most people we meet lack a clear sense of purpose in their work. They are only concerned with getting paid and building their careers. Many are too busy serving partners and clients, focusing only on their work and forgetting to dedicate time and energy to thinking about what they truly want or how their choices affect others. While selfishness makes us petty and affects others, altruism can also deplete us. This is especially true for professions like nurses, teachers, civil servants, and others in service industries. Serving others can lead to being so preoccupied that one neglects oneself, then gradually transfers that resentment to those who need service. Compassion fatigue manifests through symptoms such as depression, lack of focus, poor performance, exhaustion, and burnout. For those who give their all for others, the challenge is how to balance caring for personal needs and renewing oneself to both benefit themselves and better serve others. The true mission of service organizations like hospitals, NGOs, and schools is to powerfully foster people's need for meaning and purpose in life. But what about most companies that don't produce or provide a clear service for a higher purpose? Leaders of such companies can still build a corporate culture that offers opportunities for people to live by their values and feel a sense of purpose when they come to work. Take Zappos.com as an example. They sell shoes and clothing. Not long ago, I spent a day visiting Zappos headquarters. It's located in a drab industrial park on the outskirts of Las Vegas. Most of their employees are customer service representatives, earning $12 to $18 an hour, yet many are very satisfied with their jobs. Zappos motivates its employees not only because the company treats them well and gives them opportunities for self-expression, but also because the company has built a shared mission for the entire organization: to provide exceptional customer service. In most call centers, employees are partly evaluated based on how quickly they take and end calls with customers. These individuals often have to follow a pre-written script. At Zappos, employees are encouraged to stay on the phone longer to connect with customers and build lasting relationships. This approach not only serves customers well, but also makes employees proud to work at Zappos. Employees feel less proud of the products they sell and more proud of the relationships they cultivate. Meeting essential human needs. How can I get more from my employees? Is a question leaders often ask us. We suggest they ask a different question. How can I proactively invest in meeting my employees' needs so that they feel free, motivated, and inspired to always give their best each workday? We live in a world that is much more complex than before and changing at a dizzying pace. The poor economic situation of recent years has exacerbated fear in individuals. Past effective systems are no longer suitable for the future. To build a competitive advantage, organizations need to help employees develop inherent qualities that were never valued before. Among them are authenticity, empathy, awareness, continuous creativity, an intrinsic sense of purpose, and above all, resilience in the face of constant change. But no matter what our leaders do, we will still cultivate and develop similar qualities ourselves to live and work effectively and satisfactorily. Action Steps Chapter 1 *. 1. Review the 4 essential energy needs: physical sustainability, emotional security, psychological self-expression, and spiritual significance. How are you meeting these needs for yourself? What is the price you and the people in your life are paying to meet these needs? 2. Describe a typical workday. How long do you usually work continuously without a break? Schedule breaks for mid-morning and mid-afternoon to experiment with your recovery capacity. 3. Find a colleague you feel is not performing as expected. Explore how you can help them achieve one of the 4 key elements mentioned above. If you're unsure, sit down and talk to them. Find out what kind of help they need. If you don't manage anyone in a company, try applying this with your closest friend at work. Chapter 2. We cannot change what we are not aware of. Humanity has made tremendous progress in measurable and observable fields. Athletes constantly break records, scientists better understand the causes of all kinds of diseases and find new cures. Technology is now more powerful, versatile, and cheaper than ever before. But to achieve these extraordinary external accomplishments, we have overlooked and failed to focus much on understanding our inner world. We have accumulated a vast amount of knowledge, but understand too little about ourselves. We are the most information-rich, yet least effective generation in human history. Robert Kegan and Lisa Lahey, leading psychologists in adult developmental thinking at Harvard University, assert that true development is a transformation of the operating system itself, not merely an increase in knowledge or the development of behaviors. The same principle applies at the organizational level. Our current capacity, according to Kegan and Lahey, is insufficient for a world where leaders must not only know how to work, but also how to transform their organization's its principles, mission, and culture. Flatland is the name philosopher and writer Ken Wilber gave to the dry, two-dimensional worldview prevalent in many organizations and, broadly, in our culture. Wilber notes this perspective developed from an earlier inflection point, the Enlightenment and the rise of scientific materialism. Wilbur explained that if something could not be described or studied by objective empirical methods, then it was not real. All understanding had to be objective, and all reality began to resemble a heap of things without subjects, without consciousness, without essence, without ethics, without value, without anything internal, and without depth. Even Albert Einstein recognized the limits of his extraordinary discoveries. He once wrote, "We can describe everything scientifically, but it would make no sense. It would be meaningless, like describing a Beethoven symphony by interpreting sound waves." The constantly expanding understanding of the external world brings us to the present. But without deep self-understanding and a clear grasp of the needs that must be met, we will remain ill-equipped to confront greater challenges. Fortunately, there is a way out of this problem. It stems from self-awareness. As Daniel Goleman wrote, inspired by psychoanalyst A.D. Ling, the scope of our thoughts and actions is limited by what we are not aware of. And because we are not aware that we are not aware of it, we can do very little to change until we realize how our inattention has shaped our thoughts and actions. The inability to connect actions with inevitable consequences often occurs in our daily lives. We start working with clients by asking them to take an energy audit and ask them questions like these. How well do you eat, exercise regularly, and get enough sleep? Do you feel expectant and excited to go to work in the morning? Do you focus on the most important, high-priority tasks? And do you feel you have worked as effectively as possible? Are you driven by a clear work purpose, a higher purpose beyond personal gain? Do you energize and inspire the people you lead and manage? In most cases, our clients feel uncomfortable and dissatisfied with their own answers. They feel this way not because they discovered something they didn't know, but because of the discomfort of realizing they hadn't bothered to connect the dots in their lives to see the big picture and bring things together, as well as from their self-deprecating assessments. The same applies to leaders. Over the past decade, we have asked hundreds of leaders this question: do you think your employees would perform better if they were healthier and happier? They almost always answer yes. Then we ask another question: does your organization regularly invest in everyone's health and happiness? The answer is almost always no. In both sets of questions for individuals and leaders, our goal is to create discomfort. When people start connecting the dots, the big picture is rarely pretty. Most of us work overtime and are constantly driven by a sense of urgency. We take on many demands at once but don't feel we dedicate enough time to the most important tasks. So, when we get home in the evening, we can only give our meager remaining energy to our families. We spend too little time thinking strategically and long-term, too little time taking care of ourselves, and too little time enjoying life. In many cases, the 30 minutes clients invest in answering our questions is the first time they pause long enough to consider the pros and cons of the choices they are making. We conclude this exercise by asking them to ponder the question: is your life worth the price you are paying? Richer, deeper, more thoughtful. Years ago, I met an executive at a large corporation, in his 50s, to discuss the increasing job demands weighing on his company's consultants, particularly the extensive travel and overtime requirements. The executive, let's call him Carl, began by enthusiastically detailing the strategy he had developed to make his travel easier. Arriving at the airport on time, choosing the best hotels and restaurants, and his secret to attending 2 meetings in different cities within a single day. I could see he invested a lot in his work, but Carl was also quite overweight. During our conversation, Carl admitted he rarely exercised or skipped meals, often overeating and almost never getting enough sleep. He also rarely spent more than 1 day at home in any given work week. On that particular afternoon, he happened to be flying home a day earlier than usual to take his daughter to college, as she was enrolling that week. What does your family think about your travel schedule? I asked. Carl paused, then began to answer, but his voice choked and tears welled up in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, just before his daughter left home, Carl realized the price he was paying, a price he had never allowed himself to feel before. 2 weeks later, Carl stood in a large conference room, watching his company's CEO deliver a welcome speech to hundreds of employees. This charismatic man, let's call him Bill, proud of the hundreds of thousands of miles he flew each year. Bill began his speech by recounting how he had returned early from an overseas business trip a few days prior, arriving home at 4:00 a.m. It was pitch black outside. I could have gone home to sleep, shower, and change. Bill recounted cheerfully. But I realized this was a great opportunity to go straight to the office and spend a few hours working undisturbed before anyone else arrived. And that's exactly what I did. Carl was also influenced by that work culture, and he was almost oblivious to the consequences, just like his CEO. What Bill didn't realize was that he could have renewed his energy by getting a few more hours of sleep, eating breakfast at home, or talking to his wife and children after being away for a week. He also didn't consider that with a little more rest, he could have been more alert, more creative, more effective at work, and inspired others when he arrived. Ultimately, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Bill's story sent a message to his employees. The path to success at this company was to emulate his example, even if it meant exhaustion and disconnection from others for the sake of work. As CEO of the accounting firm KPMG, Jim O'Kelly lived much like Bill. O'Kelly wrote, "My schedule grew increasingly packed over the next 18 months. I was constantly traveling hundreds of miles an hour, working nonstop, including weekends. Many days I worked late into the night. I missed almost all of my daughter's school events. My annual travel schedule was roughly 150,000 miles. In over a decade at this company, I managed to have lunch with my wife a grand total of 2 times. In 2004, at age 44, O'Kelly was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. In the final months of his life, he wrote a book titled Chasing Daylight, reflecting on his life. He asked himself, what if I hadn't worked so hard? What if, besides just focusing on doing my job well, I had used my position to be an example of balance? Who knows, maybe by having more time for my family, I could have also focused better at work, been more creative, more effective. But I didn't. For years, I didn't pay attention. It wasn't until I faced the final stages of an incurable brain tumor that I began to see things from this perspective. O'Kelly passed away not long after writing these words. The limitations of many people we meet begin with a lack of awareness, the inability to see the consequences of the choices they make in their own lives and the lives of those they care about most. It has almost become an axiom that the more continuously we work, the less capable we are of recognizing our true emotions. Awareness has many facets. We often ask clients to view problems from 3 perspectives. How long do you maintain your perspective? How broad is your vision? And most importantly, how deeply are you willing to see? A longer vision requires us to transcend our instinct to focus on immediate gratification. A broader vision means regularly looking beyond narrow self-interest to consider the impact of our daily actions on others. A deeper vision demands the ability to observe ourselves with unwavering honesty. Awareness enhances our understanding, and understanding makes us better. The more willing we are to confront, the larger our world becomes. Learning to observe emotions as they arise, instead of expressing them outwardly, allows us to think more and be more proactive in choosing how we want to present ourselves to the world. Each of us has an infinite capacity for self-deception. We become increasingly skilled at lying about the truth because it makes us feel more comfortable. Carol Tavris and Elliot Aronson, in their excellent book, Mistakes Were Made But Not By Me, wrote, "Our efforts at self-justification are born from the need to feel good about what we've done, what we believe, and who we are." They added, "Being human, everyone makes mistakes, but people can choose to hide or accept those mistakes." We are always told we must learn from our mistakes, but how can we learn if we don't admit we've made them? Or, as psychologist Sandra Snyder once said, self-deception is a manifestation of an unwillingness to confront reality. It relies on a selective processing of information. The fear of confronting ourselves prevents us from seeing ourselves honestly. Denying reality creates a vicious cycle. Psychologist Roy Baumeister wrote, "Each violation of norms has a negative effect, making self-awareness more unpleasant. Avoiding behavioral self-control sets the stage for further transgressions. The longer this continues, the more uncomfortable it becomes to control one's behavior, because at that point one would have to acknowledge too many transgressions. Instead, we squander energy rationalizing, minimizing, and justifying our pragmatic behaviors." A notable example is in the recent financial crisis, where no major player dared to take responsibility for their disastrous decisions. Philosopher Thomas Carlyle once said, "The greatest mistake is to not realize that you are making any." Conversely, being willing to take responsibility for our mistakes and weaknesses frees up energy to learn, grow, and bring value to ourselves. Embracing opposites. Above all, to see more, we must reject less. We often tend to choose one side as right or wrong, good or bad, black or white, winner or loser. Such clarity makes us feel safer, especially when facing anxiety and change. But the consequence is that we create a narrower, two-sided world for ourselves, while the world around us becomes increasingly complex. By embracing opposites and becoming comfortable with paradoxes, we can build a richer and deeper life. This is especially important for leaders, who must weigh multiple perspectives, balance conflicting priorities, serve influential people, and make decisions on issues with no easy answers. "I'm not showing off," George Bush often added to his boasts, but showing off is precisely what we need now more than ever. Being willing to recognize ambiguous shades, grapple with paradoxes, acknowledge ambiguity, make subtle distinctions, and resist premature decisions. "Do I contradict myself?" Walt Whitman once asked in Song of Myself. "Very well then, I contradict myself. I am large, I contain multitudes." Just think for a moment about the following qualities: extroverted, introverted, decisive, open-minded, confident, humble, logical, intuitive, calculated, tactical, reflexive, pragmatic, visionary, resigned, honest, compassionate, courageous, wise, resilient, flexible, conservative, empathetic. Which qualities do you value in each pair? Circle your choices before you read on. Do you wonder why most of us tend to choose one side when comparing these qualities, valuing one trait more than its opposite? Many companies emphasize the qualities on the left far more than those on the right. But by emphasizing one set of qualities and devaluing others, we lose access to essential aspects of ourselves and of others. Many organizations build leadership training programs based on competency models, a list of essential skills they want a leader to possess. More of the qualities in the left column appear in these competency models than in the right column. We have never seen a leadership model that recognizes the value of being able to flexibly apply the opposing qualities we need to live and work at our best. In direct contrast to the competency models of the last century, the Gallup organization began to focus on something called strengths-based leadership. Gallup's premise is that we perform better when we cultivate our inherent strengths rather than trying to fix weaknesses. That's an appealing concept, but it also has limitations. Anders Ericsson and his colleagues' research clearly showed that excellence depends largely on deliberate practice, not innate talent. With proper practice, we can develop almost all skills. A deeper limitation of the strengths-focused view presented by Gallup is its classical, one-sided choice. That policy led to similar mistaken choices as those made by competency model adherents who focused only on fixing weaknesses. Both approaches are incomplete. On the one hand, fixing weaknesses is more demanding and often more discouraging than developing one's strengths. The truth is, we are more effective when we do what we want and what we do best. On the other hand, focusing only on strengths also has its problems. Philosopher Roger Scruton explained, "There is always an optimal value. Anything beyond that value is harmful, including oxygen, sleep, psychotherapy, or philosophy." The Stoic philosophers called this paradox anakaletheia, the mutual interdependence of virtues. They argued that virtue itself is a kind of virtue, and even the noblest virtues have their limits. Honesty without compassion becomes cruelty. Perseverance without flexibility becomes rigidity. Confidence without humility is arrogance. Courage without prudence is recklessness. Because all qualities are interconnected, any strength, when abused, becomes a burden. Deep breathing is good, but only if you can exhale a similar amount of air to what you inhale. Even satisfaction and pain are related. Stepping out of your comfort zone is uncomfortable, but it's the only way we can learn and grow, eventually performing better and enjoying a sense of fulfillment. This understanding has ancient roots in Chinese philosophy. Yin and yang represent opposing forces that are actually interdependent and part of a larger whole. Sengsan, an early Zen patriarch, said, "If you want the truth to stand clear before you, never be for or against. The struggle between for and against is the mind's worst disease." We create the highest value not by focusing solely on strengths or ignoring weaknesses, but by paying attention to both. The where is less important than how we apply it and question ourselves. Psychologist James Hillman once wrote, "Loving oneself is not easy because loving oneself means loving all of oneself, including the dark, inferior, and socially unacceptable parts. Caring for these shameful parts is also the remedy, but morality must never be lost. Therefore, the remedy itself is a paradox that requires two elements: the moral acknowledgement that those parts of us are burdens, unacceptable, and must change, and simultaneously, a loving, joyful acceptance of those parts as part of oneself. Both striving and letting go, both severe judgment and joyful acceptance. By embracing this self-acceptance, we are free to understand the obstacles we face and develop the capabilities needed to perform at our best. Action Steps Chapter 2, ***. 1. Access the website www.energymgmt.com and take the energy audit to see how effectively you are managing your energy for the 4 key elements. 2. Identify specific behaviors that are primarily hindering your work performance and satisfaction. Why haven't you recognized and addressed this problem before? 3. Start a journal * to build your awareness of your emotions at different times of the day. Choose 1 or 2 specific times each day to check in with yourself. Tracking your emotions allows us to be more proactive in our actions and more effective in other aspects. How do you feel right now? Can you identify why? 4. A strength used too much becomes a weakness. List your 3 strongest points on paper. Leave space to write under each strength. Identify how you typically behave when you overuse a strength. Ask a colleague at work how much you tend to overuse one of the strengths you identified. Chapter 3. We always live by habit. Mental strength and discipline are often overestimated. That's why we struggle with changing habits, even when the need for change is clear and our desire to change is strong. Often, that's still not enough. Consider the following. 95% of people who lose weight through dieting regain it, and most of them gain back more than they initially lost. Even after a heart attack, only 1 in 7 patients make long-term changes to their diet or exercise routine. 25% abandon their New Year's resolutions after just 1 week. 60% give up within 6 months. The average person makes their New Year's resolutions about 10 times without success. 70% of organizational change initiatives ultimately fail. Despite countless evidence that our efforts rarely yield good results, we still try to fix what's wrong in our own lives, in the lives of others, and in organizational issues. We can absolutely create lasting change, but it depends less on our conscious will and more on compromising with the primitive part of the brain where habits are formed. No one has illustrated the limits of mental strength more subtly and convincingly than Roy Baumeister, who has dedicated most of his career to studying self-control. In 1998, Baumeister and colleagues conducted a study in which participants were invited into a room and told they would participate in a taste perception experiment. These subjects had not eaten for several hours and were quite hungry. As they sat down, the research team brought out a plate full of warm, fragrant chocolate chip cookies and a plate of radishes. Half the participants were invited to eat at least 2 to 3 cookies, but no radishes. The other half were invited to eat 2 to 3 radishes, but no cookies. The research team left the room shortly after. Ultimately, no one broke the rules, although many who ate radishes stared at the chocolate cookies. 5 minutes later, a researcher returned and asked the participants to complete a puzzle game. The puzzle game was rigged so that players could not win. The researchers wanted to know how long these people would persist before giving up. The results showed that the group who ate cookies struggled for about 19 minutes, while the group who ate radishes only lasted just over 8 minutes. Explaining this, Baumeister suggested that those who ate radishes had used up their mental strength, resisting the urge to eat cookies, so they no longer had enough energy to persevere with the puzzle. Baumeister and his colleagues concluded that the act of choosing uses up a limited resource similar to the resource used for self-control. In short, each of us has a reservoir of mental strength and discipline. This reservoir depletes when we engage in any deliberate act of restraint, whether it's resisting the urge to eat cookies, solving a puzzle, or anything else that requires effort. Baumeister wrote, "The implication is that various forms of self-restraint draw on the same limited resource or capacity for self-control. This source of strength is quite limited and can deplete quickly." This finding helps explain why diets often fail. In another series of experiments, dieters who were offered tempting foods found it very easy to abandon their diets. Dieting creates a constant need for self-restraint. So, it's no surprise that dieters perform less effectively than non-dieters in tasks requiring careful concentration. A series of studies has shown that uncontrolled stress in any behavior, for example, frustration when dealing with government bureaucracy, leads to failure in other aspects of self-control, such as dieting or smoking. Similarly, prolonged fasting, sleep deprivation, or distraction by uncontrollable noise gradually depletes one's reservoir of self-control, leading to reduced effectiveness in assigned tasks. Baumeister's strength model of self-control theory operates like a muscle when we train for endurance. Under continuous pressure, muscles lose strength until they can no longer endure. If we have to rely on mental strength to maintain new activities, there's a high probability we will fail. Hidden within this result is a clue to the solution. If self-control functions like a muscle, then repeatedly confronting pressure and then fully recovering can help strengthen it. This is precisely what happened to the best violinists in Ericsson's study. During practice, the violinists endured intense pressure for no more than 90 minutes per session. After 90 minutes, they began to rest. They couldn't practice longer, but they practiced better during that limited time with the highest level of concentration. As a result, they gradually became better artists. Just as you get stronger by lifting weights regularly and combining it with appropriate rest. But if willpower and discipline aren't enough to create lasting change, why could top violinists maintain such intense and regular practice, while lesser players couldn't? The answer is that they didn't rely solely on mental strength. They also succeeded due to the invisible pull of the habits they had built. The unacceptable automaticity of human beings, asterisk for better or worse, we humans are deeply habit-driven creatures. Up to 95% of our actions are habits, whether unconscious or reflexive responses to external stimuli. We operate under the control of automatic processes in the primitive parts of our brains more than the complex conscious system of the prefrontal cortex. In short, we think we control our lives, but often that's not the case. For example, humans evolved to seek pleasure and avoid pain. Historian John Gray explained, "Humans are like all other animals. It is undeniable that we excel in creation and destruction, but we live like other species in how we use resources for survival and reproduction." For thousands of years, avoiding pain was crucial for survival in a world full of dangerous predators. Instead of displaying that trait in the future, we respond immediately to present needs. When we encounter food, we eat as much as we can, at least because we don't know when we'll find food again. Storing food in the body for later is a survival behavior, and this behavior still exists in animals. For most modern humans, it's just a recipe for weight gain. Nevertheless, the instinct to continue eating after being full is still coded within us. David Kessler, former commissioner of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, argued, "We must doubt our own brains. We must realize that our brain is a machine, and it will tempt us to do things that were very effective in our evolutionary past, but are now completely out of control." Similarly, enduring short-term discomfort to reap greater rewards in the future requires us to overcome the primitive instinct to always seek immediate gratification. This challenge exists in our daily lives in almost every aspect. The temptation to indulge in food, alcohol, and sex, skipping daily exercise, conditioned reflexes upon hearing an email notification instead of maintaining focus on a difficult task, the tendency to lose temper, get annoyed, and even angry to pressure others into action. Ironically, self-restraint efforts often fail because we rely too heavily on the prefrontal cortex, where our cognitive abilities are at their peak. We are often better off replacing bad habits built in the primitive parts of the brain with more positive actions. Good, intentional habits gradually become automatic over time. The more and more often these behaviors are repeated, the easier they become without conscious mental effort and with less energy. The less mental strength we have to use for work, the more effective we become. In 1911, mathematician Alfred North Whitehead anticipated what, almost a century later, scientific researchers confirmed to be true. It is a profoundly erroneous truism, repeated by all copybooks and by eminent people when they are making speeches, that we should cultivate the habit of thinking about what we are doing. The precise opposite is the case. Civilization advances by extending the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking about them. All excellent performers we've met, musicians, cardiac surgeons, dancers, FBI agents, athletes, and leaders, understand the power of turning crucial, key activities into habits. This is especially valuable under pressure because fear will paralyze you if your skills aren't solid enough. This self-consciousness affects the ability to perform complex tasks. Baumeister explained, focusing on internal developmental processes and how cognition performs tasks is often problematic for highly skilled individuals. Increased focus only hinders the automatic execution of well-practiced reflexes. For example, if you play golf or tennis, you know that thinking too much about how you should swing the club or racket will make your play stiff. Most actions we consider natural contain a significant degree of automaticity. Psychologists Ellen Langer and Stephen J. Lynn explained, even when performing creative processes like writing an article, speaking spontaneously, or driving to an unfamiliar location, actions and movements are habitual reflexes. This automatic reflex is characterized by the speed and fluidity of execution. There simply isn't enough time to consciously make decisions before initiating each response. Or, as psychologist and philosopher William James said, consciousness dissociates from all processes that do not require it. John Bargh, a leading researcher in the phenomenon of automaticity, took our understanding to a new level. He wrote in a provocative article titled "The Unbearable Automaticity of Being" that most brief psychological moments in life occur unconsciously. In Bargh's view, we are most effective when we use our limited capacity for conscious self-regulation selectively for tasks requiring complex thought and creativity. Similarly, Erickson argued that one of the values of mastering basic skills is freeing up cognitive resources for other, more important functions. Consider great jazz musicians. Their improvisational ability stems from a rich and deep foundation of basic music that has long become automatic and natural to them. Only do what you can handle. The first key to building habits is to establish only 1 or 2 habits at a time, based on the limits of our mental strength. The reason is quite clear. It's more sensible to invest a limited amount of mental energy in building one sustainable habit than to fragment that energy across many new actions, which increases the likelihood of failure. In most cases, starting small and building success incrementally is a sound strategy. For example, if you are sedentary, building a habit of walking 15 minutes 3 days a week is more likely to succeed than trying to run 3 miles 5 days a week. Success also tends to be self-reinforcing. If you're used to walking 3 days a week, adding another day to your routine is minor. Then gradually add 2 or 3 days, and eventually, you might start running instead of walking. According to conventional wisdom, it takes 20 to 30 days to establish a new habit. We haven't found any reliable research to support this notion. In our experience, the time it takes to form a new habit depends on its complexity, your motivation, and the frequency of practice. Forming a habit can take anywhere from a few weeks to many months. Nevertheless, we can still develop many habits in a year, one at a time. Precision and specificity. The second, and perhaps most important, key to habit formation is precision and specificity. Researchers of automaticity have discovered the power of something they call implementation intentions. In one study, a group of students was asked to write a report during their vacation describing exactly what they did during Christmas. Half the students were thoroughly questioned about the time and place they would write the report. The other half received no specific instructions. Only 1/3 of the undirected group completed the report, while over 3/4 of the group asked to specify the exact time and place completed it on time. In another study, when procrastinators were given a precise deadline to complete a task, they were 8 times more likely to complete it. In a third study, one group of subjects was asked to exercise for at least 20 minutes in the following week. This was not a difficult challenge, but based on this vague request alone, only 29% of the group complied. A second group was given the same challenge, but with additional details about how exercise reduces the risk of heart disease to motivate them. The compliance rate modestly increased to 39%. The third group was asked to commit to exercising at a specific time on a specific day in a specific location. For this group, the number of compliers more than doubled, reaching 91%. By precisely defining the time of an action, we minimize the energy needed to complete that activity. Often, when we commit to forming a new habit, such as exercising, we don't realize that if we don't set a specific time to practice, we will never exercise. This is partly because of other habits we're accustomed to doing at that time, or simply because there's a more comfortable and easier habit for us to fall back on. Whenever we have to think about whether or not to do something, or when we face temptations and other things that can sway us from our path, we deplete our limited reservoir of mental strength and discipline. If you have to actively think about something for a long time, chances are you won't stick with it long term. Exercise is a prime example. Try asking people who exercise regularly at precise times of the day if they have to use much mental strength to achieve that level of activity. The answer will almost always be no. The clearest evidence that a habit has become ingrained in our subconscious is the urge to do it, rather than having to force ourselves. On days I don't exercise, I feel terrible, is what clients often tell us. The harder a habit is to form physically, mentally, or emotionally, the more precise we need to be in executing that habit. Robert, a senior executive at a major consumer goods company, developed a habit of setting aside an hour each week for creative and strategic thinking. His job demands were so rigorous that without this habit, he couldn't touch the parts of his work he considered important and capable of developing meaningful value. Initially, Robert didn't specify a precise time for this habit. If he was about to brainstorm and suddenly received a call or had to write an email, he would prioritize those tasks. Soon, the time he dedicated to his habit kept getting pushed back until one day he found a reason to justify not doing it. He told himself, "I don't really have enough time today to do it properly, so I'll just postpone it." That's when he realized something was wrong. The temptation of urgent tasks, coupled with the pull of old habits, overwhelmed him. The solution we helped Robert realize was not to delay at the start of a new habit. If a call or a meeting in his office ran over, he had to tell the other person, "Listen, I'm sorry, but I have another appointment. We'll continue this later." Gradually, he began to set expectations for others. When he started something that might affect his brainstorming time, he would tell colleagues directly that he had to stop to do another task. Once Robert established his schedule, he realized that things somehow always got done. It was like an inverse Parkinson's law. Work not only expands to fill the time allotted to it, but can also contract to fit that time. Inspired by setting precise time limits, Robert then developed a second habit. He reduced the duration of most meetings from 1 hour to 30 minutes, and he also informed participants that his meetings would start and end exactly on time. Robert excitedly told me, "The results were astonishing. No more wasted time. We got straight to the issues, and everyone was happy knowing they wouldn't have to wait around or be held late after the meeting. We were more focused and accomplished more in meetings in half the time." What we resist persists. The third key to habit formation is to focus on what we do rather than what we constantly try to resist. For example, a diet is much more effective when you pre-select what you will eat rather than just trying to resist tempting foods all day. The power of a habit lies partly in its being a clearly defined, affirmative action. Baumeister's chocolate chip cookie study showed that trying not to do something depletes our limited mental energy. Baumeister said, "Avoiding temptation is easier and more effective than resisting it." Many of our clients buy healthy snacks to keep in their drawers and eat at specific times. This way, they don't feel hungry when encountering food in the office or passing a vending machine full of tempting, sugary, salty snacks. Psychologist Peter Gallwitzer, who researches the power of implementation intentions, explained, "It's important to protect the goal you're pursuing from temptations. Making a decision beforehand helps you protect your goal from temptations, bad habits, or other competing goals." Or, as David Perlmutter, professor and researcher at the University of California, San Francisco, said, "If you walk into a new day without a plan, you will face whatever comes your way. If you have a plan, you won't let things that aren't part of the plan get in your way." The same rules apply to other, more complex actions. For example, imagine your goal is to be more patient with others and not interrupt them. If you only treat that as an intention, something you won't do anymore, it's almost certain to lead you back to your old habits and doing exactly what you used to do. Instead, create a positive habit, such as taking a deep breath whenever you feel you're about to interrupt a colleague. This creates an alternative action that can become automatic over time. It can sometimes be seen as an if-then action, like, if situation X occurs, then I will respond with Y, Gallwitzer concluded. By creating such intentions, people can strategically shift from using active, effortful actions to automatic reflexes when situations occur. What do you want, and what will you do to avoid it? The fourth, and perhaps most paradoxical, key to building habits is to anticipate the obstacles we will face. Developmental psychologist William Perry humorously said, "When someone comes to me for help, I listen very carefully and ask myself, what does this person really want, and what will they do to avoid it?" Homeostasis, a term derived from Greek meaning standing still, allows us biologically to maintain a stable internal environment despite obstacles ranging from viruses to temperature changes. Our automatic internal processes support this function, but they also help explain why we resist change. We find security in doing what we've always done, even when it's ineffective or potentially harmful to us in the long run. Smoking, overeating, excessive control, and constantly checking emails are ways we reduce anxiety in the short term. These habits make us feel comfortable and relieved. If those habits are helping us get through many days and nights, we won't easily give them up, even if we are aware that they are costly and can lead to long-term disorders. Harvard scholars Robert Kegan and Lisa Lahey, influenced in part by their teacher William Perry, pioneered the concept of immunity to change. Working with many individuals and organizations, they demonstrated that even the strongest commitments to change are always counterbalanced by an equally strong, but often invisible, commitment against change. They ask the question, what is the often unconscious commitment we make to maintain the status quo and prevent what we say we want from happening, because we fear confronting the subsequent outcome? For example, imagine you constantly feel distracted and rushed in your life, a complaint we hear so often in organizations that it has almost become a global mantra. Your first commitment is to consistently invest your time and full attention in what matters most to you. The next step, as Kegan and Lahey point out, is to ask yourself, what am I doing or not doing that undermines that commitment? The answer might include constantly checking emails, trying to multitask, interrupting others mid-sentence, and failing to decide beforehand what tasks will deliver the most value. The third step is to ask yourself, what competing commitments am I pursuing here? The answer, in this case, might include a desire to feel on top of things, in control, productive, and perhaps even to avoid particularly difficult tasks for as long as possible. The final step is to identify what Kegan and Lahey call the big assumption behind each competing commitment. By identifying these assumptions, they reveal what fears might arise if you pursued your initial commitment and changed your habits. In this case, the big assumptions might be, I'll be overwhelmed by accumulated work if I don't pay attention to it. People will make decisions without consulting me. I won't be able to meet clients. Or, I won't be able to focus and will feel like a failure. Because we are almost unable to recognize the inevitable fears associated with change, we often unconsciously sabotage our own efforts to change. Clarifying our competing commitments gives us an opportunity to assess whether the fears surrounding a particular change are truly valid. Often, they are not. For this reason, we often encourage clients to ask themselves a simple question. How can I form this habit, thereby enjoying its benefits, while minimizing the cost of confronting my fears? A culture of collaboration. The next key to successful habit formation is to leverage help from others. When you commit to another person that you will change a certain behavior, the level of accountability increases. Success rates significantly increase when we pair clients with a partner or even a group of 3 or 4 and ask them to check in with each other weekly to review results. The reason for this is not just that we want to keep our commitments to others, but also because those people help us see how we are succeeding on our own path. We receive positive reinforcement and feel our confidence bolstered when others recognize our achievements. When we first started this work, we focused primarily on helping individuals change. At that time, we paid little attention to organizations. As a result, our clients were often enthusiastic about building new habits, but upon returning to work, they found that their bosses and the workplace culture often resisted these changes. Perhaps no new habit poses more difficulty for organizations than habits focused on renewal. Despite strong evidence that intermittent rest helps increase work performance, the more, bigger, faster model is deeply ingrained in the culture of most businesses. The idea that time doing nothing is wasted time also persists. Currently, we work with senior leaders to develop organizational practices that support the work we do at the individual level, including encouraging regular breaks during work hours. People can succeed in forming habits regardless of external circumstances. But cultural change depends on decisions made by those at the top. Leaders must go beyond merely being supporters. Keegan and Lahey wrote in their research on organizations, reflecting our own experience. We cannot succeed if leaders simply allow us to participate in the work. If he or she is merely a sponsor for work led by outsiders, we need leaders who work alongside us as true partners. And when obstacles accumulate, as they almost certainly will, the leader themselves must be the one to help the team reignite their determination to see the journey through. Sustaining commitment. The final key to effective habit formation is not to let habits become so automatic that you can no longer discern if they still serve your original goals. This requires a delicate balance between awareness and automaticity, another combination of opposing forces. Without continuous self-awareness, there's a high risk that habits will gradually fade and become irrelevant. Honest self-assessment is the antidote to unintentional self-deception. Forming new habits can transform our behavior, but the instinct to resist change, the desire for immediate gratification, and the capacity for self-deception will never disappear. There will certainly be times when we stray and fall. As long as we are willing to shine a light on ourselves and take responsibility for our setbacks, we will have enough strength to continue learning and growing. Action Steps Chapter 3 1. Reflect on times when you successfully made a change in your life or formed a new habit. What made it easier to achieve? Now think about a change you tried but didn't succeed with. What was the difference between success and failure? 2. Identify a new habit you want to build in your life. Exactly what day and time can you start? We all know that people are more likely to succeed in making changes when they choose a precise time and have a specific schedule. What will you need to change to create that time? 3. When you think about starting a new habit, what will make it difficult for you to succeed? What will you have to give up? What are you afraid will hinder you? Consider potential obstacles. What can you do to increase your chances of success? Part 2, Physical Sustainability. Chapter 4, Feeling the Rhythm. All systems in our bodies vibrate rhythmically when we are healthy. Heart rate, brain waves, body temperature, blood pressure, hormone levels. Chronobiologist John Finnegan said, "It's reasonable to say that everything in our bodies works rhythmically until we can prove otherwise. Our most basic need is to use and restore energy. We inhale and exhale. We cannot just inhale or just exhale. We need to do both. And the deeper we breathe, the better we perform, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well." It seems we should be able to live in sync with our innate rhythm, but in reality, we don't. The more, bigger, faster culture forces us to expend more energy than we can restore in a frantic and almost hopeless attempt to keep up with ever-increasing demands. The chart on page 30 provides a simple illustration to help us understand the natural rhythm of optimal energy management at the physical level. The horizontal axis ranges from active healthy habits on the right, representing physical energy replenishment and recovery, to less healthy habits on the left. Under intense life demands, we are often forced to engage in activities on the left to quickly stimulate energy or to calm our emotions and relax. When we don't get enough sleep and work long hours continuously, we become more dependent on caffeine, sugar, low-carb options, and short-term stimulants to keep us going through the day. As demands pile up, the body's stress hormones adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol kick in, releasing another burst of quick, short-term energy. The cost is that cortisol is particularly toxic if it remains in the body for too long. It compromises the immune system and increases susceptibility to illness. When stress levels spike, accompanied by rising anxiety, we often start overeating, especially sugar and fats, in a misguided attempt to calm ourselves and feel better. Or, conversely, we may lose our appetite entirely, which only makes us more irritable and uncomfortable. When we return home, we feel physically exhausted, but this is actually due to mental and emotional stress. We turn not only to food, but also to alcohol to calm ourselves down. Too tired to interact with family, we resort to passive activities like watching TV, which numbs the body rather than truly refreshing or restoring our energy. When we try to force ourselves to sleep, we start replaying the day's events and the demands we'll face tomorrow. Often, we need medication to sleep. Too tired to exercise when we wake up, we often turn to caffeine, and the previous day's vicious cycle begins again. We squeeze ourselves into cars to commute to work, then sit at desks for hours. By working too long, too continuously, and sleeping too little, we deplete too much mental and emotional energy but have too little time to recover. Sitting too long and eating too much means we don't expend enough physical energy. As a result, we lose endurance and strength, gain weight, and become less agile. A healthy rhythm is what we need. Think for a moment about the Indianapolis 500 race. The winner is not the fastest, longest, or most continuous driver. The winner is the driver who drives at the highest speed on the track, but also knows how to utilize effective pit stops for refueling, tire changes, repairs, and technical adjustments. Maintenance and refueling are integral to winning the race. This is because the higher the demands, the greater the need for frequent and adequate recovery. This is true not just for racing, but for humans too. We are more complex than any machine and have more moving parts. Many of us pay more attention to maintaining and refueling our cars than to taking care of ourselves. When life's demands increase, we often push ourselves harder and force ourselves to work more, rather than resting more frequently. Jennifer Ackerman wrote in her book, Sex, Sleep, Eat, Drink, Dream, that we often ignore our internal rhythms. We only vividly perceive them when we abuse them during shifts, when jet-lagged, or when adjusting to daylight saving time. In short, we are designed to pulsate, but we increasingly choose a linear life, expending too much energy continuously and recovering too little. Listen to Caleb's story, an accountant whose typical working style mirrored that of many of our clients before we started working with them. Caleb's job demands were high, but between January and April, during the busy tax season, he shifted into overdrive. His workday could stretch to 15-16 hours, and he rarely got a full day off. Caleb liked to arrive at the office early, never later than 7:30 a.m., to take advantage of the quiet time before the office got busy and demands piled up. His commute to the office, when traffic wasn't an issue, took an hour, so he usually woke up at 5:30 a.m., showered, dressed, and left the house before 6:15 a.m. Neither his wife nor his 2 children woke up that early, so instead of eating breakfast alone, Caleb often skipped it. He said, "Usually I'm not hungry then." Instead of breakfast, he would grab a grand latte at the Starbucks next to the company headquarters when he got to the office. Although he wanted to exercise before work, Caleb was a competitive athlete in high school, and college he couldn't imagine waking up any earlier. Evening workouts were also out. By the time he got home, even early, he was too exhausted to think about exercising. A martini or a glass of wine sounded much more appealing. After tax season, Caleb tried to exercise on weekends or play basketball at a nearby park. Even those activities made him feel a little guilty because he'd had so little time for his children during the week. Besides his responsibilities to his main client, a hedge fund, Caleb also managed a team of over a dozen other accountants. Caleb's day consisted of long hours in front of the computer, followed by extended meetings often scheduled back-to-back with no breaks. Around 10:00 a.m., he would start to feel hungry and order a second coffee with a muffin or a bagel. Caleb rarely left his desk for lunch. He usually ordered food in or quickly ran down to the company cafeteria and grabbed something to eat back at his desk. Almost every day, someone in the office would bring in some pastries or cookies. To regain energy in the afternoon, Caleb would typically have some sweets with another cup of coffee. During busy season, it was not unusual for his team to order pizza 3 nights in a row, simply because it was the easiest and fastest solution. After the busy season, Caleb usually got home between 8:00 and 8:30 p.m. and tried to go to bed around 11:00 p.m. During busy season, he almost never got home before 11:00 p.m. and often not until midnight. Although always exhausted after such nights, he would often toss and turn for an hour in bed before falling asleep. "I'm used to sleeping little," he said. By our definition, Caleb's life had very little fluctuation. From the moment Caleb arrived at work until he left the office in the evening, he continuously expended mental and emotional energy. Physically, he was almost completely inactive, sitting while driving, sitting at his desk, sitting in meetings, and lounging on the couch at home, which is often where he would doze off and stay asleep for the night. He ate erratically and relied on energy boosts from caffeine and sugar, which were staple components of his diet, especially when he felt rushed or pressured. Our primary goal for clients is to build a physical foundation so they can perform at their best, because when they deceive themselves about their physical condition, they try to work at high intensity with low fuel and often no fuel at all. They don't realize that how they treat their bodies each day directly affects their emotions, thoughts, and how they work. Taking good care of yourself won't automatically make you a high performer. It's just one piece of a more complex puzzle. But if you don't take care of yourself, you certainly cannot perform at your best. John Wurr, 45, president of Sony Pictures Entertainment's television division, like many people we work with, proactively created a balanced lifestyle for himself. He goes to bed no later than 10:00 p.m. and always gets at least 7 hours of sleep. He confided, "If I sleep less, I usually don't feel well the next day. In the past, there were times when I couldn't turn off my mind. I'd only get 4 to 5 hours of sleep and then start the grind for the next day. But I knew I was only working at 70% capacity. Today, Wurr wakes up at 5:00 a.m. before his wife and children. He said, "That's my time. During that time, I take care of myself and prepare my energy for the day ahead." By 5:30 a.m., he's at the Sony gym, alternating between weights and cardio for 1.5 hours. He explained, "Morning workouts are my foundation. I thrive on the positive energy I get from exercising. It's how I kickstart my day. After working out, I can focus on everything: clients, transactions, my company, and my employees. When someone comes to me with a smile, looking healthy, happy, and confident, I feel uplifted, and that person lights up the room. I try to be just as positive when I walk into the office. Enough sleep and exercise give me good energy, and people respond to that energy very clearly. They are energized by it themselves." Wurr is also trying to build a habit of 2 20-minute meditation sessions during the workday. He explained, "I've long known that I can accomplish more through meditation. I treat people better, focus more, and work more effectively. My assistant treats it like a meeting, and no one is allowed to disturb me." Wurr rarely misses his morning meditation, but in the afternoon, due to work demands that arise during the day, he only meditates for half the time as in the morning. He said, "When I can't meditate, I wish I could because I feel 100% better when I do. And I always feel calmer and more productive for the rest of the day." Wurr is also a selective eater, focusing on foods that provide sustained energy, primarily protein and complex carbohydrates. When we met him for his first consultation, he brought a jar of peanut butter to ensure a sustained energy supply. Wurr explained, "People have a million different excuses for not eating healthy or skipping meals. It's crazy to think that healthy food is always available to you 24/7. I think about where I'm going and what I'll eat during the day. It's no different than getting in the car to drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas and having to think ahead about where to stop for gas. If you don't prepare, when you run out of gas, you'll feel like you're stranded in a deserted area." We encourage our clients to prepare food in advance for situations where they are unsure if they'll find food, especially when traveling and at airports, where fast food abounds. Wurr's solution when traveling is to pack almonds, fruit, or even protein powder that can be mixed with water anywhere. The final way Wurr ensures a balance between energy expenditure and recovery is by getting home early enough to spend time with his family. Because Wurr has intense focus, he can accomplish a lot of work during office hours. He almost never takes work home or checks emails at home. Instead, He dedicates the time from when he gets home until he goes to bed to his wife and 2 children. He said, "I have time for myself in the morning, and the evening is for my family." The truth is, I need time for myself and time for them. I feel re-energized during those moments. We're intuitively discovered what we need to work systematically. We are more effective at work when we regularly renew ourselves, and we perform at our best when we moderate and vary different types of rest, from active exercise or socializing to passive meditation and sleep. Action Steps Chapter 4, *. 1. Review the recovery chart. How well are you managing your physical energy? Do you spend more time on the right or left side of the chart? 2. Think about how you cope with high job demands. Do you try harder, eat more and worse, sleep and exercise less? Do you work for long, uninterrupted hours? Each of these actions is a linear behavior. We perform best when we undulate. What can you do to create a better balance between expending and restoring energy during the day? 3. Identify what you are doing to restore or replenish your energy during work hours. Based on what you've learned in this chapter, what can you do to ensure you engage in both active and passive forms of energy recovery during the day? Chapter 5, Sleep or Die. If physical energy is the foundation for all aspects of energy, then sleep is the bedrock of physical energy. Circadian rhythm is a biological process that occurs in 24-hour cycles within the body. We are genetically programmed to be awake during the day and sleep at night. We function best physically, psychologically, emotionally, and mentally when we follow that rhythm. For example, the hormone melatonin, which causes drowsiness, is almost absent during the day and reaches its peak effect between 11:00 p.m. and 3:00 a.m. The same is true for our body temperature, which is lowest at midnight and highest in the morning. We challenge our circadian rhythm when we risk working at night, traveling across time zones, or not getting enough sleep. Consequences include severe exhaustion, reduced cognitive ability, emotional instability, decreased work efficiency, and increased susceptibility to illness. We believe no single action impacts performance more than sleep. In a series of famous studies, Alan Rich-Chaffin and colleagues at the University of Chicago conducted an experiment that subjected a group of rats to a hellish challenge, systematically depriving them of sleep. Within days, the rats began to eat more, possibly trying to compensate for their lack of sleep. In less than a week, the rats lost the ability to control their body temperature, started losing fur, and developed lesions on their bodies that they couldn't recover from. After about 17 to 20 days, they died. William Dement, a leading sleep researcher, argues that sleep may be even more important to us than food, exercise, and even genetics. For humans, the record for continuous wakefulness is under 19 days in a rocking chair competition. For the winner, lasting longer than his competitors was a bittersweet experience. By the end, he was incoherent, his vision blurred, memory scrambled, unable to concentrate, experiencing hallucinations and delusions. Amnesty International points out that prolonged sleep deprivation is a form of torture and has been widely used as an interrogation method in both the wars in Iraq and Argentina. In his memoir, White Nights, former Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin vividly recounted his experience of sleep deprivation as a prisoner in a Soviet state security prison. In the head of an interrogated prisoner, a fog descends. The spirit drains to death. Legs tremble, and there is only one desire: to sleep. Anyone who has experienced it will understand that the desire for sleep is so strong that hunger cannot compare. Yet, sleep is also one of the first actions many of us are willing to sacrifice, under the mistaken assumption that doing so will make us more productive. Matthew Walker, director of the Sleep and Neuroimaging Laboratory at the University of California, Berkeley, said, "We always think we have to stay awake to work more. I think this is very wrong. In fact, if you get good sleep, you'll find you get more done than if you try to stay awake." So how much sleep do we need? The National Sleep Foundation recommends 7 to 9 hours. When researchers tested subjects in environments without clocks or windows and asked participants to sleep whenever they felt tired, 95% of participants, on average, slept 7 to 8 hours within a 24-hour period. Very few people can function well on less sleep. As Thomas Roth of the Henry Ford Hospital Sleep Disorders Research Center once said, the percentage of people who need less than 5 hours of sleep per night, when rounded to a whole number, is 0. It is estimated that the average American sleeps 6.5 hours per night, and that figure may even be an overestimate. In a study by Diane Lauderdale at the University of Chicago, 669 middle-aged adults reported sleeping an average of 7.5 hours per night. However, they also wore a wrist device that allowed researchers to accurately determine their sleep onset times. The average result turned out to be only 6.1 hours. From our own understanding, based on experience working with senior managers and leaders, many people only sleep 6 hours or less each night. Most of them say they don't need more sleep. Research strongly suggests the opposite. The reason is that sleep-deprived individuals often don't realize their own limitations. David Dinges, a sleep researcher at the University of Pennsylvania, explained, "It's easy to say, I've learned to live without much sleep. But when you put them in a laboratory, I don't see this adaptation." Charles Chasler, a renowned sleep and circadian rhythm researcher at Harvard Medical School, stated more bluntly, like a drunk person, a sleep-deprived person doesn't know how functionally impaired they truly are. Many people have forgotten what it feels like to wake up truly refreshed. Thomas Weyer, chief of the chronobiology section at the U.S. National Institute of Mental Health, took this argument to a higher level. Perhaps we, modern humans, have never truly understood what it means to be fully awake. Many studies of high achievers show they sleep more than us, not less. This was true for the top violinists in Anders Ericsson's study. They slept 1 hour more than the less accomplished violinists. According to Matthew Walker at the University of California, Berkeley, practice makes perfect isn't necessarily true, but sleep makes perfect is. 2 recent studies of athletes at Stanford University show a strong link between sleep duration and performance. In one study, members of a swim team maintained their sleep-wake times for 2 weeks, then increased their sleep to 10 hours a day for 6 to 7 weeks. With more sleep, they began reporting feeling more energized and improved mood. They also significantly improved their start times, turn times, sprint speed, and kick accuracy. The study leader, Sherry Ma of Stanford University's Sleep Disorders Clinic and Research Center, noted that while this study focused specifically on collegiate swimmers, the results are consistent with research data from other sports and suggest that athletes in all sports can benefit from additional sleep. In an earlier study, Ma conducted research on 6 members of the Stanford University basketball team. More sleep improved their quickness, mood, sprint speed, and shooting accuracy. Ma and colleagues observed similar significant improvements with athletes on Stanford's tennis, golf, cross-country, and track and field teams. Fatter, slower, and more dangerous. Irrefutable evidence shows that sleep deprivation puts pressure on almost all life activities, including work performance. In his book, Dreamland, Sleep and the 24/7 Society, Charles Chasler summarized 2 costs of sleep deprivation. It makes us less effective at work and makes driving more dangerous. It reduces quality of life and makes us more susceptible to illness. It also makes us less flexible in responding to problems and opportunities, less original, less cognitively diverse, and reduces our ability to generate new ideas. Most fundamentally, chronic sleep deprivation has negative effects on health. Many studies have shown that antibody levels plummet in people who sleep less than 7 to 8 hours per day. Van Cotter, a sleep researcher at the University of Chicago, found that subjects who slept 4 hours per night for 6 consecutive nights not only had reduced immune function, but also lost their ability to control blood sugar, putting them at risk for diabetes and consistently having high cortisol levels in their bodies, a cause of high blood pressure. The most remarkable finding in Van Cotter's study was that severe sleep deprivation significantly reduced levels of leptin, the hormone that controls satiety and helps regulate how much food we eat. Study subjects who slept 4 hours per night for 6 consecutive nights secreted 18% less leptin than those who slept 7 to 8 hours. Van Cotter and others believe these results will help link obesity and sleep habits. For example, a study of nearly 1,000 people showed that subjects who slept less than 5 hours per night had a 60% higher rate of obesity than those who slept more than 7 hours. The Harvard Nurses' Health Study, conducted on nearly 80,000 nurses over 25 years, showed a strong link between chronic sleep deprivation and an increased risk of disease, including breast cancer, colon cancer, and cardiovascular disease. Nurses who slept an average of 5 hours per night were twice as likely to develop cardiovascular disease as those who slept 6 hours, and those who slept 6 hours were more likely to get sick than those who slept 7 hours per day. Nurses in the same study who worked continuous night shifts for many years had a 60% higher risk of breast cancer than others. Many other studies have confirmed the link between night shift work and breast cancer. Researchers observe that the cause here is that working through the night prevents us from reaching the highest levels of melatonin, a hormone believed to inhibit tumor growth. At the cognitive level, we cannot think when we are tired. David Dinges found that subjects who slept less than 6 hours per night for 2 weeks showed signs of performance impairment, equivalent to experiencing 48 continuous hours of sleep deprivation. More remarkably, Charles Chasler at Harvard University found that sleeping an average of 4 hours for 5 consecutive days impairs memory, concentration, and speed of thought to a degree comparable to being intoxicated. Sleep not only helps restore cognitive abilities, but also supports learning. Although learning new knowledge only occurs when we are awake, there is evidence that we process, consolidate, and stabilize memories during sleep. In an interesting study, participants were asked to convert an 8-character number sequence into another sequence using 2 simple rules. The more comfortable they became with the sequence, the faster they worked. No one was told about a secret third rule that could provide a shortcut to solving the problem. 2 groups were instructed to work in the afternoon. One group slept for 8 hours immediately after the instruction. The second group stayed awake all night. A third group was instructed the next morning and stayed awake for 8 hours before taking the second test. The group that slept immediately after instruction discovered the hidden rule twice as often as the other 2 groups. Different types of learning occur during different stages of sleep. We sleep in 5 stages, progressing from shallow to deep as brain waves slow down, then speed up again as we approach waking, in 90-minute cycles. William Dement and Nathaniel Kleitman discovered this in 1957 when Kleitman named it the Basic Rest Activity Cycle. During slow-wave sleep SWS, the deepest stage of the 5 sleep cycles, we analyze and synthesize factual information, such as new languages or state capitals. The process of analyzing and assimilating more complex and emotionally related information typically occurs during rapid eye movement, REM sleep, the shallowest stage of the sleep cycle. REM plays a crucial role in consolidating motor skills, like typing or driving. Motor learning is often consolidated during the middle stages of sleep. Visual knowledge is processed during both SWS and REM. The practical implication of these findings is that uninterrupted 90-minute sleep cycles are vital not only for recovery, but also for optimizing learning abilities. Lack of sleep also negatively impacts work because it creates cognitive deficits and worsens our mood. Combined, these factors weaken our judgment, especially under pressure. Many of the most serious human-caused disasters over the past 50 years occurred in the middle of the night or were linked to sleep deprivation, or both. At the time the assistant captain steered the Exxon Valdez onto a coral reef shortly after midnight on March 24, 1989, he had slept less than 6 out of 48 hours. 11 million gallons of crude oil spilled into the ocean. NASA personnel responsible for managing the Challenger space shuttle had worked 24 hours straight before the shuttle launched, resulting in its explosion on January 28, 1986. On April 26 of the same year, a reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine at 1:23 a.m., releasing a large amount of radiation. At the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania, plant operators, working under high pressure in the middle of the night, made a series of errors and poor decisions that led to a meltdown starting at 4:00 a.m. on March 28, 1979. Similarly, less catastrophic accidents still occur in hospitals every night with terrifying frequency. A 2004 study on working hours, health, and safety, overseen by Charles Chasler and his research team, showed that medical interns working a 24-hour shift had a 36% higher error rate and 5 times more diagnostic errors than those working 16-hour shifts. Interns working 24 hours also had a 61% higher risk of injuring themselves with needles or scalpels, nearly double the risk of crashing their cars on the way home, and 5 times the risk of a near-miss accident. These findings are not surprising. Many studies have shown that shift workers make more errors, sustain more injuries, and have more health problems, while also experiencing lower work performance compared to daytime workers. The body's circadian rhythm is so strong that it's almost impossible to force oneself to adapt to night work or daytime sleep. Jennifer Ackerman wrote in Sex, Sleep, Drink, Dream that we are the only species that illuminates the night, biologically altering its rhythm across time zones to work and sleep against its biological clock. We ignore what our biological clock reminds us of, despite the dangers. For example, shift workers have no choice but to sleep 3 days, on average, 3 to 4 hours less than us, and their sleep is not as deep. The simplest method for sleep. Awareness of it is already half the battle. Because most of us underestimate the cost of too little sleep and fail to recognize the extraordinary value of enough sleep, becoming aware is the first step in prioritizing more sleep. If you're not getting enough sleep, it's almost certain you need to go to bed earlier, especially if you can't wake up later than usual. The key to sleep is relaxation, something that is increasingly difficult to achieve under the pressures of daily life. Another option is to use sleep aids. All sleeping pills have side effects, from limited effectiveness duration to morning grogginess and potential addiction. Alcohol, a familiar sleep aid, is also a double-edged sword. While alcohol initially acts as a sedative, making us drowsy, and nearly 30% of insomniacs occasionally use alcohol to fall asleep more easily, alcohol metabolizes very quickly in the body. This can lead to physiological withdrawal symptoms in the middle of the night, including frequent awakenings, shallow sleep, and less sleep than usual. Simply put, the less and earlier you drink, the more likely you are to sleep soundly through the night. The best way to sleep naturally is to lie still for at least 30 to 60 minutes before turning off the lights. This means avoiding all stimulating activities before bedtime, including emails, the internet, thrilling novels, lively conversations, and prioritizing activities that promote relaxation. Drink a glass of milk or herbal tea, take a bath or a warm shower, listen to music, or even read a boring book. Because feeling comfortable is crucial for sleep, it's helpful to release your worries before turning off the lights. This simple method involves writing down your worries in a notebook or on a piece of paper. For many clients, this strategy has been surprisingly effective in temporarily setting aside concerns that would otherwise keep them awake. By writing down your thoughts, you allow your brain to release them from your consciousness. You can use the same method if you wake up in the middle of the night, start thinking again, and can't fall back asleep. Establishing a fixed bedtime is especially important because without it, we quickly revert to our usual sleep times or stay awake until we feel tired. Once the lights are off, an effective way to relax is to breathe deeply and progressively tense and relax muscle groups, starting from your toes and moving upwards. Clearly, we sleep better in a dark and quiet environment. Additionally, sleeping in a cool room helps us fall asleep more easily because body temperature decreases as we sleep. If you don't believe in the value of a cool room, think about how you feel trying to fall asleep on a summer night. Peter Gorin, director of investment banking at Barclays Capital in 2008, spent most of his time working in a sleep-deprived state. In almost all cases, we begin working with clients who are in this situation. Gorin typically went to bed around 11:00 p.m. before midnight and woke up at 5:00 a.m. This is not uncommon among our clients. When he woke up, Gorin had his first cup of coffee to get going. During the day, he often felt restless or tired, especially in the late afternoon. After working with us, Gorin decided to build a habit of going to bed at 10:00 p.m. and waking up half an hour later than usual, while also stopping his coffee intake. Almost immediately, he succeeded in going to sleep earlier. At first, he reported waking up earlier, so his total sleep time remained the same. This is quite normal. The body is so accustomed to a sleep habit, even if it's tiring. We advised him that when he woke up, he should stay in bed, trying to relax as much as possible, so his body could understand that it was allowed to sleep longer. Although it wasn't immediately effective, he did get a little more rest. After about a week, he was able to sleep longer. The extra sleep was a huge transformation for him. Goran confided, "I got more rest. I felt better, thought clearer, felt less tired during the day, and had more energy when I got home. I never believed that an extra hour of sleep could make such a big difference." Getting enough sleep, we are confident, is the first step toward better control over the rest of your life. Action Steps Chapter 5 ***. 1. Take time to record your sleep patterns *** to determine how much you actually sleep. 2. Download the sleep log template from www.energymgmt.com/sleeplog. How many hours did you sleep on average last week? 95% of us need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night to be fully rested. If you don't get enough sleep, you cannot perform optimally. 3. Review the activities you engage in during the hour before you go to bed. The best way to fall asleep quickly and easily is to lie still for about 30 to 60 minutes before turning off the lights. Choose relaxing activities instead of stimulating and demanding ones. 4. If you wake up in the middle of the night and have trouble falling back asleep because you start thinking, keep a notepad and pen by your bed. Before you go to sleep, write down what's bothering you. You can do the same if you wake up in the middle of the night. This method is called sending off your worries. It's a very effective way to calm your mind and sleep better. Chapter 6 Creating Waves. We don't just rest at night. A decade after Nathaniel Clateman named the basic rest activity cycle, BRAC, for the 90-minute period in which we cycle through 5 stages of sleep, he proposed that we also have a similar 90-minute cycle when we are awake. At night, we move from light sleep to deep sleep. During the day, we operate in 90-minute cycles from high alertness to low alertness. We call these ultradian cycles, literally meaning less than a day. In reality, approximately every 90 minutes our bodies need to rest. Typically, especially in high-demand situations, we ignore signals like restlessness, flagging concentration, and irritability. Instead, we grab a cup of coffee or unconsciously draw on our reserve energy in the form of stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. These hormones provide energy, but also increase anxiety and reactivity, thereby reducing our effectiveness. Peretz Lavie, an Israeli sleep researcher, found intriguing evidence of ultradian rhythms after a series of experiments he conducted. A group of subjects was invited to his laboratory in the evening with the aim of keeping them awake all night. The next morning at 7:00 a.m., participants were taken to bedrooms and given the opportunity to sleep for 7 minutes. Whether they slept or not, they had to sit up and try to stay awake for 13 minutes. For the next 24 hours, the weary participants repeated this 20-minute cycle, a total of 72 times. Having been awake all night, it was no surprise that these tired subjects easily fell asleep each time they lay their heads down. The interesting part was in the afternoon and from 10:00 p.m. onwards. During these times, waking participants after 7 minutes was very difficult. Surprisingly, patterns emerged in the early part of the day. Approximately every 90 minutes, what Lavie called a sleep gate would open. For the next half hour, participants found it much easier to fall asleep than at other times, providing clear evidence for ultradian rhythms and the cyclical nature of alertness and fatigue throughout the day. Highly self-aware individuals intuitively recognize their cycles. This explains why the top violinists in Ericsson's study practiced in sessions no longer than 90 minutes. And it's also why other researchers found that leaders in every field, from chess to sports to scientific research, typically work in 90-minute cycles, then take a short break. However, most of us still operate under the false assumption that working continuously, nose to the grindstone, persevering to the end, and pulling all-nighters is the best way to increase productivity. I began my career in journalism, and for a very long time, I always thought that with writing, the more I worked, the more I would achieve. After learning about ultradian rhythms 10 years ago, I restructured my workday, especially when I was writing books. For years, every morning at 7:00, I would sit at my desk and stay there until 7:00 p.m. as if I were chained to it. Like other authors, I found ways to avoid writing during work hours by taking phone calls, reading and answering emails, organizing papers on my desk, or simply daydreaming. Unconsciously, I slowed myself down and rarely worked with full dedication because, at some level, I realized I couldn't sustain this indefinitely. That's when I learned the value of high-intensity, focused work and deliberate rest. This prompted me to create a new schedule. I continued to write from 7:00 a.m., but instead of staying there as long as possible, I divided my writing schedule into 3 or 4 distinct cycles, each exactly 90 minutes long, treating them like ultradian sprints. When writing, I would turn off email, ignore phone calls, and try to focus as intensely as possible. During the first recovery break, I would eat breakfast. During the second break, I would run for about 30 to 40 minutes. During the third break, I would eat lunch and take the opportunity to read the news or a book to relax. If I continued writing for a fourth cycle, I would lift weights or meditate afterwards. I would dedicate the afternoon to phone calls and tasks that didn't require intense concentration. We restore energy not only by stopping all activities, but also by changing our recovery channels. After 90 minutes of sitting in front of a computer, running is a way to build physical energy, but it's also an effective way to recover mentally and emotionally. On one hand, running stimulates the release of endorphins, which create a sense of happiness. On the other hand, running tends to pull us away from strategic thinking, creating an opportunity for mental and emotional recovery. With this writing schedule, I rarely sat at my desk for more than 4.5 hours a day. That's only half the time I spent writing my previous book. By limiting my writing cycles to 90 minutes and increasing my recovery periods, I was able to focus better. As a result, I worked more efficiently while spending less time, and I completed 2 new books, including this one, in less time than I spent on the previous one. Resisting change. From childhood, many of us are taught that rest is for the lazy. Time doing nothing is wasted time. Establishing intermittent breaks during the day is not only illogical, but also inconsistent with the culture of many organizations. That's why we not only work with individuals to help them experience the value of recovery, but also work with organizations to help them change their culture. When we first introduced the concept of intermittent breaks during the day to business people in financial organizations, they looked at us as if we were crazy. They told us, "Be realistic. Do you know what our lives are like? We sit in front of computer screens from 8:30 a.m. until 4:00 p.m. when the market closes. We don't even have time to stand up, let alone time for breaks." We constantly operate under the assumption that effective recovery takes a long time. But in reality, the value of rest depends less on the time we spend and more on how effectively we use that time. Just as our work effectiveness depends less on the time we work and more on how effectively we work during that time. Because most of us don't prioritize or proactively practice intermittent rest, we often don't do it well. In fact, we can systematically build our capacity for more effective recovery. For example, professional tennis players who build very careful recovery habits can drop their heart rate by 1 beat per second within 20 to 30 seconds. That means reducing their heart rate from 161.70 beats per minute to 130 or 140 beats per minute, a powerful recovery surge. Imagine the advantage players who recover energy in that way throughout a match would have over opponents who don't understand the value of recovery. At the company, we support clients in developing numerous short-term self-recovery skills. For example, we can relax our bodies, quiet our minds, and soothe our emotions simply by breathing deeper and more regularly. Inhaling through the nose while counting to 3 and exhaling through the mouth while counting to 6 helps us feel more relaxed, even when done for only 30 to 60 seconds. Meditators have understood this phenomenon for thousands of years. Hundreds of studies have confirmed the widespread effectiveness of meditation, at its most basic level, in promoting relaxation and stress relief. In a study by John Kabat-Zinn, a leading meditation researcher, a group of 22 people with anxiety or panic disorders participated in an 8-week stress reduction program based on mindfulness meditation. Through repeated practice, 20 of them, over 90%, significantly reduced their anxiety. Many also reduced their panic symptoms. Deep breathing, meditation, listening to music, and reading novels are all passive recovery methods that reduce physiological arousal. Active recovery requires creating opposing physiological waves by increasing heart rate through exercise, weightlifting, or advanced yoga or HIIT methods. It's very difficult to convince high-pressure workers that they will be more effective if they rest more. For example, Mark, the CEO of a large manufacturing company facing serious financial problems when we met him, shared with us in our first meeting. Rest sounds great, but with all my job demands, I feel like maybe I should work an extra hour rather than sleep an hour or spend that time exercising. Maybe by the 12th hour, I won't be as effective as the first 2 or 3 hours, but I still feel like I'll accomplish more if I work the 12th hour instead of doing nothing. We didn't present research to refute the client's opinion. We convinced him by letting him experience it himself. We advised Mark to take one long break in the afternoon and observe its impact on his energy and focus for the rest of the day. Mark decided to try the idea. I added a 30-minute break to my schedule at 2:30 every afternoon. I asked my assistant to keep an eye on that time and remind me if I accidentally worked overtime, which I used to do. What I did was go for a walk outside and try to think about things unrelated to work. The truth is, I couldn't do that every day, but most days I could. I felt comfortable outside and, surprisingly, even came up with a few creative ideas while walking. When I returned to the office, I tried to focus on something difficult, such as reading a thick stack of documents, writing a complex letter, or initiating a difficult conversation. I chose to do things I would have avoided in the afternoon because I didn't have enough energy for them. The effect was undeniable. I found I could focus better in the 1 or 2 hours after my walk than at any other time of day, besides early morning work. At first, I was skeptical, but now it would take a real disaster for me to skip my afternoon walk. It gives me productive afternoons I never had before. I also scheduled a short break in the morning to walk around the office and chat with a few people about something unrelated to work. Another obstacle to intermittent rest is that it's not accepted in the culture of many organizations, and in some cases, organizations actively discourage rest. Even so, we can still find ways to rest without others noticing. A business executive we once consulted, working in a large open-plan office right next to his colleagues, developed a habit of quietly slipping into the restroom at least twice a day. There, he would close the door, sit on the toilet, and close his eyes, spending 5 minutes breathing in silence. Other clients who worked in their offices with less oversight chose to close their office doors and sit quietly for a few minutes, or put on headphones and listen to music, or go for a walk like Mark. The undervalued power of napping. Perhaps no single daytime rest activity has a greater impact on work performance, yet is as uncommon in the workplace as napping. Sarah Mednick, formerly a researcher at the University of California, San Diego, and author of the book, Take a Nap, Change Your Life, states, "Our circadian clock is programmed for long sleep at night and short sleep during the day." From the 1st century BC, Romans divided their day into distinct periods for activities like prayer, eating, and a midday rest. They called this midday rest siesta because it occurred at noon, 6 hours after sunrise. This short sleep eventually became known as siesta and gradually became popular, first in Spain and Italy, then in many Latin American countries with extremely high midday temperatures. Winston Churchill, a frequent napper, intuitively understood what scientists later confirmed about the value of napping. He said, "Nature has not designed us to work or play continuously from 8:00 a.m. until midnight. We must learn to divide our time and work into 2 parts." Evidence for the circadian clock's influence on napping first appeared in Jürgen Aschoff's sleep studies in the early 1950s, conducted in a deserted German bunker from World War II. He chose this bunker, which could be seen as a small apartment, because it had no windows and thus no natural light. Aschoff had subjects live in the bunker for several days and gave them no clocks, telling them to sleep whenever they felt tired. He found that, on average, they slept about 7 to 8 hours within a 24-hour period. He also found that they slept twice, one long sleep of 6 to 7 hours and a shorter nap of about 1 hour or less, approximately 12 hours before the long sleep. Sarah Mednick became interested in studying napping during her graduate studies at Harvard University. She took a course with Robert Stickgold, a psychiatry professor who had researched the effects of sleep on memory consolidation and other forms of learning for years. When Stickgold gave two groups of subjects the same memory challenge, he found that those who were allowed to sleep overnight showed significant improvement in performance the next day, while those who stayed awake did not. He also found that subjects who slept 8 hours performed significantly better than those who slept only 6 hours, and those who slept less than 6 hours showed no improvement in this memory task. Mednick's simple but brilliant idea was to investigate whether napping could produce similar performance improvements for the same type of task. Surprisingly, she found that a 60 to 90-minute nap could improve memory as much as a full 8 hours of sleep. Indeed, napping has been shown to be beneficial. When subjects napped and then got enough sleep at night, they could learn more than twice as much. In another experiment, Mednick had subjects perform a visual exercise on a computer screen across 4 phases of the day. Those who didn't nap performed progressively worse as the day went on. Subjects who were allowed to nap for about 30 minutes after the second phase maintained their work efficiency for the third and fourth phases. Perhaps most notably, research conducted by NASA and the Federal Aviation Administration on the impact of napping on long-haul pilots flying overnight flights. These pilots not only worked overtime, but also crossed multiple time zones, so they tended to experience continuous microsleeps lasting a few seconds. These pilots were randomly divided into 2 groups. One group was asked to nap during the flight for 40 minutes, during which time the co-pilot would fly. The other group of pilots was monitored, but not allowed to sleep at all. The sleep-deprived pilots showed reduced performance on overnight flights by the end of the flight and after consecutive flights. The pilots who napped for an average of 26 minutes maintained their performance both day and night, as well as after consecutive flights. In an alertness test after napping, their average reaction time increased by 16%. Tested at the same point in the flight, the non-napping pilots had 34% slower reaction times during the critical final 30 minutes of the flight. The non-napping pilots experienced an average of 22 microsleeps, lasting about 3 to 10 seconds, while those who napped did not. Mednick took this research to the next level and developed a formula called the optimal nap formula. This formula is based on the principle that we can adjust the timing and duration of naps to achieve performance goals. For example, during REM sleep, complex learning and creativity become more effective. Perceptual ability also increases with increased REM sleep. Mednick concluded that to improve these abilities, it's best to nap early in the day when REM activity is higher than later in the day. Conversely, during deep SWS, the body actively recovers. Cortisol, a catabolic hormone that breaks down tissues for energy, is completely inactive during deep sleep. Conversely, growth hormone, which promotes growth, development, and cell stimulation, begins to appear during deep sleep. If your goal is deeper healing and recovery, for example, after high-intensity physical activity, it's best to nap in the late afternoon when slow-wave, deep sleep cycles dominate. Because both SWS and REM operate well within a 90-minute sleep cycle, we can only reap the full benefits of these sleep cycles with a nap of about 45 to 60 minutes. The most effective nap is about 90 minutes, from 1:00 to 3:00 p.m., the typical siesta time when the body most needs sleep. A 90-minute nap also represents a full basic rest activity cycle, ensuring the napper receives the benefits of all 5 sleep stages. Realistically, very few of us can freely take such long naps during the workday. Besides the time cost of napping, another problem it creates is sleep inertia, the feeling of grogginess when we wake up, which can last up to half an hour. A 90-minute nap might be an option for weekends when we have time to catch up on sleep from the week. The best option for napping at work is to limit it to sleep stages 1 and 2. Mednick and other researchers found that we start feeling the restorative effects of a nap after about 10 minutes. Stage 1, the lightest stage, typically lasts only about 5 minutes, while Stage 2 requires at least 17 minutes. By sleeping less than 30 minutes, often called a power nap, we can avoid falling into deep sleep stages 3 and 4. As a result, we will be more alert when we wake up, feel refreshed, and be able to focus better. Such evidence is not enough to conclude that insomniacs can sleep more easily at night if they nap. But if you have insomnia, try to relax and experience a 15 to 30-minute nap during the day. If doing so leads to you staying up later at night and waking up more frequently, then you might skip naps. The holiday effect. Similar to how we perform better when we rest in short daily cycles and sleep long at night, we become more productive when we regularly take holidays. But just as we sleep less and less, we also take less time off work. Americans, on average, wasted 439 million paid vacation days in 2008. One-third of Americans said they never take a vacation. Another 33% planned vacations of about 7 days or less. Only 14% planned vacations of at least 2 weeks in 2008. A spokesperson for the American Automobile Association stated, "The idea of someone taking a 2-week vacation is a thing of the past." A bill requiring companies with 15 or more employees to provide 7 days of paid leave per year has languished in Congress for 5 years without passing. Europeans still have more vacation days than Americans, not just because European governments mandate more paid leave. The European Union requires member countries to have regulations allowing employees at least 4 weeks of paid vacation per year and full public holidays. Although in an increasingly globalized economy, workers at multinational companies across Europe are under pressure to work longer hours and take less time off. Workers in countries like Finland and France still get up to 6 weeks off. The healthcare costs for those who don't get enough sleep are comparable to the costs incurred by those with sleep deprivation. As part of the Framingham Heart Study, 750 women with no history of heart disease were continuously monitored for 20 years. Those who took the fewest vacations had twice the rate of heart attacks as those who took the most vacations. A similar study conducted with 12,000 men in the multiple risk factor intervention trial showed that those who took fewer vacations had a 50% higher risk of death from heart attack than those who took vacations regularly. Overall, those with less travel time had a 20% higher risk of death from any cause over the 9-year study. The length of vacation also affects emotional health. A 2005 study of 1,500 women showed that the risk of depression decreased when they took more vacations. Those who took 2 vacations a year had half the rate of depression as those who took vacations only once every 2 to 5 years. A growing body of evidence indicates that work performance is directly linked to rest. A 2006 study conducted with the staff of the accounting firm EY showed that for every 10 hours of rest employees had per month, their work performance increased by 8% the following year. The more rest they got, the higher their work performance and the higher their retention rate at the company. Even a slight increase in rest time yielded significant positive effects. 2 professors from Harvard Business School recently undertook a project involving consultants from the Boston Consulting Group. These consultants were asked to take 1 evening off per week. Not a day, but just an evening, doing no work at all. This measure helps us see how out of control work has become in some industries that such a project could even be measured. Surprisingly, the experiment faced resistance from the consultants themselves. Not touching their BlackBerries and not answering clients for just 1 night a week was enough to make them restless and anxious. But 6 months later, the consultants who accepted the evening off became more satisfied with their jobs, communicated more openly, achieved a better work-life balance, and had a higher retention rate at the company than consultants who continued to work as before. Whether it's an arbitrary evening off or a weekend, longer or more frequent vacations, short 90-minute breaks, short naps, or at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night all improve our health and performance because work and rest are performed rhythmically. The best activity schedule for adults is the same schedule we followed as children, alternating study time with play, exercise, meal and snack times, and getting plenty of sleep at night. A recent study of 11,000 children aged 8 to 9, published in the journal Pediatrics, showed that children who had at least 15 minutes of recess per day behaved much better in class than children with less or no recess time. According to Dr. Ramana Baron, a pediatrician and clinical associate professor at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, We should understand that children need that time off because their brains need a break. Unfortunately, recess and the time dedicated to children's play and energy recovery in schools are decreasing. The more, bigger, faster culture is gradually being applied to young children as well. 30% of schools now allow students very little or no recess time daily. Many schools also cut back on physical education time. At many charter schools in the Achievement First network in New York and Connecticut, study time is 90 minutes longer than in other schools, an effort to close what the school founders call the achievement gap for disadvantaged children. Preschoolers at Achievement First schools study continuously from 7:30 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. They are drilled in grammar, phonics, and arithmetic. They learn on computers and even play vocabulary challenge games while waiting in line for the restroom. In the afternoon, they attend music and other classes until 4:30 p.m. Then, in the evening, these 6-year-olds still have a lot of homework. Their test scores improved significantly, but 2 questions remain unanswered, not only for these children, but also for those forced to work more and rest less. First, what is the long-term price affecting satisfaction and productivity when working this way? Second, what level of happiness and effectiveness could all of us achieve if taught how to balance high-intensity work with deep rest, and if we mastered both aspects? Action Steps Chapter 6, *. 1. Review how you work on a typical day. We perform best when we work in bursts, focusing intently for 90 to 120 minutes per cycle, then taking a break. How many intermittent breaks do you take during the day? What helps you restore energy best? 2. Is there any way you can take a 20 to 30-minute nap between 1:00 and 4:00 p.m., especially on days when you work hard in the morning? You'll notice a significant improvement in your afternoon focus after a short nap. If you can't or aren't allowed to nap, try leaning back in your chair and closing your eyes for 5 to 10 minutes. That's still an effective way to rest. 3. When was the last time you completely disengaged from work *, including checking emails, for an extended period? Schedule at least one evening per week where you do no work at all from the moment you leave the office until you wake up the next morning. Chapter 7, Use it or lose it. Movement is the reciprocal partner of sleep. The upward curve of the wave energizes our health, but its value is often underestimated. Too little movement, like too little sleep, weakens and depletes us in every aspect of life. Intense movement balanced with deep recovery significantly enhances our capabilities, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. Eric Heiden, an orthopedic surgeon and 5-time Olympic speed skating champion, explained, "The intensity of your movement will affect your strength, energy, balance, appearance, thinking, ability to withstand life's adversities, and your longevity. Everyone needs to focus on some form of movement to maintain full body function." Because our behaviors are interconnected, failure to exercise ultimately leads to a vicious cycle. The less active we are, the lazier we become. When we move less, we burn fewer calories, gain weight, lose strength, decrease flexibility, and experience difficulty and discomfort with movement. When we first met Steve Wagner, a young partner at EY, he was working 12 to 14 hours a day, constantly feeling exhausted, sleeping poorly, and having no time for exercise. While there's no evidence that being healthier reduces the need for sleep, there's considerable evidence that regular exercise helps us sleep more easily, leading to higher quality rest. One of the first changes Wagner made was to go to bed earlier and wake up on time for a morning run before his wife and 4 children woke up. The running revitalized him, not only because it made him feel physically healthier, but also because he gained more self-confidence. When Wagner went to work, he felt more positive and alert. When he returned home, he felt less exhausted and could spend more quality time with his family. Successfully building an exercise habit motivated him to embark on a series of other positive habits related to organizing his day. Whenever he deviated from his routine on busy days, he clearly felt the negative impacts on his emotions and work performance almost immediately. Sean Ashby, vice president of Sony Europe, also began making a series of changes in his life by adding an exercise habit. He confided to us, "I've always been a half-hearted runner. I wanted to improve my running and make it a habit. I didn't have time to run in the early morning, and in the evening I was too tired, so I had to run during lunch. When I was developing this habit, I realized there was a very influential story I always held in my mind that had become an obstacle for me. That story dated back to high school. I hated changing in the dirty, dark locker room. And now, I found myself imagining colleagues seeing me walking down the hallway in my running gear and laughing at me. But eventually, I decided to try. And instead of laughing at me, people reacted quite the opposite of what I expected. My running gave them an opportunity to exercise during lunch. After a short run through the highways, I found myself in beautiful countryside. I felt very relaxed and inspired, and when I returned, I felt great and energized for the afternoon. Movement and growth. What makes exercise particularly important and influential is that it helps develop physical capacity while also restoring mental and emotional energy. Its effectiveness can also be verified quickly and easily. For example, in a study of 15,000 pairs of same-sex twins conducted in Finland, twins who exercised regularly had a 55% lower risk of premature death than twin pairs who did not. The exercise requirement wasn't even very high. On average, physically active twins exercised at a moderate intensity, walking briskly about 6 times a month, 30 minutes each time. In short, they only invested 3 hours per month in exercise. In another study, older adults who exercised just once a week had a 40% lower mortality rate over 12 years than those who did no exercise. Regular exercise can make an even more significant difference. In a third study, men who exercised at least 5 times a week had only 1/7 the rate of heart disease compared to those who exercised just once a week. A study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association affirmed that regular exercise is like a vaccine for the immune system. There is ample, clear, and convincing evidence that physical fitness improves cognitive and emotional abilities, 2 important factors affecting performance and productivity. In a meta-analysis of hundreds of studies, a research team in London found this conclusion. Exercise improves mental health and well-being, reduces depression and anxiety, and increases cognitive ability. The study also showed that regular exercise is more effective than occasional exercise, and high-intensity exercise is more effective than low-intensity exercise. In a study called SMILE, Standard Medical Intervention and Long-Term Exercise, researchers found that vigorous exercise for 30 to 45 minutes per session, 3 times a week, was as effective as antidepressants in reducing symptoms. The study's results also showed that exercise helps reduce anxiety symptoms. Regular exercise has also been shown to significantly slow down the atrophy of the prefrontal cortex, the area that controls alertness and deliberate thinking. This helps explain why middle-aged individuals who exercise regularly have only 1/3 the rate of mild cognitive impairment, MCI, compared to those who do not exercise. Research recommends that we will gradually become healthier by diligently training our cardiovascular capacity and muscle strength. When training these 2 aspects, we achieve high results with a relatively low investment of time. While almost all of us need 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night to achieve optimal functioning, we can become physically fit with only a small amount of time dedicated to exercise. Organizations from the American College of Sports Medicine to the American Heart Association recommend that we engage in at least 3 to 6 days per week of moderate physical activity, 20 to 45 minutes per day. Most researchers now even agree that this amount of time can be divided into 2 to 3 sessions of 10 minutes each per day. Despite the fact that achieving its wonderful benefits is so simple, most of us still choose to be less active. In 2 recent U.S. government reports, only 15% of the population engaged in vigorous activity regularly for 20 minutes a day, at least 3 times a week. 25% of Americans are almost completely sedentary, while 60% are only occasionally active. The more educated and wealthy people are, the more diligently they exercise, but not as much as you might think. For example, 15% of those with only a high school diploma exercise diligently, but among adults with higher education, this number only rises to 25%. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 60% to 85% of adults worldwide, including in developing and developed countries, are sedentary. 2 million deaths per year may be due to a sedentary lifestyle. Waves of the heart. Although almost all systems in our body function rhythmically when healthy, most of these systems operate based on the autonomic nervous system, over which we have little or no conscious control. Digestion, body temperature, and hormone levels all operate on their own biological clocks, almost beyond our awareness unless something goes wrong. Heart rate is one of the few rhythms we can actively influence. The healthier our heart, the more efficiently oxygen circulates throughout the body. The best way to improve cardiovascular health is to create regular heart waves, pushing ourselves for a certain period to increase our heart rate, then returning to a state of rest. In this process, we increase our heart rate within a certain range. The larger this range, the more flexibly we can respond to physical and emotional demands. As we age, our maximum heart rate decreases, and so does our heart rate variability. That's not good news. A study published in the New England Journal of Medicine showed that heart rate variability can predict mortality. Men with a high resting heart rate, 75 beats or more, or those with an abnormally low heart rate during exercise, lower than 89 beats, had 4 times the mortality rate compared to those with a normal heart rate. The good news is that exercise helps improve our heart rate variability and can significantly slow the rate of cardiovascular health decline over time. If flexible switching between low and high heart rates improves overall health and work performance, what is the optimal heart rate? When not exercising regularly, the heart's pumping capacity can decrease by 30% between the ages of 30 and 70, nearly 1% per year, and can be even faster. Under steady aerobic training, we build endurance, meaning our ability to use oxygen becomes more efficient. Typically, we need to raise our heart rate to a certain range and maintain it for about 20 to 30 or even 45 minutes. Marathon runners can sustain their heart rate for 2 to 3 hours at a time. They almost become breathing machines, exhaling large amounts of CO2 with each breath. Exercise is not only good for the heart and lungs, but also for the brain. Observing a white mouse running freely, researchers found that the mouse's brain power significantly improved. The mouse's cognitive abilities improved even more when forced to run at a higher intensity than usual. This seems to be true for humans as well. Taiwanese research found that cardiovascular exercise actually helps us produce new brain cells. In a study at the University of Illinois, a group of students was asked to memorize a sequence of characters, then had to pick those characters from a list that flashed before them. Next, they were asked to do one of 3 things for 30 minutes: sit still, run on a treadmill, or lift weights. All then had about 30 minutes of rest. Afterwards, the students took the initial test again. Those who exercised performed best. In another study, people who walked around versus those who only stretched also had similar good results in pre- and post-cognitive ability tests. Although researchers are not certain about their conclusions, they believe that exercise increases blood flow to the brain. Interval training. Exercise creates a long wave by pushing the heart rate to a level higher than the average we maintain when not active, which most of us are for most of the time. Creating a wave is much better than being sedentary and can lead to a host of benefits. The training wave is shown in the chart on page 153. In most exercise activities, we transition from a flat energy expenditure state to another. The limitation of steady-state exercise is that the body adapts quite quickly to any continuous challenge level. As a result, we stop developing cardiovascular capacity once a certain fitness level is reached. Interval training operates on the premise that the value we gain from exercise is not proportional to the time invested, but proportional to the amount of energy we expend in short bursts, followed by full recovery. This training process is sometimes called periodization or activity-to-rest ratio management. The same principle applies to increasing performance in other areas, such as how violinists in Ericsson's experiment practiced with high intensity and focus for 75 to 90 minutes per session, then rested. Anaerobic interval training, meaning it doesn't depend on oxygen, but instead on lactic acid produced by muscles. Instead of continuous energy expenditure, an interval session typically lasts from 30 seconds to 2 minutes and pushes you out of your comfort zone. The living wave will be choppier and shaped like the chart on page 154. The concept of maximizing physical activity through alternating cycles of high-intensity exercise with rest dates back to ancient Greece, when Philostratus wrote about it in his work, Gymnasticus, a training manual for Greek Olympic athletes. Russian sports scientists began applying these concepts to their Olympic athletes in the 1960s with extraordinary results, and today, interval training has become widespread among athletes worldwide. In one cycle, lactic acid builds up, pushing you into an oxygen deficit and eventually forcing you to stop and rest. Each time you can push yourself a little harder, train a little longer, you can push your limits even further. The reason is that during recovery, we all experience a phenomenon called supercompensation. To meet the higher demands the body has just experienced, the body has to adapt. In this case, it's by creating more capillaries. Gradually, the heart can withstand higher lactic acid levels and pump more blood and oxygen throughout the body. The effectiveness of interval training can far exceed what we commonly think. In one study, subjects were asked to sprint for 30 seconds on an exercise bike, then cycle slowly in a series of 4-minute cycles. After only 15 minutes of high intensity, cycling 30 alternating intervals performed over 2 weeks, 3/4 of the subjects doubled their cycling time at a moderate level before exhaustion. More surprisingly, these subjects were quite active and healthy even before participating in the experiment. Beyond just regular exercise, interval training creates effects on both sides of the living curve, expanding limits and also speeding up recovery back to a resting state. Good fitness is a sign of quick recovery. The healthier we are, the faster we recover. When we move too little or don't exercise enough, we become weak, depleted, and struggle to recover even after minimal exertion. However, this doesn't mean we have to challenge ourselves to the maximum every day. Pushing ourselves too hard, too continuously, will result in burnout and exhaustion, or what athletes call overtraining. For that reason, interval training is typically effective with no more than 2 sessions per week. In an experiment called the Dallas Bed Rest and Training Study, researchers at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School in Dallas recruited 6 college students and asked them to spend the entire summer in bed. The purpose was to examine how this affected their health, especially cardiovascular health and lung function. After just 3 weeks in bed, these subjects experienced a decline in cardiovascular function equivalent to aging 20 years. It's hard to imagine a more vivid example of the adage, use it or lose it, than this experiment. After 30 years, 5 of the 6 subjects were re-examined. Only 2 had continued to exercise regularly. All the others had gained weight and had more body fat. Even so, the decline in function after 30 years was less than the decline they experienced after 3 weeks of bed rest. Immediately after the re-examination, the 5 individuals were put on an exercise program including basic activities like walking, running, and cycling. In just 6 months, their 30-year functional decline was completely reversed. Excellent evidence for the significant benefits of cardiac training even in old age. Our physical condition deteriorates very quickly when we are inactive, but we can completely regain our physical condition if we are willing to put in the effort. Strength training. In recent years, research has gradually clarified that strength training, or strength conditioning as it is sometimes called, is at least as important as endurance and flexibility training. Just as we lose about 1% of our cardiovascular capacity each year from age 30 due to lack of exercise, we also lose an average of 0.2 kg of lean muscle mass each year. When it comes to strength, we have greatly underestimated the cost to our daily capabilities, perhaps because we have long held the prejudice that only bulky, empty-headed bodybuilders lift weights. For example, the Dallas Bed Rest and Training Study, conducted in 1966, focused entirely on cardiovascular decline and completely ignored the decline in muscle strength. Strength is more fundamental than endurance, simply because without strength, we cannot move. Building strength improves everything from metabolism to coordination, flexibility, bone density, and balance. A 90-year-old person who doesn't exercise would need all their leg muscle strength just to get out of a car or stand up. The leading cause of death from injury in people 65 and older in the U.S. is falls, largely due to muscle weakness, loss of coordination, and imbalance. Nearly one-third of people over 65 fall each year. One-third of women and one-sixth of men suffer a hip fracture at least once before age 70. 18% to 33% of these patients die within 1 year of their fall. Many die from complications such as infection, blood clots, and pneumonia. As the baby boomer generation ages, the number of falls, fractures, and deaths is likely to increase significantly. But strength also supports us in daily life. Because muscles burn calories more efficiently than fat, strength training is a very effective way to stay in shape even without weight loss, and it provides higher, more sustained energy. We have an energy reserve. The more physical energy we use to perform daily tasks, the more tired we become, and the less energy we have for everything else. Surprisingly, we don't need to invest too much in maintaining strength, even as we age. In one study of older adults, Miriam Nelson, a researcher from Tufts University, and colleagues had hundreds of nursing home residents participate in a 10-week strength training program. These individuals trained 3 days a week, 45 minutes per session, with ample rest between sessions. The youngest in the study was 72, the oldest 98, and the average age of the group was 87. Almost all of them needed assistive devices like crutches, canes, or wheelchairs to move. After 10 weeks, on average, they more than doubled their strength, increased their walking speed by 12%, and their stair-climbing strength by nearly 30%. The lesson here is clear. It's never too late to gain strength until it truly is too late. In essence, strength building is a type of interval training. This means it is characterized by successive waves of energy expenditure and recovery. Although lifting weights is strenuous and cannot be performed continuously for more than a few minutes without rest, there have been almost no deaths from weightlifting. Conversely, there have been many deaths from steady-state exercise. Perhaps the most illustrative case is that of running coach Jim Fixx, who died at age 52 during his daily run. Strength training is a particularly vivid example of how pressure and discomfort are essential for our growth. As the Dallas Bed Rest and Training Study clearly showed, if we don't challenge our bodies regularly, they quickly deteriorate. At the same time, when the pressure we endure is continuous, damage is inevitable. The obstacle that prevents us from increasing our capabilities in all aspects of life is not the pressure from high demands, but the pressure from a lack of regular rest. The recovery period, not the effort period, is when growth occurs. Above all, strength training is a vivid example of intensity over quantity. Arthur Jones, the inventor of Nautilus weightlifting equipment and a proponent of what he called high-intensity training, began arguing in the 1960s that the best way to increase strength is through short, high-intensity, and infrequent workouts. Jones suggested doing one set of 8 to 12 repetitions for each muscle group, and only once a week or a maximum of twice a week. He also believed that each set should be performed to failure until the muscles are completely exhausted. Realistically, this means a workout could take only about 30 minutes. Super slow is a shorter, more intense form of Jones's original training, where the lifter raises and lowers weights to increase muscle strength at a very slow pace, 10 seconds up and 10 seconds down. The entire workout takes about 20 minutes or less and can certainly significantly increase strength. Although there are still disagreements about the ideal number of repetitions for certain muscle groups, scientific evidence suggests that even one set per muscle group can be as effective as multiple sets, with fewer injuries. There is almost universal agreement that after a high-intensity workout for a muscle group, a minimum of 2 days, and potentially up to 7 days, of rest is needed to ensure maximum recovery and growth. Among the small percentage of clients who regularly engaged in strength training when we met them, almost none of them trained their muscles to exhaustion. This is not surprising, even though most of them knew it was the best and most effective way to build strength. Pushing oneself to the limit is extremely difficult, and our intuition does not allow us to push our bodies to such limits. Doing so is physically uncomfortable, but also triggers our primal fear instinct. In determining the ideal training method, we believe that not everyone should lift the heaviest possible weights to muscle failure or perform interval running at the highest possible heart rate. Instead, it is crucial to adhere to 3 principles that we believe are fundamental to maintaining high performance. The first principle is that we cannot hope to grow or improve in any aspect of life without actively and regularly challenging our current capabilities. The second principle is that putting forth maximum effort for short periods and then actively resting to recover is more effective, more comfortable, and ultimately leads to higher performance than continuous, moderate-intensity training for long periods. The third principle is that Aesop was wrong in his classic fable of the tortoise and the hare. It is not the slow and steady tortoise that wins, but rather the hare, the one who balances bursts of energy with regular periods of rest. Action Steps Chapter 7, *. 1. Take time to keep an exercise journal. To download a template, visit www.energymgmt.com/exercise. Record exactly what you exercised over the past 7 days, including walking and the time you spent on that activity. Experts suggest we need 20 to 45 minutes of moderate exercise each day, 3 to 6 days a week, including 2 weightlifting sessions per week. How are you currently doing? 2. If you're having trouble finding time or motivation to start exercising, buy a pedometer and record your daily steps. Aim for 10,000 steps. Find ways to increase your steps by taking the stairs, parking further from the office, taking walks as a way to recover and rest during the day, or even scheduling a walking meeting with colleagues. 3. At least once a week, perform an interval workout. Purchase a heart rate monitor to gauge your effort and push yourself out of your comfort zone for 30 seconds to 1 minute. Then take 30 seconds to 1 minute to rest and allow your heart rate to return to a comfortable resting level. For more detailed information, please visit www.energymgmt.com/intervaltraining. Chapter 8, Simple is Best. What is the nutritional value of a honeycomb? How do we navigate the endless flow of conflicting research, contradictory advice, and confusing data? One thing is for sure: the more we eat, the fatter we get. The more energy we expend, the less healthy we become, and undeniably, we eat more. Just as the more, bigger, faster culture dominates the workplace, it also dictates how we eat, with a similar price paid for our performance and sustainability. Many foods give us short-term energy, causing long-term harm. Consider this. From 1960 to 2000, the average weight of American men aged 21-29 jumped from 37.9 kg to 86.6 kg. During the same period, the average weight of women increased from 63.5 kg to 74.4 kg. That's a significant burden we're carrying. Body mass index, BMI, is a standard measure to determine if we are overweight or obese. A BMI between 18 and 25 is considered normal. A BMI above 25 is considered overweight, and above 30 is obese. On one hand, BMI is a crude and inaccurate measure, as it doesn't include information like gender, body type, or the ratio of body fat to muscle. For example, based on BMI, most professional basketball players would be considered overweight or obese, but that's not actually the case. However, for most of us, a BMI greater than 30 equivalent to a woman who is 1.75 m tall and weighs 81.6 kg, or a man who is 1.78 m tall and weighs 95.25 kg is an indication of obesity. Faced with increasingly high growth figures worldwide, the World Health Organization, WHO, introduced the concept of globesity, global obesity, in 1998 to describe what can be considered a global catastrophe. In the past decade, this problem has become even worse. Over 550 million people worldwide are diagnosed with obesity, while another 1.6 billion are overweight. In the US, 1/3 of the population is overweight, and another 1/3 is obese, representing the highest rates among developed countries. But even in traditionally lean countries, the number of overweight people has risen sharply. For example, in France, the percentage of overweight people has increased by 50% in the past decade and is now at 42%, including 12% obese. Obesity has almost surpassed smoking as the #1 preventable cause of death, and it now leads to over 100,000 deaths annually. In a study by the U.S. National Cancer Institute of 500,000 Americans, a 50-year-old obese person had twice the mortality rate of a person of the same age with a normal weight, even when other factors were controlled. Even a slightly overweight 50-year-old had a 20% to 40% higher risk of premature death. Being overweight or obese also puts us at risk for chronic diseases like high blood pressure, heart disease, stroke, arthritis, many types of cancer, and diabetes, the disease most closely linked to being overweight. For every extra pound, the risk of diabetes increases by 4%. The rate of type 2 diabetes, or adult-onset diabetes, has doubled compared to 30 years ago and is projected to double again by 2025. Equally notable is that this disease is almost entirely preventable simply by changing one's lifestyle. A study by the U.S. National Institutes of Health on 3,000 adults at high risk for type 2 diabetes showed that their risk of diabetes could be reduced by up to 60% with just a moderate weight loss program, 5-7% of body weight, and 30 minutes of exercise 5 days a week. For working individuals, the costs associated with being overweight and obese are estimated to be $150 billion annually, reflected not only in higher healthcare costs, but also in absenteeism, sick leave, and disability benefits, or through more indirect ways such as reduced energy and stamina, as well as a higher likelihood of depression. The direct impact of the food we eat is evident in our energy levels. Along with oxygen, food is the most important fuel source, but most of us don't know how to eat in a way that is healthy, provides enough energy, and is satisfying. Instead, we constantly jump from one goal to another, often within a single day, without feeling like we're getting the nutrients and satisfaction we seek. From an energy perspective, the key to nutrition is maintaining stable blood sugar levels. Food is the primary source of glucose, which fuels the brain and other cells in the body. When glucose levels in the blood rise too high or fall too low for extended periods, we function less effectively and eventually become ill. Insulin is the hormone that regulates blood sugar by helping sugar enter cells and reducing excess sugar in the blood. Chronically high blood sugar is called hyperglycemia. When the body cannot produce insulin, we develop type 1 diabetes or juvenile-onset diabetes. The treatment involves regular daily insulin injections and strict blood sugar control. When we eat too many high-sugar foods, blood sugar levels in the body increase, and then insulin becomes less effective at absorbing excess blood sugar. The result can be type 2 diabetes. The American Heart Association recommends that women consume no more than 6 teaspoons of sugar or 100 calories of refined sugar per day, and men no more than 9 teaspoons or 150 calories. Conversely, when blood sugar is too low after a long period without eating, we experience hypoglycemia and accompanying symptoms including apathy, instability, irritability, and even fainting. All foods affect blood sugar levels, but at different rates, for different durations, and will affect our health and alertness to varying degrees. The good news is that we can regulate and stabilize our blood sugar levels, our energy, and our long-term health. The key lies not only in the foods we choose to consume, but also in the amount of food we consume and the timing of consumption. The sumo wrestler diet. The first problem many of our clients encounter, influenced by increasing life demands, is often operating for long periods without eating. As a result, their blood sugar drops and their alertness gradually declines throughout the day. By the time they finally get up to eat, often it's lunch or sometimes even dinner when they are famished. At this point, they typically eat more food than their bodies need. That's the yo-yo effect. They will always be in one of two states, either too hungry or too full, but rarely feeling adequately satiated and satisfied. We call this the sumo wrestler diet because to gain as much weight as possible, these 272 kg athletes found it best to skip breakfast, eat nothing until noon, have only 1 to 2 large meals, and always eat a large meal and sleep immediately after to maximize fat storage. But we are not sumo wrestlers, and what we need is a stable energy supply throughout the day. Breakfast is especially important in regulating blood sugar because it's the meal after the longest period we go without food, during sleep. Metabolism is our calorie expenditure, and breakfast helps support metabolism while providing energy for the day. The best research on the consequences of skipping breakfast was done on children, but the rule applies to all of us. Hunger at any time can reduce children's concentration, information retention, and appropriate response to their environment. Does that sound familiar? In a study called Energizing the Classroom, conducted with first graders at an elementary school in Minnesota, children who received free breakfast focused better in class, had fewer behavioral problems, and scored higher in math and reading. In a second study, children who ate breakfast were faster and more accurate at gathering information, made fewer errors on tests, and were more careful with their assignments. We should never let ourselves get too hungry, not only because it makes us less effective at work, but also because it tends to lead us to overeat. The hunger scale will help you visualize this better. Hunger scale *. 10. Feeling sick, disgusted at the thought of food, post-Thanksgiving dinner state. 9. Uncomfortably full, bloated, sweating, ready to sleep. 8. Bloated, uncomfortable, sluggish, overate, loosened belt. 7. Full, but still room for a good dessert. 6. Satisfied, don't feel food in stomach, lasts 2-3 hours. 5. Slightly hungry, stomach starting to rumble. 4. Hungry, stomach grumbling, mind blank. 3. Famished, irritable, nauseous, obsessed with hunger. 2. Ravenous, uncomfortable, nauseous, always thinking about hunger. 1. Past hunger, too hungry to feel hungry anymore. We should try to always operate between states 4 and 6, a gentle wave. That is, eat when you start to feel hungry, but never eat to the point of being uncomfortably full. For many of our clients, this goal requires them to reawaken their awareness of hunger before it becomes overwhelming. This has been noted and is hardly surprising. The hungrier you are, the more you eat. The best way to maintain sustained energy is to eat something every 3-4 hours, meaning 5 to 6 small meals a day. It's like adding kindling to a fire occasionally. You shouldn't put too much in at once, or it will extinguish the flame. A series of researchers has found that people who eat small meals instead of 2 or 3 large meals gain many benefits, including reduced cravings, consuming fewer calories on average, better insulin response, reduced body fat percentage, and higher energy levels. Mark Fields is the president of Ford Motor Company, Americas, where we have worked for many years. It was difficult to overcome the demands of his job during Ford's terrible struggle for survival. Fields worked overtime while his family lived in Florida, and he could only visit on weekends while he lived alone in Detroit. When we first met Fields, his eating habits were not much different from our other clients. Fields had a habit of waking up very early every morning, around 5:00 a.m. He didn't feel particularly hungry then, so he usually skipped breakfast and went straight to the office before 7:00 a.m. His mornings were a series of back-to-back meetings, and the only thing that kept him going was a large cup of coffee, sometimes 2. By noon, he would start eating. His menu typically included salad or a sandwich. Fields rarely ate anything in the afternoon, even when his energy began to wane. When he returned home, his favorite snack was M&Ms. Then he would eat his largest meal of the day. Like many of our clients, he had only 2 eating modes, all or nothing. From an energy perspective, the problem here was that Fields operated with insufficient energy during the day when he needed it most, and then had excessive energy at night when he needed it least. The first change we wanted him to make was to eat a high-energy breakfast every day, in this case, a mixture of oat protein powder with low-fat milk and fruit. He also started eating a mid-morning snack and another snack in the afternoon. Almost immediately, he significantly improved his energy levels. In the morning, he felt less need for coffee to sustain his energy. And in the afternoon, the combination of a snack and a new habit of taking a 15-minute walk outdoors significantly boosted his energy, enough to carry him through the remaining work hours of the day. When he returned home, he no longer felt ravenously hungry. He was able to skip the M&Ms and eat less at dinner. After several weeks, Fields transitioned from eating 2 meals to 5 meals a day. This might sound like a recipe for weight gain, but he didn't gain weight. And most of our clients don't either. Another factor is that eating more frequently helps maintain our metabolism at a high level, so calorie burning is more efficient. The more important reason is that Fields ate smaller portions at each meal. We typically recommend 300 to 400 calories for breakfast and mid-morning and mid-afternoon snacks not exceeding 150 calories. Specifically, you can eat anything equivalent to an apple, a handful of almonds, or a cup of low-fat yogurt. A handful of almonds, the size of a golf ball, contains 200 calories. A 85-gram hamburger, the size of a deck of cards and smaller than the average size we usually eat, contains nearly 400 calories. A glass of salad dressing contains 150 calories. Part of the problem is that we are often unaware of the amount of food we consume, especially when we eat too quickly. Many experiments have shown that it takes up to 20 minutes for our brain and body to realize that we are full, but we often eat hastily and in less than 20 minutes. The average time we spend on lunch alone at a fast food restaurant is 11 minutes, less if we are in a hurry. At a workplace cafeteria, the average time is 23 minutes. Even at a mid-range restaurant, the average time is only 28 minutes. We often do other things while eating alone, such as working on the computer, watching TV, reading, or talking on the phone. All of these distract us and make us unaware of the amount of food we consume. Brian Wansink, a professor of nutritional science at Cornell University, believes the second problem is that our stomachs effectively operate in only three modes. I'm hungry, I'm stuffed, and I'm full, but I can keep going. He believes the last mode is what gets us into trouble. Our body sends us a signal, and our mind ignores it. A classic example is when we've had a large meal and feel full, but are then offered a tempting dessert. Miraculously, we find room in our packed stomachs to eat more. In his book, Mindless Eating, Wansink explains that we often eat large amounts of food due to external factors. We overeat not because we're hungry, but because of family and friends, attractive packaging and plates, brand names and numbers, lights and colors, shapes and smells, distance and distractions, kitchen cupboards and containers. This list is almost endless and invisible. Wansink directs the Food and Brand Lab at Cornell University. There, he and his colleagues have conducted a series of studies to demonstrate the reality that we often forget how much we've eaten. In one study, they gave a group of moviegoers either medium or large tubs of popcorn as they entered the theater. The subjects were unaware that the popcorn had been made 5 days earlier, tasted like styrofoam, and was so stale it made crackling noises when eaten. After the movie, they were asked to return the popcorn tubs and answer a short survey. Here's a question for those who received large popcorn tubs tonight. Some people received medium tubs of popcorn, and others, like you, received large tubs. We found that those who received large tubs ate more on average than those who received medium tubs. Do you think you ate more because you received a large tub? Most of the respondents confidently said no. In reality, the group given the large tubs ate 53% more than the other group, equivalent to about 21 handfuls or 173 calories of stale popcorn. Wansink concluded that they ate continuously not because the popcorn was delicious or because they were hungry. Many had just eaten lunch. Instead, they reacted reflexively to a variety of subtle temptations or unconscious cues, including the anticipation of eating popcorn at the cinema, the distraction of watching the movie, and the rustling sound of the bland popcorn from those around them. In another study, Wansink found that 5 minutes after dinner at an Italian restaurant, people who were secretly observed while eating could not accurately recall how many slices of bread they had eaten. They typically estimated, on average, they had eaten 28% less than they actually consumed. 12% of those who ate bread claimed they didn't eat any at all. Even the size of the plate we eat from can affect the amount of food we consume. When Wansink gave study subjects large bowls of ice cream, they ate at least 30% more than those who received small bowls. When he gave those with large bowls larger scoops of ice cream, they ate 57% more than those with small bowls and small scoops. In a more complex experiment, Wansink and colleagues designed a system that could continuously and secretly refill soup bowls on the table through rubber tubes rooted under the table and connected to the bottom of the bowls. Participants sat at tables of 4 and were invited to try free soup. 2 people at each table received normal 500-gram bowls. The others received 500-gram bowls that were continuously refilled, but slowly and never to the brim so that the diners wouldn't notice. To distract the diners from what they were eating, the research team created a discussion about their summer plans. After 20 minutes, the students were signaled to stop eating and asked to estimate the number of calories they had consumed. Interestingly, both groups estimated they had consumed about 125 calories. In reality, the group given a fixed amount of soup consumed about 155 calories. The group with continuously refilled bowls consumed 268 calories, nearly 75% more than their table mates. What to eat? Over several decades, many factors have combined to significantly increase the amount of food we eat. These factors include increased portion sizes, a wider variety of choices, and the number of meals we eat out, especially fast food. One of the most invisible and powerfully influential reasons we eat more is that the food we eat in restaurants and buy from grocery stores has been carefully designed to look more stimulating and appealing. Over time, with certain combinations, these foods overpower the body's natural instinct to resist excess food. In his extraordinary book, The End of Overeating, David Kessler, former FDA commissioner, described certain foods he considered hyperpalatable, which can be as addictive as cocaine and heroin. It's not just sugar that entices us. After a series of experiments starting in the 1980s, Adam Drunowski, a researcher from the University of Washington, showed that we are more attracted to sugar than to sugar combined with fat. As Drunowski explained, fat determines the texture, flavor, and characteristic aroma of many foods and is a key factor in their appeal. Another researcher cited in Kessler's book, Anthony Sclafani from the University of Chicago, fed a group of rats common supermarket foods like sausage, salami, peanut butter, bananas, and cheese. In just 10 days, the rats fed supermarket food weighed twice as much as rats fed normal food. In another study, researchers at the National Institutes of Health isolated male subjects, humans in this study, in a hospital ward. They had access to a wide variety of foods 24 hours a day, but were asked to try and maintain their daily eating habits. These subjects ultimately ate an average of 4,500 calories per day, 50% more than they needed to maintain a stable weight. Kessler wrote, "Hyperpalatable foods are superstimulants. These stimulants produce pleasures that make us want to eat more. Foods rich in sugar, fat, and salt trigger an amplified response to everything. More euphoria, more thoughts about food, stronger cravings, more dopamine-driven actions, more consumption, stronger addiction response, eating more to feel better, a prolonged time until satiety, more loss of control, more preoccupation with food, more impulsive actions, and ultimately more and more weight gain." Kessler coined this phenomenon conditioned overeating. The cause is partly that we are strongly attracted to variety. That's also why diets that focus on one type of nutrient, almost ignoring all others such as low-fat and low-carb diets eventually lead to feelings of deprivation and cravings, making it impossible to control weight and balance blood sugar through extreme eating. A series of studies and passionate proponents on opposing sides have presented evidence to defend both low-fat and low-carb diets. Being caught between the viewpoints in this food war is like trying to negotiate between Israelis and Palestinians. Neither side wants to budge. What is clearest to all of us is that extreme eating like this for extended periods is both difficult and unappealing. We believe that the best way to maintain a healthy, energetic, satisfying, and sustainable diet is to eat all nutrients in small, frequent portions. As the unparalleled food writer Michael Pollan clearly stated, eat food, not too much, mostly plants. It is undeniable that eating too much of any food is bad for us. And it is also clear that high-sugar foods like cookies, muffins, cakes, candies, and sodas, along with pure carbohydrate foods like pasta, potatoes, and bread, are foods that cause our blood sugar to spike and increase the risk of diabetes. The more urgent problem with sugar and pure carbohydrate foods is that they provide poor sustained energy. The foods that best sustain the body are those that break down slowly into the bloodstream, helping to maintain stable energy levels. The glycemic index, GI, was developed in the early 1980s by researchers trying to help people with diabetes. The GI assesses the impact of specific foods on blood sugar levels. Foods that break down into sugar quickly have a high GI, while those that release slowly into the bloodstream have a low GI. Most fruits and vegetables, except potatoes, carrots, and watermelon, have a low GI. Foods including rice, sweet potatoes, and wheat products have a medium GI. Most chocolate bars, milk, and cookies do too, because their high sugar content is offset by fat, so they are digested more slowly. The worst GI foods are pure carbohydrates like white bread, cornflakes, baked potatoes, French fries, potato chips, and beer. Think for a moment about the consequences of eating a muffin mid-morning after skipping breakfast, or a bag of potato chips late in the afternoon. The body breaks down these foods into glucose very quickly after digestion, releasing glucose into the bloodstream. We quickly feel an energy surge, exactly what we need. But because the glucose is released all at once, this energy doesn't last long, and this makes us crave more of the foods that initially gave us energy. Adding fat and salt to sugar creates a tempting combination, and in the brain's reward center, where cravings arise, more dopamine is released, making us want to eat more. Kessler explained, as each layer of complexity is added to food, its effect becomes stronger. Psychologist Walter Mischel called this phenomenon a hot stimulus. Foods with the highest fat, sugar, and salt content create the strongest stimuli. Take Cinnabon, for example. It's a famous bakery brand known for its warm, fragrant cinnamon rolls covered in smooth cream cheese frosting. They are sold at airports and shopping malls worldwide. A Cinnabon roll actually contains 3 different types of sugar, including granulated sugar and brown sugar in the filling, powdered sugar on top, and cinnamon syrup, cream cheese, vanilla, lemon, and salt. A caramel pecanbon cinnabon, which includes all the above ingredients plus pecans, contains approximately 1,100 calories, 56 grams of fat, 600 mg of sodium, 114 grams of carbohydrates, and 47 grams of sugar. The trap of deprivation. Those numbers are disheartening, yet your mind might now be flooded with the delicious taste of a caramel pecanbon. If that's the case, it's not surprising. The reason diets rarely lead to long-term weight loss is that dieting essentially relies on avoiding the most tempting foods. We waste a tremendous amount of energy fighting the urge to eat certain foods until we can't resist any longer. At that point, we give up and start eating those foods in abundance. The rate of weight loss rarely matches the rate of weight regain. During dieting, we cause dramatic fluctuations in blood sugar, leading to short-term energy depletion and long-term damage to the body. We cannot create sustainable change by resisting temptation. Kessler explained, focusing entirely on not asterisk eating ultimately makes us eat more. Cravings only increase the perceived value of food, leading us to compromise and often give up dieting altogether. According to Kessler, this cycle is self-reinforcing, driven by emotional factors that fuel desire, leading to a desperate struggle against temptation. Stimulating messages encourage us to pursue, conflicting with internal messages demanding self-control. Our brain becomes a battlefield. Ultimately, our decision to eat, to free ourselves from the struggle of resistance, becomes the only solution to escape the internal conflict. But satisfaction doesn't last. By responding to crucial brain signals with action, we only strengthen the connection between that signal and the reward of eating. Saying no to temptation, too, quickly awakens the limits of reason and discipline. Wansink and his colleague Jim Painter conducted a study in which they placed a plate full of Hershey's Kisses on the desks of secretaries in offices with low traffic to limit the chances of passers-by eating the chocolates. Half the secretaries were given plates with clear glass lids, and the other half received plates with opaque glass lids. The secretaries who could see the chocolates all day ate 71% more than those who couldn't. Wansink concluded, if every 5 minutes we see that appealing, full plate of candy, that means we have to say no 12 times in the first hour, 12 times in the second hour, and so on for all subsequent hours. Eventually, some of those no's will turn into yeses. Wansink was referring to our limited reservoir of willpower and discipline, which depletes each time we try to restrain ourselves. Furthermore, the more energy we use to resist food temptations, the less energy we have for more important tasks in life. Or, as Leo Filio, a psychology professor at Ohio State University, explained to Kessler, often our energy resources are just enough for daily activities, so they cannot engage in our sudden, highly stimulating activities. Kessler concluded, deprivation is our true enemy. When you use all your emotional energy to stop an activity, you can become anxious and stressed. We cannot maintain a habit change that only leaves us feeling hungry, unhappy, angry, or frustrated. Satisfaction is very important. The key to smart eating is not to completely resist satisfaction. This also applies to high-sugar, high-fat foods that many of us enjoy daily, but in small, limited portions. To do this, we need to replace bad habits and impulsive actions with better awareness and more positive habits. We first met Gary Farah in 2004 when he was a young investment banker at Wachovia. A former college football player, Farah was ambitious and hardworking, but he had allowed his weight to gradually climb to 120 kg, exceeding a healthy weight for his 182 cm height. He told himself that exercising would only cut into his work time, and he was too busy to pay attention to eating anymore. He explained, "I always rushed out of the house every morning without eating, and I had a habit of not eating until I remembered I had to eat, which might be 2:00 p.m. or later. I wasn't really focused on what I was doing, or how I was feeling, or what was affecting me. By the time I went to eat, I was so hungry that I always ate until I was stuffed. I never really thought about what was bad for me to eat. It was just much easier to grab whatever was available." Farah's first breakthrough occurred when we helped him connect how he ate with his energy levels at work, especially in the afternoon, when he always found himself exhausted. The second key was to build a habit of precisely identifying the type of food he would eat. He started eating breakfast with an apple, a banana, and a cup of yogurt or an oatmeal bar. He also started taking breaks at work every 2 hours and eating a small handful of almonds or another type of fruit. At his main meals, he started eating less. Dissatisfied with discovering his physical decline after gaining weight, he also started exercising more regularly. In less than a year, he lost nearly 27 kg without actively dieting, and he has maintained that for 4 years, navigating a series of changes including marriage, the birth of his first daughter, and moving to a new bank during an economic recession. Farah told us, "Mostly, I wanted to feel better. I realized I had so much more energy and was more productive after changing my eating habits. Before, I would usually come home at the end of the day and just collapse. Now I have a 2-year-old daughter, and the last thing I want is to be too tired to spend precious time with her when I get home. I currently work 12 hours a day but never feel exhausted. When I get home, I have time for my daughter, and after she goes to bed, I go to the gym. I exercise at least 3 times a week, or I'll go to the basement and run on the treadmill for 30 minutes. The key to regaining control over eating, as Farah discovered, is to decide beforehand what to eat, how much to eat, and how often to eat. Only then can we avoid the endless temptations, unconscious actions, and enticing surprises that overpower our discipline and lead us astray. Clinical nutritionist David Perlmutter said, "When you walk into a new day without a plan, you will be forced to deal with whatever comes your way. If you have a plan and know what you will eat that day, you won't let things that aren't part of your plan hinder your path." Action Steps Chapter 8, *. 1. If you find yourself overeating or skipping meals too often, start a food journal for 1 week. 2. To download a journal template, visit www.energymgmt.com/foodblog. Tracking the type of food, quantity, and time you eat is the first step toward changing your eating habits. 3. Are you on a sumo diet? That is, not eating for long periods and then having a large meal in the evening. What simple step can you take to get a more stable energy supply from the food you eat? 4. Try to eat small meals every 3 to 4 hours during the day, starting with breakfast. A high-protein, low-carbohydrate breakfast is especially important for jump-starting your metabolism and preventing you from overeating in the morning. 5. Download the hunger scale template from www.energymgmt.com/hungerscale. Use it to increase your awareness of when to eat and when you've had enough. 6. Try eating more slowly than usual by putting your utensils down after each bite. Research shows that it takes up to 20 minutes for our brain and body to realize we are full. Chapter 9, Building a Culture of Respect. We were very moved when, 5 years ago, we persuaded leaders at Wachovia Bank to build a renewal room on the busy floor where most senior executives worked. The small, windowless office they chose wasn't ideal, but it was a start and a statement. The furnishings included a comfortable sofa and a few reclining chairs. Overall, it was a comfortable enough place to gather, talk, and relax. The problem was, no one dared to go near that room, as if it were designed to be a junk room. Spending time in the break room felt like walking around the office with a sign saying, "Look, I'm not working." Creating a space for people to relax for a moment couldn't make people foolishly believe that the company culture was changing. No one would naively think that the company president only went there to offer a friendly wink. Despite our efforts, sticking to the desk for long periods was still seen as a key sign of dedication and necessary for career advancement. The break room remained deserted for about 2 or 3 months until someone decided to stop pretending. The reclining chairs and sofa were replaced with desks and task chairs, and a newly appointed young manager moved in. In most organizations, there are unspoken but clear expectations. Arrive early and leave late, keep your head down working at your computer, take as few breaks as possible, eat lunch at your desk, replenish energy between meals with coffee and sugary snacks from vending machines, and take work home in the evenings and on weekends. If you feel you need a break, make it short, and remember to check your BlackBerry or iPhone everywhere, at least several times a day. We have discussed in previous chapters how to deal with these challenges on your own. If you are a leader or manager, create new ways of working. Start by recognizing that rest supports work performance. At an individual level, you must always be ready to support and shape new habits, as well as help your employees and those you manage build their own energy management habits. Finally, your organization needs to create policies, practices, and services that support this new way of working. The first key is to stop evaluating work performance by the number of hours your employees work. Instead, base it on the value they create. This means, in addition to allowing employees intermittent breaks, actively encouraging breaks because they are key to maintaining consistently high performance. You should also treat employees as adults by giving them the freedom to decide the best way to get work done and hold them accountable for the results they produce, not the hours they work. The second change needed in leadership thinking is to shift focus from employee competencies, the skills they need to complete tasks, to their capacity, the quantity and quality of what they possess. We all tend to undervalue capacity because we've been accustomed to having more capacity than we need for too long. As the demands in our lives increase, our energy reserves continuously deplete. Just as the planet's finite natural resources have pressured us to develop renewable resources, organizations also need to help employees find new ways to renew their own resources. Systematically investing in human capacity, starting with physical health, is key to sustained high performance. More and more organizations are focusing on how employees manage their physical health, but often it's to support healthcare cost control or to create an additional benefit, rather than as a method to increase performance. Most organizations deliberately focus on wellness programs that rarely attract the attention of senior leaders. Most leaders still do not proactively recognize that how employees manage their physical energy is paramount to both their work performance and their satisfaction. Periodization, or training cycles, is how athletes train in cycles, alternating high-intensity training with recovery periods daily, weekly, or yearly, in an effort to store maximum energy for important competitive events. We believe that leaders and companies need to think similarly. Many researchers have studied the typical work patterns of organizations. The chart on page 199 illustrates the energy cycles most of us experience over a week. On Monday, right after the weekend, most of us need time to mentally warm up, just as athletes stretch and jog before a competition. David Moskowitz, a researcher from McGill University, found that Monday is the best day for administrative tasks that don't require high focus, such as setting goals, organizing work, and planning. By Tuesday, most of us are energized again. For the next 2 days, our ability to focus and work peaks. It would be reasonable for both individuals and organizations to tackle the most challenging tasks on these days, including solving difficult problems, taking on writing assignments, launching campaigns, and brainstorming creative ideas. By Thursday afternoon, Moskowitz found that our energy levels typically begin to wane. This might be a suitable day for conducting meetings that require consensus. By Friday, we are usually at our lowest energy level of the week, especially in the afternoon. This can be a good time for open-ended tasks like thinking, long-term planning, and relationship building. Designing work schedules for yourself and your team based on this rhythm means you are making good use of your and their natural energy flow. Establishing new rhythms. Among all the companies we have worked with, none understood the importance of working rhythmically more than Sony Europe. Roy White, Vice President of Human Resources, said, "When I started looking at the world from an energy perspective, I noticed that energy is like waves, rising and falling." As an athlete himself, White recognized the potential of periodic work at the organizational level, especially when facing periods of highest demand. Sony's busiest season is autumn, leading up to Christmas. Almost immediately after that intense period, Sony UK would jump back into meetings with key distributors in January. This event lasted almost a month and was held in a relatively remote location to ensure Sony received significant customer attention. In the past, this month would revolve around hours of marketing campaign discussions, contract negotiations, and socializing with business partners, often late into the night and early morning. This process repeated for days, for weeks. When we started working with Sony, many sales employees told us they dreaded the consequences these meetings had on themselves and their families, because they had to travel for many days, and it took them many days to recover when they returned home. To help them manage their energy better, we created a survival guide based on the core principle that the higher the job demands, the more frequent the need for rest. With that principle, we encouraged managers to focus on reducing their alcohol consumption during evening meetings, forming a habit of morning exercise, eating more frequent and smaller meals, and going to bed at a reasonable, predetermined time. Andy Benson, Commercial Director of Sony UK, shared with us, the results were astonishing. Not only did people achieve better physical condition, but our partners also found Sony employees sharper and more focused. The Sony UK team also changed how they managed their workday in the office. Budget and annual planning meetings, once dreaded events, often lasted all day and extended late into the night. Attention would wander, tempers would flare, and irritability tended to increase as people became exhausted. When Sony leaders began to embrace the concept of intermittent rest, they decided to divide meetings into 90-minute sessions with breaks in between. Currently, among the 2,000 employees who have experienced our method at Sony Electronics, 90% reported that regular breaks away from their desks significantly increased their energy levels and work performance. 80% said the experience helped them achieve a better work-life balance. From top to bottom, Fujio Nishida, president of Sony Europe, emphasized the importance of rest. Nishida was convinced of its importance during our work with him and his senior leadership team in 2006. He shared, "That's when I realized the connection between eating, sleeping, resting, exercising, and business performance. One of the good outcomes was that I was able to quit smoking, something I realized I had abused to recover energy in the past. I used to go outside for a cigarette when I felt too much pressure. Who would have thought I could replace smoking with breathing? Breathing really works, and I haven't smoked since then. Before, I never considered rest as a method to improve performance, but in reality, it truly is effective." At the same time, the story of me quitting smoking spread throughout the company. I think my story made people feel that rest was acceptable, something they hadn't felt before. I started seeing more people exercising instead of feeling guilty, as they had in the past. Now they could say, "That's great, I'm doing something good for myself, and it benefits the company too." Simon Ashby, who managed IT operations and logistics at Sony, struggled for a long time with the fact that his best project managers were always under intense work pressure and therefore the most susceptible to burnout. Ashby explained, "Before, they were completely exhausted by the constant bang 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 of delivery orders and had no time to recover. Now, we've built in rest periods into their schedules so they can regularly recover energy, even in difficult economic times and under immense pressure. We remain committed to providing rest and recovery time for employees. We see it as a way to achieve peak performance, and it's working very well." Andrew Dither, former vice president of Sony Audio in Europe and currently managing director of Sony Home Picture Entertainment in Germany, asked all his team members to follow our schedule. He told us, "One of the things I learned is that the key to high performance is not how long people work. I explicitly explained to my team that the key to achieving better numbers is not more hours, but more vitality, focus, passion, and positive emotions. I want everyone to believe that self-care is not a luxury, but a necessity. This wasn't how Sony worked before, and I think it caused a big culture shock initially. Like Nishida, Dither saw being a role model for the new habits he hoped to see in others as a personal mission. He started taking regular breaks, even if it was just quietly breathing for a few minutes, taking a walk outside, or working out at the gym during lunch, despite his packed schedule. He promised himself he would leave work at 5:30 p.m. at least a few days a week. He said, "That was a leap of faith, and I think my senior management team initially struggled to connect their energy and performance. But in return, we got amazing results and a completely new sense of potential and future prospects." In Sony Europe's most recent employee satisfaction survey, Dither's team showed the greatest improvement in satisfaction, motivation, and loyalty indices across all Sony Europe departments. The change at Sony Europe even extended to their factories. Steve Datton is the managing director responsible for Sony's factory in South Wales, where they produce advanced camera systems and house Sony UK's main customer service department. Like Nishida and Dither, Datton initially participated in the program as an individual. He made many changes in his life, starting with his physical health, and that greatly affected his energy levels. As a restless sleeper, he began to develop the habit of going to bed early every night to ensure he got enough sleep, 8 hours. He kept his exercise equipment in a separate room at home and started working out as soon as he woke up. During the day, he developed the habit of eating healthy foods every 2 to 3 hours. Feeling energized after a trial period, Datton decided to have all 270 employees in his factory participate in the program. There was a gym at the factory, but it was largely empty. With Datton's support, the gym is now widely used, especially at the beginning and end of the day. As part of their business target rewards, factory workers were given a card allowing them free access to local recreational and fitness facilities. Words like recovery and energy management became part of conversations in the factory. This clearly impacted key aspects of the factory. Overtime hours were cut in half since employees joined the program. Datton said, "Before, to achieve our goals, everyone definitely had to stay late and work Saturdays. That's no longer the case because people are more productive when they're here and because they see the value of taking time to rest." Sick days decreased by 40%, and employee turnover dropped from 8.2% to 3.2%. With 91% employee satisfaction, it reached the highest level across all Sony Electronics departments, including both factory and other non-factory departments. Sony Europe also invested significantly in building relaxation spaces throughout the company, including massage chairs, comfortable sofas, gentle natural lighting, and even a rule prohibiting mobile phones and electronic devices. In contrast to what we encountered at Wachovia, Sony's rest areas were widely used. Sony leaders also created more common spaces for people to meet and relax, including a game room at the central office in Basingstoke, with board games and video games. Trevor Johnson, head of corporate services, responsible for creating the relaxation spaces, explained, "These facilities are a statement that, although our business revolves around machines, it still depends on people. We are working in a highly competitive and fast-changing field. Sometimes we need to pause to clear our minds." The lack of napping. It is estimated that only 1% of companies allow employees to nap at work. A few pioneering organizations like Google, Cisco, and Pixar have officially allowed employees to nap. Mark Holmes, art director at Pixar, told a reporter, "You're going to get a very narrow view if you stare at a problem forever. You go down the same path over and over, you just tweak it a little bit, and that's good. Sleep washes that away. It resets you. You wake up and realize, wait a second, there's another approach to this problem." Google allows employees to use nap pods in common areas at its Mountain View headquarters. These pods are leather recliners with an egg-shaped canopy that can be closed, shielding users from light and noise. However, when working at Google, we found that these nap pods weren't widely used on normal workdays, showing how big a leap it currently is for employees to accept napping at work. To affirm the power of napping, we introduced some of our exercises in the afternoon and asked all participants to take a short nap. We literally recreated a daycare setting, laying out mats on the floor and turning off the lights for 20 to 30 minutes. Some slept, others didn't, but almost everyone experienced a fairly complete midday rest. The benefits and performance improvements were often immediately apparent in those who napped. As their concentration began to wane, they found themselves able to re-energize for the rest of the afternoon. We believe that a napping habit can only be successfully established in organizations when napping is viewed as an integral part of a deeper, more systematic effort to build a culture that recognizes the importance of rest for work performance. Meanwhile, allowing employees more flexibility in building their work schedules will give them the freedom to manage their energy over multiple days. For example, the cost of commuting for employees and employers is the same. Over 11 million Americans spend more than 2 hours a day commuting between home and work. Many expend energy without serving work purposes during this time. Most of this commute time is in the morning when people are often energized and alert. In many cases, they arrive at work feeling irritable and tired from the commute. So, if it's not absolutely essential for the job, why force employees to invest precious energy just to commute at a specific time? Why not allow them to commute outside of rush hour or occasionally work from home? Besides minimizing unproductive time, this flexibility can give people the opportunity to get enough sleep. The exercise time trap is the first thing we sacrifice when facing prolonged rush hour commutes and long hours at work. If we leave home at dawn and return after dark, who will have enough time and energy to exercise? Ironically, exercise is precisely what boosts employee health and consistently shows the potential to reduce overall healthcare costs. Exercise is also a reliable recovery method during the workday. The proportion of large organizations equipped with on-site exercise facilities is significantly increasing. Very few companies have a culture that allows employees to comfortably exercise during the day, let alone encourages it. We chose midday exercise as the focus of the training program we created for the accounting team at EY just before busy season. For these accountants, working 12 to 14 hours during tax season was the norm, and they were compensated a significant portion based on their total hours worked each week. Ironically, many of them were doing work that clients paid a flat fee for, not by the hour. If the work could be completed in less time, it would actually generate more profit for the company. So why would the company want to evaluate its employees by the hours they worked? The answer we received repeatedly was, it's always been done this way, and no one has found a better way to measure individual performance. This system doesn't benefit anyone in accounting firms, law firms, advertising agencies, or other personal service organizations that charge clients by the hour. Employees who know they are rewarded for working maximum hours have no incentive to work more efficiently. If they finish their assigned tasks, they are often given more work to do. The employees who work the most hours often tell us that their work performance declines as their working hours increase. Furthermore, the more hours they work each day, the more their work quality is affected. Companies that pay hourly operate in a system where neither they nor their employees benefit from working more efficiently. Consequently, clients may also not receive the best quality products from them. Sprint and recover. The key to the success of all the intervention programs we implemented lay in the degree of active acceptance by senior leaders, spearheaded by the CEO. In the case of EY, Otto Tay, a board member responsible for managing the EY employee group participating in the program, was a fervent and dedicated supporter. He personally attended all the training sessions and made it clear to employees that he didn't care about the number of hours they worked each day. Instead, he urged employees to complete their work as efficiently as possible without compromising quality, and then go home. Tay realized that the earlier people left the office, the more time they had at home, the more time they had to sleep, and the better they would feel, not just the next day, but for a long time afterward. With that idea, we showed Tay's team how to work in 90-minute sprints, focused and undistracted, then take a complete break to truly recover. Most importantly, we encouraged them to take longer breaks in the afternoon, around 3 or 4 p.m., when their energy usually began to flag. A short nap would be perfect, but that was a bit radical for the tradition of an accounting firm. Many volunteers chose to go to a nearby gym and work out for an hour. Feeling refreshed and alert after exercising, they found they could focus better when they returned to the office. As a result, they accomplished more by the end of the day and could often leave the office earlier than before. Many participants reported that the busy season immediately after we worked with them was the least stressful work season they had ever experienced. By the end of the season, the team had completed more work in less time, a positive outcome for both EY and its employees. We believe that the first large accounting firm to switch to billing clients by completed work instead of by the hour will gain a significant competitive advantage. We believe the results of this change will be not only higher work performance, but also a huge advantage in attracting and retaining the best talent. The food we eat represents who we are. The final potential key to enhancing physical energy in the workplace is the food we consume. The main problem with large corporations lies in the type of food they provide in vending machines, cafeterias, dining rooms, and during meetings. The main types of food in vending machines at organizations are candy, cookies, chips full of sugar, salt, and fat. These foods create a temporary, short-lived sense of excitement and fullness when our body's energy is flagging, but they are harmful to health and affect performance over time. At Google, there is only one vending machine at headquarters, and it's there to support a great idea. It's filled with candy and other snacks, but these items are priced inversely to their nutritional value. The worst items are the most expensive. You can buy a bag of famous Amos cookies for $4.55 or a pack of crackers for $3.40 if you like those, but the price you pay for them is very high. Most cafeterias we visited at large companies offered a wide variety of food choices, including healthy options. However, it was quite rare to find companies that specifically emphasized and encouraged employees to eat healthy, energy-rich foods. One of the simplest ways to do this is to offer lower prices for healthy foods. The main cafeteria at Sony Pictures in Los Angeles, where all employees work, has now added healthy options and a low-cost salad bar. No company we have ever worked with invests in employee meals or considers food an integral part of company culture as much as Google. In their initial public offering, co-CEOs Sergey Brin and Larry Page clearly stated their intentions. They wrote, "We offer incredible benefits to our employees, including free meals. We have carefully considered the long-term advantages to the company from these benefits." At its Mountain View headquarters, Google has 11 different restaurants offering free breakfast, lunch, and dinner to employees. Many chefs are recruited from high-end restaurants in the Bay Area, and we can confirm from personal experience that the food here is absolutely fantastic: fresh, diverse, nutritious, and abundant. Cafes are packed during mealtimes, and employees are encouraged to interact with each other. There are also small kitchens scattered throughout the company, offering healthy snacks all day long. From our personal perspective, Google's policy has created a more rhythmic and effective approach on many levels. This approach encourages people to get up from their desks regularly, especially during lunch. It also encourages employees to be more physically active, especially in Mountain View, where cafes are scattered throughout the campus. The main dining hall itself is equipped with long tables, encouraging people to sit together and socialize. There are also special rooms dedicated to thinking, often filled with equipment, toys, and various decorations to encourage people to play and explore, as well as break free from traditional, rigid ways of thinking and push boundaries. Over time, almost all of us become accustomed to the most luxurious things. But even so, we have a strong feeling that for almost all the employees we have worked with at Google, free meals and unlimited snacks every day are benefits they cherish and appreciate, not to mention the other benefits it brings. Simply providing 3 high-quality meals a day could become a goal that any company should aspire to. Fueling employees every day with high-octane food resources. Action Steps Chapter 9 *. 1. When it comes to rest, as a leader, your first responsibility is to proactively practice building the habit yourself. Next, share with your employees the effectiveness of physical energy recovery. Emphasize the relationship between high work performance and regular rest. 2. Encourage them to exercise during the day to increase their energy and improve their focus in the afternoon. Allow them short naps and cyclical breaks. 3. Never schedule a meeting that lasts longer than 90 minutes. 4. Do you evaluate a person's work ability partly by their willingness to work overtime? The most important factor should not be the hours they work, but the value they create. Can you shift that paradigm in your perception and then in your actions? 5. Are you willing to talk to each of your employees about what schedule would make them most effective and do your best to make that schedule happen? If not, what is holding you back? 6. Review the weekly oscillation chart on page 200 and share it with your team. Start a discussion with them about the most effective days for different tasks. What changes, personally and organizationally, should you make to work more effectively? Part 3. Emotional Security. Chapter 10. The Battle Between States. Our feelings profoundly affect our abilities. The problem is that over time, we still don't understand our own feelings, nor the impact emotions have on our work performance and on those we work with. Although emotional intelligence is now discussed in many organizations, very few leaders we have worked with feel completely comfortable dealing with their own emotions or managing the emotions of others. For many of them, emotions are confusing, complex, and often make them uncomfortable. In many companies, though unspoken, employees implicitly understand that they are expected to leave their emotions behind before entering the office each morning. The most common mode of interaction is polite, gentle, conflict avoidant, and often artificial. When intense emotions are expressed, they are usually exaggerated and negative, stemming from suppressed pressure and quickly hidden afterward. But emotions affect us and those around us, whether we consciously recognize them or not. The more aware we are of our current emotions, the more power we have to influence them. Skillful emotional management creates the potential for better and more effective relationships in the workplace. There are 4 basic things we feel during the day. They are illustrated in the emotional chart on the previous page. The vertical axis represents the amount of energy, from high to low. The horizontal axis represents the quality of energy, from negative to positive. The 2 axes create 4 general descriptions of how we feel at certain times. Each emotional state is further divided into smaller emotional levels to be displayed on the 2 axes. But for most of our clients, the 4 basic states are the most recognizable. Before reading on, pause for a moment to think about how you feel when you are at your best. What adjectives come to mind? Write them down. What do you notice in common among them? For years, we have asked thousands of people these questions: athletes, artists, cardiac surgeons, and ICU nurses, teachers and students, police officers, and corporate leaders. Most people describe emotions that fall into the upper right quadrant of the chart, high positive energy. We call this the performance zone, and it's the best place for you when pursuing a specific goal, whether sitting in front of a computer, holding a meeting, competing on a sports field, performing heart surgery, or taking a test. It's not surprising that positive emotions are always associated with your best performance. It's very likely you would produce a list of adjectives close to the emotions shown in the upper right quadrant of the chart on page 220. One thing we are less aware of is that we cannot always work at our best when we are in the performance zone. In other words, at any given moment when you don't feel positive, engaged, optimistic, focused, enthusiastic, and committed, you won't be able to achieve your optimal state. Most of us experience periods when we don't feel those emotions at work. This leads to the second question. When you are not in the performance zone, where are you and what are the consequences? Looking at the chart, 3 other possibilities remain. Only a small percentage of clients we spoke with said they spent a significant amount of time at work immersed in the state in the lower right quadrant of the chart: relaxed, calm, comfortable, and peaceful. Despite what we say about the power of cyclical, intermittent rest, individuals still find it illogical, and most organizations have not yet embraced this culture. There's still the upper left quadrant of the chart, which contains negative emotions. Many of us find ourselves in the exhaustion zone, lower left, after periods of intense, demanding work, but typically that's not where we stay long. This is clearly the worst zone to work in. If you spend too much time in that zone, it's quite likely your work will be in jeopardy. It's also quite difficult to imagine an employee telling their boss, "Today I feel hopeless and depressed." Instead, most clients tell us that when they are not in the performance zone at work, it's because they've fallen into the survival zone, the upper left quadrant. Unlike the renewal zone and the exhaustion zone, the survival zone is acceptable to most organizations, characterized by anger, fear, frustration, and irritability. the emotions characteristic of the survival zone are all too familiar in the workplace. Furthermore, many leaders still rely on negative emotions to achieve their desired results. The fear center. Few of us consciously choose to work in the survival zone. Instead, we enter it reflexively and instinctively when we perceive threats or dangers. A conflict erupts with a client, colleague, or boss, or an external factor like a sudden deadline or a disappointing outcome. Physiologically, the survival zone represents the fight or flight response, activated by the amygdala, a small, almond-shaped region in the midbrain beneath the cortex, which processes emotions and was named the fear center by neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux. Among brain structures, the amygdala activates the sympathetic nervous system, responding by releasing large amounts of adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol into the bloodstream. These stress hormones trigger a cascade of physiological reactions, including increased heart rate, tunnel vision, muscle tension, and blood flowing from the brain to the limbs. Each of these responses increases our capacity to fight or flee. Physiologically, we have two distinct selves operating according to opposing programs. We posit that the conflict between the parasympathetic nervous system, which calms us, and the sympathetic nervous system, which stimulates us, is like a battle between states. In parasympathetic stimulation, our conscious self, under the protection of the prefrontal cortex, is aware of its actions. It has infinite capacity for learning and growth. In this state, we are capable of making rational choices based on careful consideration of pros and cons. The second, more primitive self, governed by the sympathetic nervous system, operates under the protection of the limbic system, the system of emotions, instincts, and habits. This self operates automatically and reflexively, largely beyond our conscious control, and is designed to ensure immediate survival and safety. It cannot think or reflect. Psychologist Aaron Mark Collum wrote, "If you remove the complex prefrontal cortex from the human brain, you are left with an individual who is both chaotic and troublesome, lacking foresight and awareness of consequences. Without the frontal lobe, we lose what is considered the most important human capacity in communication, the ability to self-regulate our actions. We lose the ability to control our habits." The instinctual response to danger was particularly useful to us thousands of years ago when we faced daily life-or-death threats from predators. Today, we rarely encounter such dangers. However, our bodies don't differentiate between real threats to life and everyday anxieties. An angry boss, conflict with a colleague, an impossible deadline, a dissatisfied client, a mountain of overdue work, or an unanswered call can all trigger our fight or flight response. The problem is that when our survival isn't truly threatened, the fight or flight response often does more harm than good. The first impact is on our health. Take cortisol, for example, a catabolic hormone that breaks down tissues. It works well in many situations. For instance, cortisol breaks down fats and carbohydrates, increasing glucose in the blood, giving us more energy. But when cortisol remains in the body for too long and continuously, it becomes toxic. It can impair learning by damaging the hippocampus, the memory-retaining part of the brain. Cortisol can also severely weaken the immune system by hindering the normal production of T cells and causing a host of diseases, including diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Neuroscientist Jill Bolt Taylor, author of the bestseller, My Stroke of Insight, explained, "Paying attention to how long we dwell in the current of anger or the depths of despair is extremely important for our health." The second price we pay for the fight or flight response is the inhibition of prefrontal cortex activity, which largely shuts down when the sympathetic nervous system takes over. This is good because conscious thought actually slows down our reaction time when facing life-threatening situations. It takes 2 seconds for the prefrontal cortex to recognize and respond to danger. The amygdala can perceive and react to threats in 0.005 seconds. Psychologist Jonathan Haidt calls this response the neural shortcut. But this immediate reaction doesn't help us much when the challenges we face are complex and not life-threatening. In the fight or flight response, we lose the ability to calmly and clearly think through the best possible responses to situations within our grasp. At the most basic level, we sacrifice our ability to reason, reducing our cognitive capacity. We also become rigid and less creative in our thinking, lacking strategic vision. More broadly, we lose the ability to calculate the long-term consequences of our actions, not only because our vision in fight or flight is narrowed to the immediate threat, but fear follows fear as the amygdala is continuously stimulated, and the brain becomes overly vigilant, often perceiving danger even when it doesn't truly exist. A classic example is PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which many soldiers suffer from when they return from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. What served them in war now hinders their daily lives. The fear of being attacked can become so intense that any loud noise can trigger reactions like freezing in fear an extreme form of the flight response or violence, when unprovoked an extreme form of the fight response. Fear and anger can be sources of action, but in most cases, they hinder your performance. Imagine a time when a loved one is about to undergo brain surgery, or when the pilot flying the plane you're on has to land in a heavy storm, or when your child's teacher has to figure out the best way to respond in an emergency. Would you want the people in charge in such situations to feel frustrated, angry, scared, or to feel calm, composed, and clear-headed? The answer is obviously clear. When you are the one facing a disaster, the answer remains the same, without exception. The same principle applies at the organizational level. The venerable management guru W. Edwards Deming laid the foundation for his work on efforts to drive fear out of organizations. He said, "It is incredible what happens when you let fear out. Fear has terrible consequences." After conducting surveys for his research, Daniel Goleman concluded, "The higher the pressure, the more our cognitive abilities and performance are affected. The more anxious we feel, the more our cognitive capacity diminishes." The energy director. The third problem with negative emotions is their impact on others. Research increasingly shows that all emotions are contagious, for better or worse. We often ask clients to describe the qualities of a leader they particularly admire or look up to as a role model. Take a moment to think about that. Who would you choose, and what adjectives would you use to describe that person? Next, take a moment to write down your answer before continuing. We have asked this question hundreds of times, and these are the 10 most common answers: inspiring, motivating, kind, positive, calm, intelligent, visionary, supportive, decisive, fair. No one tells us, "What I like most about my boss is when he gets angry. It shows how much he cares about me." Or, "I like his impatience, it keeps me focused." Negative emotions can drive action, but they don't inspire others. Conversely, research shows that leaders who act out of anger and negativity are likely to make their employees sick. One study tested healthcare workers under 2 supervisors, one they liked and one they couldn't stand. On days when the difficult boss was supervising, the workers' average blood pressure rose from 113/75 to 126/81, going from normal to near hypertension. In other studies, employees who felt unfairly criticized by their boss, or felt their boss didn't listen to their problems, were 30% more likely to develop heart-related illnesses than those who had fair and caring leaders. We view leaders as energy directors. We believe that the primary challenge leaders face is to capture, deploy, inspire, focus, and regularly renew the people they manage to motivate them to be more positive. In a meta-analysis of over 200 leadership studies, researchers Bruce Avolio and Fred Luthans found that only one leader quality consistently had a positive impact on others. The best leaders could see the good qualities in their employees, which the employees themselves weren't fully aware of. But how often do leaders take on the role of boosting the self-confidence of those they lead, especially when they themselves are under pressure? Leaders are no more immune than us to feelings of being threatened, overwhelmed, or to the fight-or-flight response. What makes leaders different is the immense influence they gain through their position and power over those they lead. All their emotions are reflected in the organization they oversee. Fred, a senior leader at a top financial firm, explained, "I always thought it was perfectly justifiable to show displeasure with people who messed up or couldn't handle their own work. What else was I supposed to do to make someone change? I eventually understood that if I was harsh with someone and that person left my office feeling scared, angry, or demeaned, he would find it difficult to recover and perform at his best. Such a conversation was actually counterproductive." I still believe that sometimes you have to use negative methods to get someone's attention when all else fails. Currently, I'm trying very hard to ensure that using negative emotions is just one of several options. When I have to be harsh with someone, I always try to ensure that by the end, that person understands that I trust him and am confident he can get the job done. When I no longer trust and communicate in that way, then it's probably time for that person to leave. The ultimate price for negative emotions is that they quickly drain our energy. If you spend too much time in the survival zone, you will eventually fall into the exhaustion zone, the worst place to work. Athletes understand this implicitly. In his memoir, John McEnroe discussed the impact of anger on his performance. He wrote, "My trick was to get angry. Did it help me more than it hurt me? I don't think so. In the end, my father was right. Maybe I could have played better if I hadn't done that." As a great athlete, McEnroe won his last Grand Slam at age 25. Anger left lasting consequences and shortened his career. The energy expenditure for negative emotions may not be obvious for those doing less physically demanding work, but the consequences are even harder to see. Think about a day when you felt anxious and its impact on your ability to concentrate. How much energy would an angry encounter drain from you? How would your engagement and performance be affected if you didn't like your boss? Emotional recovery. The antidote to reflexively falling into the survival zone is to actively spend more time in the renewal zone. If physical endurance is determined by the speed of physical recovery, then resilience is determined by the speed of emotional recovery. Physiologically, the problem is not the spike in cortisol in our system when the fight-or-flight response occurs, but the speed of recovery back to normal. Jill Bolt Taylor explained, "The process for limbic system programs to be triggered, flood the body, and then completely flush out of our system lasts a mere 90 seconds. If you're still angry after 90 seconds, it's because you're choosing to stay angry." Regular exposure to positive emotions is key to avoiding the survival zone. Just as physical energy reserves gradually deplete throughout the day, the difficult challenges we encounter at work deplete our positive emotional reserves. Physical and emotional energy are closely linked. How we care for our bodies profoundly affects our emotions. We feel better after a good night's sleep and more mentally refreshed after a run or exercise. Indeed, the simplest way to restore positive emotions is through physical activity, especially if you've been sitting at a desk for hours, or by resting and sleeping when you're truly exhausted. However, completing a challenging task at work, having a pleasant conversation with a colleague, or doing something you truly enjoy during a break can also boost your spirits and physically energize you. Cultivating positive emotions benefits us not only because they make us feel better, but also because they have the potential to bring performance and effectiveness to all aspects of life. We often allow ourselves to be pulled into the survival zone by those around us and by daily events. But even when facing the most demanding requirements, we still have the power to choose how we feel. The key here is to learn to move rhythmically between the performance zone and the renewal zone so that we can regularly replenish our reserves with positive energy. Action Steps Chapter 10 *. 1. The more clearly aware we are of our emotions, the more we are able to influence them. Take 2 or 3 times a day to ask yourself which emotional zone you are in. If it's one of the negative zones on the left of the chart, take some time to try and understand the cause that put you in that state. 2. The antidote to reflexively falling into the survival zone is to actively spend more time in the renewal zone. Make a list of the things you enjoy most and identify what makes you feel happiest. Actively schedule at least one of those activities each week. 3. Energy is contagious. How does your energy affect those around you? If you are a leader, the impact of your energy will be higher depending on your position. After each conversation, take time to ask yourself if the person you just spoke with feels better or worse leaving than when they started the conversation. Regardless of the outcome, ask yourself how much you contributed to that result. Chapter 11. If you have no pride, you have nothing. An igniter is an event, behavior, or circumstance that continuously generates negative emotions and pushes us into a fight-or-flight state. In the survival zone, we experience igniters every day to a greater or lesser degree. Most are nuisances, annoyances like the feeling of a bee landing on your leg or arm. You'll be distracted for a moment until you shoo the bee away. You might get stung, the discomfort will linger, and the persistent pain will occupy your mind. In some cases, things happen as if to provoke us all day long. Event after event causes us to lose composure, feel fear, irritation, or anger. Although many things can certainly stimulate us positively, a beautiful sunset, an unexpected compliment, or a happy memory, our nature is to be vigilant about danger. As a result, we actively pay more attention to what goes wrong in our lives than to what goes right. In a study titled, "Bad is Stronger Than Good," Roy Baumeister and colleagues reviewed dozens of studies on this topic and summarized, extreme emotions, bad parenting, and negative feedback have a greater impact than good things, and bad news is generally paid more attention to than good news. We are more motivated to avoid negative self-definitions than to pursue positive ones. Negative impressions and prejudices form faster and are more resilient to counter evidence than positive impressions. This phenomenon is also known as negative bias. Jonathan Haidt explained, "Psychologists have repeatedly found that the human brain responds to bad things faster, more strongly, and more persistently than to good things. When you receive your performance review at work, do you pay more attention to positive or negative comments? Do you spend more time enjoying your accomplishments or worrying about what you've lost? Many studies show that losing something makes us feel more unhappy than gaining something makes us happy. Similarly, giving something up makes us much sadder than the happiness we feel when we acquire something in the first place." Baumeister argues, "It is an evolutionary adaptation that has made bad stronger than good. Survival requires us to pay urgent attention to potential bad consequences, but pay little attention to positive outcomes. Although that feeling is no longer essential for our survival as it was thousands of years ago, we still instinctively remain highly vigilant to perceived dangers in our daily lives. As we mentioned, we respond to perceived threats or dangers with a fight or flight response. Consider the following example. Based on my experience, it's highly likely that you are reading this book but not paying close attention or focusing much. Your mind often wanders, and you are easily distracted by what's happening around you. As a result, you are missing most of the arguments we are making. I'm also willing to bet that you rarely read with intense focus, and that's why most of your understanding is superficial, not deep. Ultimately, you've spent too much time just skimming through this knowledge without truly understanding it. How do you feel? Am I right at all? I suspect I am, even though you might want to deny it. Okay, now pause for a moment and check your body. How do you feel right now? Are you breathing faster than usual? Do you feel a knot in your stomach and chest, or feel flushed or a little uncomfortable? Instead, you might feel irritated and annoyed by what I just said about you. Well, okay. My intention was to provoke you. In reality, I certainly don't have enough evidence to prove that what I just said about you is true. Even so, if you are like most people we work with, it's highly likely that those words were enough to provoke you, at least to some degree. And perhaps it happened so quickly that you didn't even realize it. This is likely to happen even if you suspect I'm just trying to provoke you. Your amygdala, the early warning system, perceived potential danger in my words before your cortex had a chance to assess whether those words had any rational basis. If your amygdala acted first, it would send messages to brain cells, which would release stress hormones into your blood in a fraction of a second, and you would enter a state of readiness to defend yourself. Those hormones might still be flowing through your blood, although their levels would gradually decrease as your cortex recognized the action and realized it was just a trick. How did you react to my insults? Was your reaction to fight and you felt irritated by my words? Perhaps you thought, "These are stupid assumptions. I do focus on what I read, and even if I don't, what's written here isn't rocket science." Or was your reaction to flee and you felt exposed, ashamed, or self-critical, as if confessing, "It's true, I'm not really focused. I should focus more. I wonder if others can tell that I'm not listening to them." In a fight response, we use negative emotions to confront others. In a flight response, we use those negative emotions against ourselves. Both responses are bad if prolonged. Ultimately, we make ourselves feel bad or others feel bad, or both, rarely by choice. When we perceive danger, we simply react to it. Don't do anything you feel forced to do. The first place igniters occur is within our own bodies. In a fight or flight response, you will remember. The sympathetic nervous system will take over, preparing us to react quickly and overpowering our reflexive abilities. Simply put, it robs us of our ability to make conscious decisions. Your first challenge is to be aware of the emotional trigger before you act. Being aware of your emotions might mean recognizing that your heart is beating faster, feeling a knot in your chest, or feeling annoyed, anxious, uncomfortable, or angry. When you start to feel negative emotions emerging, the next step is to apply what we call the golden rule for triggers. Don't do anything you feel forced to do. The key word here is forced. Being forced is not a choice, and it rarely yields positive results. If your instinct is to react when you feel threatened, the best thing you can do is curb your anger. If your instinct in danger is to flee, the best thing you can do is try to maintain focus. In both cases, the key is to switch from automatic to intentional. From there, you can make a clear decision about how best to respond. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly is very helpful because it's a quick and effective way to reduce bodily arousal and return to a calmer state. Feeling your feet, toes, metatarsals, then heels, is an effective way to ground yourself back in your body and escape the instinctual feeling of threat. For Jonathan, a senior director at one of the largest consumer goods companies I've worked with, precisely recognizing what most frequently angered him proved valuable. He confided, "I now understand that the times I'm most triggered are when I feel obligated. Whether I'm juggling too many problems at once or trying to meet a tight deadline, it's the same. In those situations, it's very easy for me to feel that others are wasting my time. Suppose I receive an email asking me to do something I think that person could handle themselves. It's very likely I'll respond with a curt, sarcastic answer. The moment I hit send, I know I shouldn't, but it's too late. I often have to clean up the mess I've created, wasting both my time and theirs. Now I've learned to take a deep breath and hit the draft button. That way, my email is automatically saved instead of sent immediately. By the time I return to that draft, I've calmed down, and ultimately, I almost always choose to delete the draft email entirely and write a new one." Our core emotional needs. If igniters are reactions that occur when we face threats and dangers, then what exactly do we feel when at risk? Why do certain events and interactions plunge us into the negative zone for a short period? These aren't the kinds of questions we think about often, not only because we are rarely aware of being triggered. Even when we start to recognize our negative emotions, we are usually more concerned with eliminating unpleasant feelings or blaming someone else than trying to understand the root cause of the problem in the first place. Anyway, because bad is stronger than good, igniters leave deep memories in our minds. When we ask people to recall their most recent igniter, almost no one has difficulty remembering it. Over the years, our clients have shared thousands of stories with us. In most cases, the trigger could be traced back to feeling disrespected or devalued by someone's actions or words. Our core emotional need is to feel safe, to feel valued. Challenges against our self-worth lead to the opposite results. They make us feel worthless and insecure. Most of us, when faced with such feelings, at best feel uncomfortable and at worst find them intolerable. James Gilligan, a psychiatry professor at the University of Pennsylvania, spent 40 years studying violence. He wrote, "In my work, I've been struck by how often I've received the same answer from prisoners or psychiatric patients to the question of why they attacked or even killed someone. Because he disrespected me." Gilligan found that gaining respect, often even more important than money, was the motive for armed robberies. When I had time to sit and talk at length with people who had committed such crimes multiple times, I would hear things like, "I never felt so respected in my life as when I pointed a gun at some guy." Gilligan recounted a story of working with a prisoner who showed signs of being out of control. This prisoner continuously attacked guards, despite increasingly severe punishments, until he was isolated 24 hours a day. Even then, each time a guard opened his cell door, he would continue to attack. Gilligan was invited to help. He asked the prisoner, "Ultimately, what do you want so much that you are willing to give up everything to achieve it?" Normally, he spoke very unclearly, making it difficult to understand what he was saying. But this time, the prisoner straightened up and answered Gilligan's question with utmost clarity: pride, dignity, self-respect. And then he continued, "And I'll kill every bastard in this cell if I have to get those things. If you have no pride, you have nothing." The need for respect is a primitive, survival-driven instinct. Elijah Anderson, a sociologist at Yale University, has spent years studying violence. In particular, he researched what he calls the code of the street, originating from the culture of impoverished urban communities where opportunities for social mobility are extremely limited. Anderson wrote, "At the heart of the code is the issue of respect, which can be broadly defined as being treated right or receiving deserved deference. Respect is like an entity that is hard to gain but easy to lose, so it constantly needs to be defended. The code of the street is, if someone disses you, you must address and correct it immediately and not show cowardice. The result is a classic zero-sum game, a survival of the worst game." Anderson said, "The limit to which one person can elevate themselves depends on their ability to put others down. There is a general perception that respect is scarce. Therefore, people must compete to gain affirmation that they are worthy of that meager respect." Reflecting on Gilligan's experience with the violent prisoner, Anderson found that many young people in low-income neighborhoods passionately desired respect to the point where they were willing to risk their lives to achieve and maintain it. The executives we work with have more ways to earn respect than most young people in those neighborhoods, but feeling valued is no less important to them. Without a stable sense of self-worth, after all, who are we? Although we always want to be self-satisfied regardless of what others say, our sense of self-worth is still profoundly influenced by the level of respect others show us. William Ian Miller explained in his fascinating book, On Desire, that we want others to be aware of our existence, to care about us, and to respond to us. We want others to love us, or if not love, at least like us. And if we don't get others' affection, we seek their respect or recognition. Or, as Daniel Goleman once said, threats to our standing in the eyes of others have a profound biological impact, comparable to the impact of threats to our lives. More than all other pressures, it is the feeling of being criticized that has the greatest impact on our bodies and our ability to think clearly. In a meta-analysis of 208 studies on stress, researchers Margaret Kemeny and Charles Dickerson found that the highest cortisol increases, the most extreme fight-or-flight reactions, were driven by threats to social image or threats to approval, respect, and social status. Stressors like a continuously ringing alarm clock are clearly annoying, but the stress response they induce is much less dangerous. When people endure an uncontrollable alarm clock, cortisol levels rise but return to normal within 40 minutes. In contrast, threats to self-esteem drive continuous cortisol increases for over an hour. This explains why even the most constructive criticism rarely influences us and often backfires. To truly receive and process critical feedback, it must be delivered by someone who makes us feel safe and whom we truly believe genuinely cares about us. We are less likely to feel inspired by someone who constantly points out, "What's wrong with what you're doing?" than by someone with a forward-thinking mindset who always says, "Here's what you've done well, and I think here's what you need to do to take your abilities to the next level." In another critique, Baumeister and his colleague Mark Leary looked at the need to belong as a fundamental human motivation. Abraham Maslow first defined belongingness in the 1960s when he identified it as the most important need, following safety in his hierarchy of needs. Baumeister and Leary were interested in whether empirical evidence could support Maslow's hypothesis. After reviewing numerous studies, they concluded that most of what people do serves the need to belong. The need to belong is almost as urgent as the need for food. Or, as Matthew Lieberman, a neuroscientist at UCLA, bluntly stated, "For mammals, social connection with caregivers is as essential as survival." Positive relationships with others are the foundation for our sense of security, and this sense of security is vital for work effectiveness. The more our sense of self-worth feels threatened, the more energy we devote to protecting that self-worth, and the less energy we have available to create value. A trigger is like a warning bell, alerting us to potential dangers. Based on our experience with thousands of clients, almost every trigger is related to a feeling of devalued self-worth. Consider this list of 10 triggers we hear about most frequently. 1. Feeling that others speak condescendingly and disrespectfully. 2. Being treated unfairly. 3. Feeling unappreciated. 4. Feeling unheard or unempathized with. 5. Others taking credit for your work. 6. Being made to wait. 7. someone doing sloppy work on a project you're managing. 8. Feeling criticized or blamed. 9. Unreasonable deadlines. 10. Others assuming they know everything. The secure base. The need for care and security arises in the early stages of our development. This is biologically logical. Without care, we cannot survive. In a series of fascinating studies, Michael Meaney, a neuroscientist at McGill University, found that the level of care and nurturing a rat mother provides to her pups can actually change the way DNA is expressed in the pup's genes. When faced with stress, pups that were licked and groomed more by their mothers secreted less stress hormones than those who didn't receive such care. More nurtured pups also grew up to be more self-disciplined, confident, and adventurous in their actions, and were better at caring for their own offspring. Meaney believes this pattern holds true for all species. However, unlike other species, humans carry the need for care throughout their lives, both at home and at work. The level of need for care is influenced by the level of care received early in life. John Bowlby, a renowned physician and psychoanalyst, dedicated his life to researching human parent-child attachment. His theories of attachment developed partly from his own experiences, growing up in an affluent but emotionally distant English family in the early 1900s. Like most children of that era, he rarely saw his parents and was sent to boarding school at age 7, a traumatic and terrifying experience for him. Bowlby's theories of attachment developed from observing and caring for young children. Many were orphans from World War II, and children who were hospitalized or sent to orphanages were separated from their primary caregivers. Bowlby believed that the key to healthy emotional development is a secure base, a place from which children or adolescents can venture out into the world and return, knowing they are always welcome there, nurtured both physically and emotionally, comforted when distressed, and soothed when afraid. In the view of Bowlby and his American student, Mary Ainsworth, a secure base, or safe haven, is a reliable source of emotional renewal that allows a child to bravely explore the unknown. The stronger the secure base a child has, the more confident and willing they are to explore the world for longer periods. Margaret Mahler, a psychoanalyst contemporary with Sigmund Freud, specifically described returning to the base as an opportunity to refuel. In short, feeling valued and safe is fundamental to stress reduction. Our childhood experiences leave a powerful imprint, greatly influencing our sense of security and our susceptibility to triggers throughout life. Baumeister asserted that even as we grow up, the fear of loneliness and the absence of caring relationships are worse than the pain of emotional or physical abuse. Over time, each person's secure base shifts from parents to a spouse or partner. The level of satisfaction of this need profoundly affects not only the quality of relationships, but also our success in the world. Baumeister wrote, "Many neurotic, maladaptive, and destructive behaviors reflect desperate attempts to establish or maintain relationships with others, or the frustration and purposelessness when personal needs are unmet." Philip Shaver, an attachment theory researcher and psychologist influenced by Bowlby and Ainsworth, estimates that over half of Americans have a secure attachment, characterized by the ability to trust relationships, high self-esteem, and comfort in sharing emotions with friends or partners. On average, 20% of us fall into what Shaver calls anxious, constantly worried that we're not receiving enough love, and as a result, becoming overly dependent on others. Another quarter fall into the avoidant category, distrusting others, finding it difficult to be close, and tending to emotionally withdraw, restrain, and distance themselves. Threatening events make our need for a secure haven even more urgent, even as adults. Bowlby wrote, "Maintaining close relationships with people who are always ready to support us in times of crisis is a way to ensure our safety, no matter what our age." The need for such close relationships clarifies Gallup's interesting finding that one of the keys to engagement and high performance is having a best friend at work. A trusted friend or mentor at work creates a secure base, a wellspring of emotional nourishment, comfort, and security when facing daily life and work challenges. We define this in energy terms as follows: the greater the demands we face, the greater the need for emotional renewal and recovery. And not just physically, but mentally as well. Developing healthy emotions and the highest level of effectiveness requires the ability to move freely and flexibly between connection, self-reliance, and security with others. Too little encouragement, love, and protection in work or in life makes us feel insecure, unsettled, fearful, and unprepared to function effectively. Paradoxically, narcissism is a condition characterized by excessive self-interest, and obsession is one of the ways we protect ourselves from underlying feelings of deprivation. Psychologist Terence Real explained, "A common self-protective behavior when experiencing diminished self-worth is to elevate one's own worth." There are two common behaviors in leaders and managers when their basic emotional needs are consistently and chronically unmet. The first behavior is an unrelenting demand for attention to their own worth, often through the arbitrary exercise of power. The clearest manifestations are a high need for control, poor listening skills, impatience, and arrogance. If leaders are unwilling to look honestly at themselves to recognize their own fears and weaknesses, they will be unable to grow or change. Those they lead or manage will also pay the price. The second common behavior stemming from unmet emotional needs is to put others down to elevate oneself. This behavior can manifest as harsh criticism of those they manage or, more subtly, a lack of positive feedback. The impact on work performance is clear. The less people feel valued and appreciated, the less committed, loyal, and productive they are than they could be. In some cases, arrogance is not a facade for insecurity, but simply stems from a sense of entitlement, self-satisfaction, and feeling superior to others. In a study of 37,000 students, the rate of increase in this type of narcissistic personality since the 1980s has been comparable to the rate of increase in obesity. In a second study, 11,000 adolescents aged 14 to 16 completed a 400-question questionnaire in 1951 and 1989. The most significant change appeared in the answer to the statement, "I am an important person." Only 12% answered yes in 1951, while nearly 80% considered themselves important in 1989. This might be considered good news, but the sense of superiority that many self-important individuals exhibit seems unfounded. For example, high self-esteem has no correlation with better grades, test scores, or work performance. Researchers Jean Twenge and W. Keith Campbell state that students with an exaggerated view of themselves, those who believe they are better than their actual abilities, tend to get worse grades the longer they stay in school, and they are also more likely to drop out. When narcissists take ability tests, they are much more confident in their answers than more humble test takers, but their scores are no higher. Nearly 40% of 8th graders in the U.S. express confidence in their math abilities in reports, while only 6% of Korean students are as confident. But Korean students have significantly higher actual test scores. In another study, leaders who rated themselves highly and scored high on narcissistic measures were often perceived by their colleagues as below average in ability. When employees view leaders as arrogant and self-centered, they also rate them poorly in life skills and moral character. Whether overinflated self-esteem is a thin mask for inadequacy or an inflated and unfounded confidence, it is an abnormal manifestation, similar to insecurity. Overconfidence, self-absorption, constant need for praise, and sensitivity to criticism are common manifestations of grandiosity that undermine our ability to learn, grow, and take responsibility for our shortcomings and mistakes. Envy, lack of empathy, and quick temper, all combined, make narcissistic leaders unable to build and maintain close, effective relationships with others. In short, disproportionate arrogance that lacks the ability to appreciate and value others is very dangerous. Even when such extreme states don't exist, most of us still struggle at various levels with feeling insufficiently respected in the workplace and feeling guilty about demeaning others. We spend most of our lives experiencing only two feelings, up or down, better than or not as good as. Both states distance us from others, and neither is good for us. Terence Real wrote, "The paradox of grandiosity is that it makes the relational rifts it wishes to heal even worse." Because our core need for value is rarely acknowledged or addressed in most organizations, we often try to hide that craving for affirmation with masks and don't express it at work. After all, vulnerability makes all of us feel uncomfortable and threatened. At the same time, we try our best and use a great deal of energy to protect our sense of self-worth when it is threatened, whether through lashing out, blaming others, denying, rationalizing, or withdrawing. The fight response to feeling disrespected is to fiercely draw attention to oneself. We can see this in leaders who flaunt their power, take credit for successes, blame others for failures, and cannot tolerate disagreement. Conversely, humility is often the litmus test for a leader's true confidence. In Good to Great, Jim Collins asserted that humility, combined with intense resolve, is one of two key qualities of CEOs who lead the most enduringly successful companies. This is logical from an energy perspective. A leader who believes in their own worth can invest energy in work and empower others. The flight response when self-worth is threatened is a way to minimize the threat by avoiding all conflict with others. In most organizations we have worked with, the flight response is more common than the fight response. But its impact on employees is unpredictable. For example, in one company, the CEO avoided conversations he felt would be unpleasant for others and difficult for himself. Above all, he wanted to be liked, but his actions had the opposite effect. Most of this CEO's senior leaders didn't know how to deal with him, as for years, they had been accustomed to never trusting what he told them were his true feelings. As a result, they gradually felt uneasy about him. This CEO's persistent conflict avoidance caused considerable resentment among his directors. They felt uncomfortable, insecure, and even angry, but were afraid to say anything about it, which could reduce his own work effectiveness and that of the entire company. Envy and greed are two other fundamental manifestations that appear when our needs for security and value are unmet. Money is the means we use to ensure security, but it also triggers our sense of value. What money buys is obvious and clear, but it is also limited and one-sided. Greed is a mirror reflecting how no amount of money can satisfy our increasingly deep needs. Besides greed, what else can explain the ever-growing desires that led many bankers, already wealthy, to make risky, short-sighted choices that triggered the current financial crisis? Money is not the only thing that demonstrates our greed and unmet craving for affirmation. Greed manifests in every aspect, from unwillingness to delegate tasks to hoarding information. Envy is greed directed at what others have that we want. It causes us not only to expend energy comparing ourselves disproportionately to others, but also to desire more, regardless of the cost to others. Is it surprising that when we gossip, the stories we tell quickly become 10 times more negative than positive? François de la Rochefoucauld humorously said, "We all have enough strength to endure the troubles of others." Or, as novelist Norman Mailer bluntly described his reaction to the success of other authors, envy isn't the right word for what I usually feel. It's closer to wishing they'd get in a car accident. When we try to build our value by harming others through greed or envy, they often react with their own survival instincts. It's like two drowning people trying to save themselves by pushing the other down. Similarly, trying to prove our superiority to others distances us from the close relationships we desire. Our happiness depends not only on building our own self-worth, but also on actively valuing others. Action Steps Chapter 11 *. 1. Our essential emotional need is to feel secure. In most cases, negative emotions stem from not feeling valued. Think about the last time you felt annoyed, angry, irritated, anxious, or lost your temper. Can you link it to a threat to your self-worth? Pay more attention to how much energy you spend worrying or trying to restore or define your worth. 2. Refer back to page 234 earlier in the text to review what I wrote about the most common triggers. These triggers appear in our bodies first. Pay attention to the next time you feel your heart racing, a constriction in your chest, or a nervous flutter in your stomach. These signs will help you recognize when you are triggered simply by listening to what your body is feeling. 3. When a trigger pushes you into the survival zone, the first key is to calm your body. To do this, you need to apply what we call the golden rule for triggers. Don't do anything you feel forced to do. Instead, take deep breaths and try to reset yourself, extending the time until your body calms down. Only then can you consciously decide how best to react to the trigger. Chapter 12 The Truth About the Stories We Tell. Jack worked for a major tech company in Silicon Valley, but always longed to start his own. He spent years trying to save enough money to launch a web-based financial risk assessment solution. Alan, a wealthy investor from Boston, met Jack through Susan, a mutual acquaintance. A month later, when Alan was in San Francisco, he invited Jack to breakfast. They intended to meet for only an hour, but the conversation stretched to 3 hours. As they parted ways, Jack believed he had secured the necessary funding. Alan promised to be in touch within a few days. During that time, he encouraged Jack to call or email him if Jack had any further ideas. Alan said, "You can talk to me whenever you want. I always have my BlackBerry with me." That weekend, Jack brainstormed a series of new business ideas, and on Monday morning he sent an email to Alan. When he didn't receive a reply the next morning, he called Alan but only got his voicemail. Disappointed not to hear back, Jack wasn't worried. He told himself, something must have come up, he's a busy man. By Wednesday afternoon, Jack tried again, calling and emailing, but still received no reply. He thought about calling Susan but remembered she was hiking abroad. Worried he was pushing Alan too much, Jack waited 2 more days before sending another email on Friday. Again, no response. Around mid-afternoon, Jack happened to flip to CNBC while in his office. Alan was on Squawk Box, discussing his recent investments. "I thought he was busy with an emergency," Jack thought. Feeling insulted and devalued, Jack angrily concluded that there was no point in pursuing Alan further. He told himself, who would want to deal with a guy like that anyway? A week later, still furious, Jack called Susan. She had just returned from her vacation. Jack told Susan, "Your friend is a fraud. He told me my idea was great, encouraged me to call him anytime, and then he didn't bother to reply to any of my messages." Susan replied, "That's funny, because I just got an email from Alan saying he sent you a detailed review of your business idea and hasn't heard back from you." Jack's stomach churned. Did I accidentally send the email to the wrong work address for Alan? He opened his computer and checked his spam folder. Sure enough, there was an email from Alan, sent the Monday after their meeting, with a large attachment that couldn't get through Jack's company firewall. Alan had left a message. "Something came up after our great meeting. As I was about to board my flight, I patted my pocket and realized my BlackBerry was gone. When I landed in Boston, someone had opened an online bank account in my name. I had to close all my existing accounts. My new phone number is at the bottom of this page, and I'm writing to you from my new email address. The good news is, I had time to revise your business plan, and it's attached. Let's talk tomorrow, Alan." Why did Jack misunderstand so badly? In his mind, he judged Alan based on facts. What Jack didn't realize was that he strung those facts together to create a specific story. Facts are things that anyone can objectively confirm. They are undeniable. It's true that Jack called and emailed Alan multiple times. He received no voicemail messages or emails from Alan at least. No emails in his inbox, which is also true. And it's also true that Alan appeared on CNBC. In contrast, a story is something we create to rationalize facts. We do this because humans are meaning-making creatures. We seek to understand, but the problem is that we often construct stories very quickly, then confuse those details with facts, and treat our stories as undeniable truths. Also, because bad is stronger than good, we instinctively tend to tell negative stories. Jack's story was that Alan didn't answer his calls and emails, meaning Alan was rude and dishonest. Furthermore, if Alan had time to be on CNBC, that clearly proved he wasn't busy with an emergency that prevented him from responding to Jack. Although Jack's story made perfect sense to him at the time he told Susan, "I'm just recounting exactly what happened," it didn't necessarily reflect what truly happened. It's no surprise that the fact that Alan didn't receive any reply led him to create a similarly negative story about Jack. It seems neither of them realized there could be a more plausible explanation for the other's actions. Instead, they felt devalued, triggered, and angry. Each believed their emotions were justified in the face of those facts, and neither got what they truly wanted. Awareness alone can significantly reduce our reactivity. By always actively thinking about our reactions, we shift from being someone who experiences emotions to someone capable of observing them. Instead of being consumed by the emotions born from our concocted story, "I'm angry, he's a jerk, I'm not being treated fairly," we can detach ourselves and become much calmer. Instead of acting on emotion, we are free to objectively assess. By changing our perspective, we regain the power of choice. Clearly, we cannot change facts, but we can choose how we perceive them. We can control the stories we tell ourselves. We can also use our capacity for self-reflection to see the world in a more skillful, proactive way, without needing to rationalize, minimize, or deny the truth. At an even better level, we can proactively cultivate a tendency for positive thinking to mitigate our innate negative bias. Realistic optimism. Positive thinking has long had a bad reputation in sophisticated circles. In Candide, written during the Enlightenment in 1759, Voltaire ridiculed the positive outlook of Candide's tutor, Dr. Pangloss, and his unwavering belief that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. Pollyanna, the fictional character in Alina Porter's early 20th century children's books, had an uncanny ability to find the good in any situation. Gradually, Pollyanna became a symbol for naive fools, irrationally and illogically optimistic. Books like Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking or Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People have sold millions of copies but are often dismissed as simplistic nonsense. True optimism can also be a form of self-deception or denial of reality, what Roy Baumeister called exclusive affirmation, information processing. Or, as psychologist Christopher Peterson once said, unrelenting optimism undermines emotional sensitivity, alertness, and defense against the roots of sadness, and may even undermine adaptive responses to difficulty. More extremely, optimism is like choosing sides in a reductionist way. It can make us feel better in the short term, but doesn't equip us to function effectively in a complex world and doesn't help us learn from our mistakes. Conversely, unrelenting negativity is also narrow, extreme, and can be even more debilitating. The clear evidence is that incessant negative emotions put pressure on our health, our ability to think clearly, and ultimately, our performance. Daniel Gilbert wrote in his excellent book, Stumbling on Happiness, a healthy psychological immune system creates a balance that allows us to feel good enough to cope with our situations, but also bad enough to do something that changes them. So, is there a more nuanced perspective, encompassing both optimism and pessimism, positive and negative, without having to choose between them? Psychologist Sandra Snyder coined the term realistic optimism, which she defined as accepting the reality of the current situation and seeking satisfaction within it. In contrast to blind faith, wishful thinking, and magical thinking, realistic optimism balances a hopeful, positive outlook with the fairness that our desired outcome may or may not occur. Snyder explained, realistic optimism involves charitableness in interpreting past events, proactively appreciating positive aspects of current situations, and regularly emphasizing future opportunities. If realism relates to facts, then optimism is the result of the story we choose to tell about those facts. Realistic optimism is the source of devoting all efforts to the right priorities to create the best possible outcomes. Imagine you are only 1.62 m tall, and your sole goal is to build a career in the NBA. Optimism will likely only lead to disappointment. If you have a more realistic goal of becoming the best basketball player you can be, despite your height disadvantage, then optimism can make you more persistent and willing to practice harder to improve your skills. Many studies have shown that focusing on positive outcomes rather than avoiding negative ones often leads to greater persistence, more flexibility in finding ways to achieve goals, increased creativity in problem solving, greater self-motivation, higher satisfaction, and better results. In short, the desire for success makes us more likely to succeed. Snyder wrote, each of us can be seen as the primary player, determining the quality of what we will experience and at least partly controlling whether good things happen. In reality, a good attitude often yields good results. Think about the story Jack told himself when he believed Alan wasn't returning his emails or calls. If he had adopted a stance of realistic optimism, instead of immediately assuming the worst, Jack might have told a different story about Alan's apparent unresponsiveness. Jack could have told himself, he was really enthusiastic. I think he'll have a good explanation for not calling back. Telling that story might have made Jack feel better instead of wasting energy on anger and frustration. Doing so might also have made Jack pursue Alan more enthusiastically instead of giving up so early. Don't blame. When reflexively predisposed to telling negative stories, we almost always cast ourselves as victims. That's precisely what Jack did to Alan, and perhaps what Alan did to Jack as well. Blaming others when mistakes happen in our lives is a form of self-protection. When we shift responsibility to others, we feel better, but only for a short time. It's a form of self-defense we learn very early on. It wasn't my fault. We protest in this self-protective way. The limitation of the victim role is that it diminishes our ability to influence our circumstances. The alternative is to take responsibility. This doesn't mean blaming ourselves for everything that happens, because doing so is just replacing one bad thing with another. Instead, taking responsibility means actively seeking our role in every situation and considering how the story we tell affects the outcome. When we met Linda, a vice president at a global advertising agency, she said what frustrated her most at work was that her boss frequently failed to provide feedback on projects she was about to undertake. Linda concluded that he didn't consider her ideas worthy of his time and often worried that her time at the company was limited. She felt devalued by her boss, and this preoccupation often led her to vent her frustration on others in her team. As soon as we explained the difference between facts and stories to Linda, she realized that she didn't actually know if her stories about her boss were true. The next time she met her boss, she felt brave enough to ask him directly. She said, "I'm wondering why you never reply to my requests for feedback?" The boss looked surprised. He said, "You are always thorough in every aspect and don't need any feedback. I only reply to such emails when I see a problem. I'm truly sorry." "I thought you knew that." This prompted Linda to build a new response habit. She found that when she was imagining the worst, she would talk to the person who triggered her and share what she was thinking. "The story I'm telling myself is that," she would conclude, "am I thinking correctly, or am I the only one who sees it this way?" In most cases, she found that her biggest fears were not true. In the rare cases where her imaginings were true, her way of questioning, taking responsibility for her assumptions, helped her have a frank conversation about the current situation instead of forcing the other person into a defensive stance. Paul, a team leader at a large oil and gas company, often found himself annoyed by Andrew, a team member responsible for strategic planning, who rarely seemed to be at his desk. Paul gradually became convinced that Andrew wasn't working, even though Andrew was one of the most creative and effective members of the team. We asked Paul to consider a simple question. Could there be a more positive explanation for why Andrew isn't often at his desk? Reflecting on the issue, Paul concluded that Andrew might occasionally work elsewhere. More importantly, he realized that given Andrew's high performance, whether he was at his desk or not was irrelevant. When we are triggered, and the underlying reason is that we feel devalued, we often resort to telling black and white stories. Only right or wrong, good or bad, hero or villain. Neither extreme can fully represent the complex and rich reality of what's happening in most interactions. Instead, we are creating a competition where someone has to lose. If I'm right, you're wrong. If I'm the hero, you're the villain. But what if these extremes accurately describe you? Right and wrong, good and bad, villain and hero. Take a moment to get a pen and a blank sheet of paper and keep them with you. Now, consider this question. What do you like most about yourself, and what do others value most in you? On the left column, list your good qualities. List as many as you can before you read on. Don't stop until you've written at least half a dozen of your good qualities. Okay, now think a little about the qualities you like least about yourself and that you think most people would hope you would change. On the right side of the paper, write as complete a list as possible. Don't read on until you've completed both lists. Now look at both columns. The person with the qualities on the left seems appealing, someone you like and admire. The person in the right column seems unattractive, someone you would want to avoid, even at all costs. So, who are you really? Of course, the answer is both, but it's quite difficult for any of us to recognize that. Negative traits can seem frightening. Evidence suggests that flaws and inadequacies tend to overshadow positive lists. As usual, negative things grab our attention. Carl Jung referred to these characteristics as our shadow, our weaknesses, flaws, and unacceptable aspects that we often want to abandon. Jung wrote, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. Indeed, the less we pay attention to our limits, the more we unconsciously express them and project them onto others." Here is our description of this problem in The Power of Full Engagement. Frightened by underlying helplessness, bullies compensate by treating others poorly. Persistent feelings of inadequacy go unacknowledged. The successful executive constantly boasts of his achievements and tirelessly talks about the famous and important people he knows. Unable to confront her underlying envy, the polite and proper flight attendant finds more subtle ways to criticize and distance herself from everyone around her. Boasting about strengths and denying one's shadows cannot help us make friends or influence others. Moreover, it depletes our energy. Terence Real wrote, "Healthy self-esteem is the ability to value oneself in the face of one's own imperfections. It may be frightening to acknowledge shortcomings and admit mistakes, but doing so will only make people respect you more. By accepting our whole selves, we no longer need to defend our self-worth so carefully." What once triggered us can now become a source of information for learning. If we honestly observe ourselves, we will recognize what is right without losing our self-worth. At the same time, we let go of mistakes. Instead of defending ourselves against imagined threats and attacks, we strive to make the best use of the feedback we receive so that we can become more like the people we are meant to be. The lenses, our identity is the sum of the stories we tell ourselves. Our worldview is the sum of the stories we tell about others. We have an extraordinary ability to shape our reality, regardless of the outcome. However, each of us has our own unique lens. We call this lens reality because most of us believe we see the truth. In fact, each of us sees the truth through a fixed lens that filters our perceptions of the world. To quote Paul Simon in The Boxer, "A man sees what he wants to see and disregards the rest." We need to learn how to view things through multiple lenses. The first new way of seeing is through the reflective lens. Simply ask two very basic questions whenever you feel triggered. The first question is, what are the facts here? The second is, what story am I telling myself about those facts? Differentiating these two things allows us to step outside ourselves and observe our experience rather than merely reacting to it. It also opens up the possibility that any story we're telling might not be entirely true or might not be the only story we could tell. Being triggered almost always leads us to tell stories that make us feel devalued. The reflective lens gives us the opportunity to tell a different story. For Jack, who began this chapter, the story could be that other priorities forced Alan to focus more, but there was still reason to believe Alan's initial enthusiasm was genuine. For Paul, who initially thought Andrew was lazy because he wasn't at his desk, the more realistically optimistic story was that Andrew might be working elsewhere and, regardless, was still delivering on his work. When we feel hurt by someone else's words, we often assume they intentionally meant to hurt us. If our boss or a colleague walks by and doesn't acknowledge us, we feel ignored. But perhaps she's preoccupied with her own problems, or something has even triggered her. In this case, what we experienced was not intentional on the part of the other person. The reflective lens helps us not to hastily believe our own story, but instead to continue exploring and even to allow for trust when in doubt. We will benefit from that perspective. By continuing to explore and even being realistically optimistic instead of reacting, we will think more clearly, perform better, and get along better with those around us. The second way to broaden our worldview is through the reverse lens. This simply means looking at the problem through the eyes of the person we perceive as the villain. This doesn't mean we have to sacrifice our own perspective, but instead, we can expand our lens. It's almost certain that the person feeling triggered will see things very differently from you. The first question you need to ask yourself is, how is he feeling and why? Fred, a banker we worked with, asked us to listen to a story about him asking Bianca, a Spanish speaker on his team, to handle a small transaction with an important client in Mexico who would be more comfortable negotiating in her native language. Bianca agreed, but several weeks later, Fred discovered the transaction was still unresolved. Angry with Bianca but finding it difficult to talk to her, he avoided her. When we asked Fred to try seeing it through the reverse lens, he initially found it difficult, like many other clients. He said, "It's simply because it wasn't important to her." We asked if there could be any other logical explanation from her perspective. He admitted, of course, Bianca was also working on a big deal of her own. Fred wasn't the only one asking her for help with Spanish-speaking clients. Perhaps, he speculated, Bianca felt annoyed at always having to act as an interpreter whenever someone on the team needed help. In just a few minutes, Fred's anger turned into confusion. The next day, Fred met Bianca to talk about the favor he had asked. He told her, I see you're very busy and you have a million demands like mine. Why don't I handle this myself? Bianca was visibly relieved. Oh, I really appreciate you saying that. It seems like no one else notices this. The truth is, I completely forgot. I'm very sorry. I'll take care of it right now. There's a paradox. One of the most effective ways to regain your self-worth when triggered is to find a way to appreciate the person who triggered you. That might be by acknowledging your own role in the current situation or by seeing it from the other person's perspective. Fred did both when Bianca felt understood. Her reaction was to care about Fred. It's likely you've experienced something similar. You apologize to someone, knowing you've upset them about something, and suddenly that person cares more about your well-being. She says, "Oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it." When our self-worth isn't threatened, we prioritize maintaining relationships with others over conflict. We also have an instinct for reciprocity. Valuing someone is likely to make them value you back. The third option is to view the world through a long lens. Recall something that made you feel threatened or devalued, even after you've clearly distinguished facts from stories, and even after you've tried to see it from the other person's perspective. In short, there's no way to tell a positive, rational story about your situation. Perhaps you're working 14-hour days on a project, you're exhausted, have almost no time for your children, and there's no way out. Or perhaps you have a boss who is constantly criticizing you, and you can't figure out why. Or you're stuck in a job you find boring and unsuitable, but you can't imagine finding a better job in these tough economic times. Dr. Pangloss in Candide might find the best in such situations, but most of us cannot. So what realistically optimistic story can you tell yourself when things are truly dire? The value of the long lens is that it gives us a more perspective view of the future, regardless of what's happening in the present. This can be helpful because we turn out to be terrible predictors of our current state and our feelings tomorrow, let alone in 6 months. Daniel Gilbert wrote in his excellent book, Stumbling on Happiness, "Most of us struggle to imagine tomorrow being fundamentally different from today. We cannot feel good about an imagined future when we are so preoccupied with feeling bad in the present. When we try to minimize, ignore, or set aside the current gloomy situation and predict how we'll feel tomorrow, we find it's like imagining eating marshmallows while chewing liver." Gilbert points out that over half of Americans experience traumas like rape, assault, or natural disasters in their lifetime. Is there any doubt about the horrific nature of these traumas when they occur, and how difficult they are to overcome? Yet, somehow, most of us do overcome them, and we cope much better than we imagine. For example, a series of studies has shown that people who suffer spinal cord injuries leading to permanent paralysis eventually recover a level of happiness almost equal to able-bodied people of the same age. Gilbert explained, "The truth is, bad events affect us, but they usually don't affect us as much or for as long as we think. The long lens is a means for us to discard the narrow perspective of the present and imagine a better future." After Lance Armstrong nearly died from metastasized cancer and miraculously recovered, he wrote, "If you asked me to choose between winning the Tour de France and having cancer, I would choose cancer. Because of what it has given me as a person, a man, a son, a husband, a father. To say that suffering cancer had a purpose, I think, is to help us become better." When faced with a seemingly harsh and unchangeable reality, we encourage our clients to ask themselves this question: no matter how I feel about what's happening, how can I learn and grow from this experience? As Alan Mulally, former president and CEO of Ford, once told us about the challenge of taking over a company on the brink of bankruptcy, "My expectation is that when you're dealing with any current reality, you ask yourself, okay, now what do we do next?" Imagine one day you lose your job, as many others have in recent years. Its impact is severe financial distress and a heavy blow to your confidence. It's real when it's happening, but it's not permanent. The long lens can allow you to see the potential for learning, growth, and a brighter future despite current difficulties. Being forced to slow down, perhaps you need time to focus on what you truly want for yourself and your life. Or maybe you'll choose to try something adventurous you've long wanted to do, but never had time to pursue. Or perhaps you'll choose to volunteer your time for a cause you deeply believe in, or use the opportunity to get closer to your family. In the process, you discover you can face terrifying adversity. Who's to say you won't become stronger and more resilient after what you've been through? Can you think of an example in your life of something that seemed terrible when it happened, but turned out to be minor in retrospect? Or did it open up an important opportunity or a new positive direction for you? We can control our circumstances when things happen to us and how we behave better than we often believe. When feeling threatened, we often weave facts into stories to confirm our worst fears. But we can also choose to confront the naked truth, to see reality unvarnished in all its complexity, and then focus on making the most of the life we've been given. Action Steps Chapter 12, Asterisk. 1. Think about a recent event or situation that triggered you. Write down the facts about what happened, only the facts. Now write down the story you are telling yourself about those facts. Distinguishing between these two allows us to observe our experience rather than simply react to it. 2. Using the same event or situation, challenge yourself to find a more reasonable story that allows you to maintain your self-worth, no matter what happens. For example, in your best version of yourself, how would you react in this situation? 3. When triggered, we often resort to telling black and white stories, right versus wrong, good versus bad, heroes versus villains. These extremes cannot encompass the complexity of everyday events. Learn to acknowledge parts of yourself as imperfect, but don't let them define your entire being. Are you comfortable saying, "Yes, I am like that, but I am not only that"? Chapter 13, a new value proposition. Every organization has a distinct emotional atmosphere, and it often starts at the top. That's why we call leaders energy directors. After all, energy is contagious. A leader's job is to mobilize, focus, inspire, and regularly renew the energy of those they lead. Similar to how individuals perform best when they alternate between expending and restoring energy, leaders inspire peak performance when they alternate between challenging employees to push beyond their limits. Upper right of the organizational chart on page 292, and consistently recognizing and rewarding their achievements, lower right. In a 2007 study of 90,000 employees in 18 different countries, Tower Perrin found that the single biggest driver of employee engagement was senior leaders' genuine concern for employee well-being. An organization renowned as a great place to work was the highest motivator for employee retention. Second was employee satisfaction with organizational decisions. Third was having a positive relationship with direct supervisors. In conclusion, there is an undeniable truth. Genuinely valuing people brings immense benefits. Most employers do not do this effectively. Only 38% of employees worldwide believe their senior management truly cares about their well-being. Over 50% feel they are treated as if they are insignificant or just another interchangeable part of the organization. Only about 1 in 10 employees feel they are treated as valuable assets of the company. Building a culture that deeply values people will not prevent them from reaching high standards. In the upper right quadrant of the organizational chart on the previous page, leaders inspire peak performance by pushing those they lead beyond their comfort zones, challenging, pushing, encouraging, instilling confidence, and inspiring them to overcome their own limits. Pressure is the means by which we increase capacity, as long as it's balanced with regular rest. This means leaders and organizations must also proactively spend time encouraging, recognizing, appreciating, rewarding, and celebrating everyone's achievements, as shown in the lower right of the chart. Pushing people too hard, even with the most positive intentions, will ultimately lead to burnout. Encouraging employees without reasonable cause will only generate more low-quality work. This is when leaders need to find a healthy balance between spending time in the upper right and lower right quadrants of the chart to achieve ideal work performance. Leading from the upper left quadrant of the chart using intimidation, oppression, and criticism can certainly be effective. The problem is that fear pushes us into a fight-or-flight response, reducing our ability to think clearly and rationally. Feeling devalued also diminishes our enthusiasm, commitment, and ultimately, our work performance. Leaders who rely solely on negative emotions may achieve short-term results, but the price increases over time. A harsh leader creates not only fear, but also resentment. and these emotions can affect everyone's work results and company loyalty in the long run. In 2005, Jeff Black, head of marketing for Sony Pictures Entertainment in Los Angeles, suffered a heart attack and almost died. Realizing he needed to make some significant changes, he began exercising regularly but still felt he experienced too much frustration, impatience, and anger at work. He told us, "It was a big step for me to realize that when I'm in a high negative state, I need to step back. The worst time to decide what to eat is when you're hungry. And I understand that the worst time to make decisions is when you're stressed and overwhelmed. That's when you need to stop and walk around the office. And that's what I learned to do. I spent the first 10 minutes of my walk relaxing, recentering myself, and the last 10 minutes strategizing the next steps for the challenge I was facing before I even started walking. This truly changed me." People liked seeing their manager in control of his emotions, and they no longer heard me yelling or slamming doors. I took control of my emotions, and I proactively managed my emotional state by adding breaks into my day, especially when I felt too negative. Marcel Lan was a promising young leader at Sony Europe when we began working with the senior leadership team there years ago. Bold, impatient, and driven, Lan was valued for his sharp intellect and effectiveness. In May 2005, he was assigned to take over the Nordic countries Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. His mission was to revive the long-stagnant business in this region. Uncomfortable with what he saw, confronted with a culture that accepted mediocrity, he immediately set about reorganizing the division. At the time we met him, in the early stages of his new role, Lan felt very frustrated and dissatisfied with his progress. He also doubted that what we could do would necessarily help his work. Lan admitted, "I always thought that working emotionally was okay. I never thought I could control my emotions or that my emotions affected others. When I started, I was very aggressive, like a bull in a china shop. I was easily triggered and often harsh and irritable. The emotional chart helped me understand the impact of my presence in the survival zone. The first change I made was physical. I started going to the gym in the morning. Instead of burying myself in work all day, I started taking regular breaks, and as a result, I felt much better. When I stopped feeling like a victim, I was able to lead in a different way." Next, Lan led his entire management team through the program. He said, "I think it woke everyone up to the reality that we can take control of our lives, just like I did." Our leaders started telling their employees that difficult market conditions were not the problem. "You can do your job well no matter what happens. We believe in you, and we are willing to invest in you." We were able to lift our region from decline to growth. We didn't achieve that with new campaigns or better products or different processes. Those achievements came from how we valued the people we worked with. We succeeded because people started feeling differently at work. Like many senior leaders at Sony who appreciated our work, Lan decided to become a coach himself, and he began spreading our program throughout the organization. In 2007, due to his success in the Nordic countries, he was reassigned to Sony South Africa, a crucial region for the company, not only because of its huge growth potential, but also because the multi-billion-dollar World Cup would be held there in 2010. Again, Lan led his leadership team through the program and began to spread it downwards to lower levels. He said this had a similar impact on business performance, a significant increase in sales and profits. Revenue increased by 58% in Lan's first year of leadership. Roy White, HR manager for Sony Europe, believed there was a direct correlation between Lan's emotional transformation and the performance of his team. White said, "Lan's change as a leader contributed tens of millions of dollars to Sony's after-tax results. Over 3,000 leaders and individual contributors at Sony Europe have gone through our training program," as White said. One of the key benefits is the development of a common language when talking about emotions. Among our senior leaders, we reduced the time they spent in the survival zone by at least 50%, largely because we now have a simple method to maintain individual accountability. It's become very normal for people to ask each other, "What zone are you in?" and "What story are you telling?" We experienced a shift in the awareness of our senior leadership team. It was as if we all matured a bit and took more responsibility for the impact our emotions had on others. That allowed our organization to challenge unhelpful emotions. It also made us more resilient in the face of immense business pressures. Asterisk managing the roller coaster. Awareness is essential for leaders at all levels, not only because their emotions impact those they manage, but also because events in their lives can change very quickly and significantly according to their emotions. In an interesting study, researchers asked a group of participants to observe several people in the same video and estimate how much each person weighed. Afterwards, they were shown one of 3 short films. The first film was a reminder of gratitude. The second was about anger, and the third was emotionally neutral. After watching, they returned to their original task and were given assistance to make more accurate weight predictions. The subjects who watched the gratitude film had the highest rate of accepting assistance. Those who watched the anger-inducing film accepted the least. Unless we observe our own emotions and actively control them, we tend to become products of our most recent experiences. Imagine a leader who comes to work after only a few hours of sleep, after arguing with their partner, or after being delayed by a traffic accident. How would those negative emotions affect the decisions that leader has to make? How readily would she accept new ideas? Is she likely to take her frustrations out on someone at work? Awareness also helps leaders pay more attention to their own triggers. Sarah Henry, a leader at Sony and now a trainer of our program for other employees, explained, "For me, the key point is to understand the relationship between my triggers and my sense of self-worth. Instead of reacting when triggered, I've learned to step back and take deep breaths. I stop making it about me. Even during the most difficult periods, I find myself less focused on myself and more focused on building the value of others. The moment I experience positive emotions is when I feel my deepest impact. In the survival zone, you really waste energy and destroy value." Sony changed how they evaluated leaders in Europe to encourage a greater focus on their impact on those they lead. Roy White explained, "In the past, we only used leaders who had good skills and achieved sales targets. Now, we also need them to be able to harness the energy of their subordinates. We want everyone to be led positively because we know that will lead to high work performance." We changed the compensation mechanism for leaders, adding in a factor for the satisfaction of those who work for them. If leaders had dissatisfied employees, they would receive lower pay, and if they didn't improve, they would eventually have to leave. Thinking about performance through the lens of positive and negative energy has broad implications for organizations. David Bates, CEO of Grey Advertising in London, saw this clearly after leading his leadership team through our program. He explained, "The advertising agency business is like a roller coaster, full of emotions. You go from the joy of winning new business to the exhaustion and despair of rejection after you've poured all your value into persuading and winning new business opportunities. We use the 4-quadrant framework to guide people's emotions in a more proactive and positive way and to create a different way of thinking. We realized that we needed to stop to celebrate successes, or people would get exhausted and feel unappreciated. We also needed to reevaluate what we could learn when we succeed. It was also an opportunity to grow and see things in a way that helps you avoid the negative emotions that can hinder you." One of the most extraordinary shifts in emotional atmosphere we observed was at Ford during the period since Alan Mulally left Boeing to become CEO in 2006. The change was a measure of how leaders' emotions influence their subordinates. Like many other leaders we have met, Mulally understood the power of emotions. His positive emotional energy was infectious. Mulally said, "How people feel can be the most important key to individual and team success. People need to know you care, so you need to constantly show appreciation. Say thank you often, look for things to celebrate, treat everyone with respect. My view is that we are here to appreciate each other and enjoy the journey, regardless of the outcome." For some people, when I first arrived, that was something new to them, but very quickly they realized it was okay and better. Mullally's assessment can be proven by research. In Baumeister's review of articles related to belongingness, he found that many of the strongest emotions we feel, both positive and negative, are influenced by the degree of connection we feel with others. He wrote, "People seem to need continuous positive interactions with the same people, and they want these interactions to occur within a framework of stable, long-term care and concern. We crave close relationships not only in our private lives, but also at work. And we especially need to feel valued by those who manage and evaluate us. Even in the military, the the most respected leaders also seem to be the most effective. In a study of the U.S. Navy, after annual awards were given to the most effective, safest, and best prepared fleets, researchers decided to meet the commanders of these highly rated fleets. They were found to be more positive and energetic, displaying better and more engaging emotions, warmer and more open, laughing more, friendlier and more confiding, appreciative of others, and gentler than the commanders of average fleets. Average commanders tended to fit the stereotype many of us still have when thinking about the military: rigid with rules, negative, harsh, unyielding, and more arrogant, as well as more authoritarian, controlling, bossy, rigid, arrogant, and distant. They also needed to constantly prove to others that they were right. First, do no harm. Because gestures of appreciation are so rare in organizations, even a little bit makes a difference. In one study, researchers found that giving small gifts to healthcare workers improved the speed and accuracy of their diagnoses. Another study showed that a 10% increase in what they called motivational language from leaders led to a 10% increase in employee satisfaction and a 2% increase in work performance. Neuroscientist Jill Bolt-Taylor believes that positive encouragement was a key factor in her recovery after a near-fatal stroke. She wrote, "I needed those around me to encourage me. I needed to know that I still had value. I needed to have dreams to strive for. I needed people to celebrate my daily successes because my successes, no matter how small, still inspired me." All leaders would do well to heed Taylor's words. Simple as it sounds, writing down what you appreciate is one of the fundamental habits we encourage senior leaders to cultivate. Douglas Canant, CEO of Campbell Soup Company, wrote up to 20 handwritten notes to employees every day. He believed a handwritten letter was more personal and had a stronger impact on the recipient. At Wachovia, Ben Jenkins, who has since retired as president, developed a habit of inviting one manager to lunch each week. Previously, he only sat with them when he needed to hear monthly sales reports or conduct annual performance reviews. Instead, during these meals, he prioritized recognizing their achievements and talking to them about their lives and aspirations, rather than current job responsibilities. The corporate Hippocratic Oath, often meant for doctors, is also very fitting for leaders. First, do no harm. Because the impact of bad is stronger than good, the first rule for effective leadership is not to dismiss emotions like anger, threats, criticism, and shame. In his famous research, John Gottman, a leading researcher in marriage, found that in the most successful marriages, positive interactions outnumbered negative ones by a ratio of 5:1. In other words, it takes 5 positive comments to balance the impact of one negative comment. A workplace culture built on appreciation and valuing employees will undeniably lead to greater commitment and loyalty. Simultaneously, the damage from negative emotions, from a culture of criticism, can be even more severe. Many companies we work with avoid overt emotional expression entirely. Instead, polite superficiality, artificial comfort, and underlying conflicts and disagreements prevail. Aggression turns into passive-aggressive behaviors. The result can be backbiting and distrust, making others feel even more insecure than if they were openly criticized. Open criticism, at least, tells them where they stand. Conflict avoidance was the culture we encountered when we started working with the senior leadership team at Sony Pictures Entertainment. Meetings outwardly remained harmonious and friendly. Rarely did anyone openly disagree, but rarely did they work effectively together either. Under the leadership of co-chair Amy Pascal, the management team decided to confront this issue directly. Among the habits they built together to foster more authentic conversations was one they called code. Whenever a colleague says something that makes you feel like you don't have the whole story, you have the right to say, code. This single word succinctly conveys the meaning, I really want to know how you're feeling right now, so please be direct with me. This is a way for unspoken things to be expressed without resorting to attack or criticism. This habit creates the right to speak truthfully, even about difficult issues, and a shared expectation that team members will share just as directly. For example, Pascal found this habit truly helpful in her relationship with co-chairman Michael Linton. She gave us an example. She asked Linton to attend a marketing strategy meeting she was leading, and at the last minute, he canceled due to an emergency. Because both of them were willing to accept each other, he would say to her, "Just go ahead without me," and she could reply, "Okay." then Pascal would wonder if that was truly okay, and Linton would also wonder if Pascal was truly okay with him not attending. Because neither of them wanted conflict, neither mentioned their concerns. Code gave them a simple, concise way to address the issue directly. Pascal explained, "If I realize it's not okay for me, then I have a responsibility to tell Michael. Actually, it would be difficult if you weren't here. We have some big issues to decide, and I really need your help." If Michael says code, then I'm forced to stop and think about whether it's truly okay if he doesn't come. If it's okay, I can say, "No, really, it's not a big deal. I can handle it myself." Or if it's not okay, I'll say so. Either way, I'll explain all the issues honestly. Neither of us needs to waste energy feeling frustrated. It's a way to break through those typical, inauthentic Hollywood conversations, like the meaningless, "I love your movie, you look great," that people say to each other but don't really mean. They speak the truth. Even when it's difficult, that's how you build a culture of trust, confidence, and transparency. The more people feel valued and secure, the more resilient they are in the face of high demands and uncertainty. Even the best performing organizations cannot avoid challenges, conflicts, and pressures, especially in difficult economic times. But leaders at all levels can profoundly influence how an organization responds under pressure and the stories they tell about challenges. When we started working with Ford before Alan Mulally arrived, the company was in a severe downward spiral, losing a lot of money, anxiety reigned, fear was high, and distrust grew. It's hard to imagine a company more mired in a survival state. But Mulally didn't see it that way. For him, Ford was still one of the greatest brands in the world, and he believed turning it around was one of the biggest challenges in the world. One of the first things he did was establish weekly business plan reviews at 8:00 a.m. on Thursdays, attended by leaders responsible for Ford's 4 main profit centers and 12 functional units, from manufacturing to marketing, product development, and government relations. Mulally wanted to ensure everyone could communicate with each other and communicate openly. Directors were asked to report weekly on the status of their areas, color-coding their reports. Green was good, yellow meant attention needed, and red indicated a problem. The first week, a cascade of green folders appeared. Mulally didn't accept the reports. He said, "Folks, this company lost several $billions last year. Is there really nothing wrong?" A few directors began to acknowledge the problems they were facing. Mullally's expression didn't change even when receiving bad news. Instead, he thanked the directors for their clarity and transparency. He viewed bad news as a form of good news as long as it was reported quickly and accurately. Mulally told us, for someone to stand up, put themselves in the victim's position, and say, "Life is hopeless, and I don't know how to get out of this mess," is one thing. But it's very different if you choose to confront the truth.